Hopping in here. How's it going, everyone? This is not a normal stream. Uh, and I specifically said that there was going to be no audio, but I'll just say there's not going to be any video, at least for now. Still working on some other stuff right now. I just figured I'd have this on in the background in case anyone wants to hop in and see Bryan's location. But I will not be turning on the video camera. I've officially tested negative for COVID, which is great. I feel 100% better than I did even yesterday. But I'm looking into this specific plane that Bryan is on right now. For those of you just joining, the aircraft is registered to the Pennsylvania State Police. I was given this information, or I found this information through a Twitter post. So I can't even 100% guarantee or verify that this is exactly the plane that he's on, but I'm pretty sure with almost 100% certainty based on where I got this information. But I'm looking into this actual aircraft that he's on, and I'm curious because they had to land back in, it looks like, the town of Champaign, Illinois, maybe half an hour to an hour ago at this point, maybe half an hour ago. And they're already almost through the state of, they're into Iowa now. I'm curious as to when they're going to have to land again. It's a much smaller plane than normal commercial flights. So, I would imagine that they're going to have to land at least one more time before they get all the way over here to Idaho. I don't know if they're flying into Salt Lake or into Spokane, Washington. I would imagine Spokane, Washington is where they're going to end up flying into, and then they'll make the drive up to or down to whatever it is, down to Moscow. But they still have a fair amount of distance to go. I'm going to look into the exact fuel size of this particular aircraft. They're 22,000 feet above the ground right now is what it's saying. So if you live in any of these towns along the way, wave up to the snake in the plane because he's only 22,000 feet above you. He's about to fly over Des Moines, Iowa here in the next probably 10 or so minutes. Hopefully you guys can you guys hear me? I think you can hear me, right? I haven't even tested this. Let me make sure this is working. Yeah, it's working. Okay, cool. So not a normal stream. I may go quiet here and there and just let it track the actual plane. Just, this is just your one-stop shop for just tracking. Oh no, where'd it go? There it is. For tracking Bryan's whereabouts throughout the day. So, like I said, I may end up going quiet here for a little bit, but I'll let the software do the work and let it track. But I imagine, like I said, he's gonna have to refuel here soon. Let me look up the specifics of this exact plane. But I would imagine with how rushed this is, I mean, he just had his extradition hearing yesterday where he waived. He is obviously well on his way back to Idaho at this point where he'll be served an arrest warrant upon arrival. So, I can imagine, or I wouldn't be surprised if the probable cause affidavit comes out this week. All right, let me, I'm going to go silent for a moment. I'm going to try to pull up the info in terms of the exact fuel size and mileage that the plane that he's currently on has. And then we'll try to track and see where they will likely be landing. So I'm going to just keep it on him right now. Like I said, if you're in Des Moines, Iowa, wave up to the snake on the plane. Okay, so I'm actually looking into the fuel capacity of the plane that he is currently on, which is a Pilatus PC-12 aircraft. And Google is saying that it has a range of 1,742 miles. I don't know the exact year of the model that he is on, but they're saying 1,742 miles. And then I just looked up the distance from the last stop that they were on in Champaign, Illinois. The distance through the air from Champaign, Illinois to Spokane, Washington, which is, I imagine, the airport that they'll land at, because that is the closest airport to Moscow, at least the closest major airport. It is less mileage than the capacity of the tank. So that is pretty interesting. And that means that they could technically make it all the way back in one go. So once again, here they are getting close to Des Moines. And technically, they could make it on the tank that they have, because the distance is 1,542 miles from airport to airport that they're currently, the airport that they left near Champaign. But I would imagine that they're going to still stop, because I don't think that it is common to just fly all the way down to the very last bit of fuel that you have in your tank. So my guess is that they would probably stop somewhere in South Dakota, maybe Rapid City area. Thomas says, look up the Pullman Moscow airport. Looks like there's some pretty big passenger planes landing there on a regular basis. Yeah, I did go look into the different airports. I'm not going to, even if I were to find the exact location that he's going to land at, that's the information that I am not going to put out there, just because if I were able to actually find flight records and projected flight paths, that's something I'm not going to put out. But this is a really small airplane, this Pilatus PC-12. I want to say it's a 12-seater, so it's not a big plane at all. Once again, this is the exact one that he's on. So, I mean, you can see it's not a big commercial airline like what people are used to. So I would imagine it's Bryan, as well as maybe a few security personnel / law enforcement, along with him on this flight. I think maybe 10 or 12 seats total on this flight. Let me see exactly. Yeah, the Pilatus PC-12 has a max cruise speed, or at least a cruise speed of 311 miles an hour. So substantially slower than a commercial flight, which, is 500 plus miles an hour. And the exact seating capacity, this is probably pretty standard. The cabin can accommodate up to 9 passengers and has a refreshment center. So yeah, it's literally probably, it says between 6 and 8 passengers as far as seating. So it's a very small cabin. I imagine the bathroom area is really small as well. But yeah, he is making his way over Des Moines, Iowa right now. And I guess it's worth mentioning, since we're here talking about his flight path, somebody posted this video on Twitter from the night that he was arrested, the night before he was arrested. This is a flight that apparently circled the area where his parents lived for close to 2 hours before leaving. So I don't know if this was a routine training flight or something that just happened to be in this area. But yeah, it's an interesting thing nonetheless. Mammy, I don't know where they took off from in Pennsylvania. I'm sure I could look into that. Let me look into that. I'll mute myself. But since I've been tracking the flight, they have taken off from a little airport south of Champaign, Willard Airport, south of Champaign, Illinois. And they have now made it close to Des Moines, Iowa. So I don't know where they started their trip today. I would imagine maybe Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, or the Scranton. I guess the airport would be the Wilkes-Barre Scranton Airport, right in between both of the cities. But I'll look that up right now. I'm curious where he may have started his day. But yeah, I'll go ahead and just keep it tracking on him. Once again, he's over Iowa, almost over. He'll be flying just over the northern part of Des Moines. Like I said, I imagine that they will land here within the next hour to refuel once again, unless they're going to just try to make the entire leg of this next part of the trip in one go, which they'd still have a couple hundred miles of fuel on board. It's about 1,500 miles from Champaign to Spokane, Washington, which is where I assume he'll be landing. And this plane that he's on has about a 1,700 mile range. So once again, I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to keep this up. I'll be back here shortly. Tap the like button, you guys. This is not a normal stream. I'm normally on camera. I'm normally kind of bouncing between different things and chatting about different things. But I figured I'd hop on and just keep a live stream going over the next couple hours so people can bounce in and out and just kind of see Bryan's whereabouts. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself for a few minutes. I'll keep it just tracking, and definitely tap that like button. It really helps out the stream. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play this this video of Bryan being pulled over here on the second screen. This is actually the first video of him being pulled over for the traffic stop in Indiana for tailing too close to a vehicle in front of him. I'm gonna play this on the side.
Hello.
How you doing?
How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay. Cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're standing early.
What's WSU?
Yeah, I go to the university basically. That is SWAT team area.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours. We're driving. Well, almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where? Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's supposed to be university, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh.
PhD in criminal.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
This happened this morning. About an hour and a half ago, we're still wrapping it up for investigating. I'm not sure there's two shooters because they did shoot somebody.
I see.
We
And then
don't know about that actually. We were there for the shooting out of the window or something.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay? All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
So that was the first incident prior to being pulled over again later on down the road. Very strange to me, which, by the way, guys, Bryan is now leaving the Des Moines area. He'll be crossing the state line from Iowa into Nebraska or South Dakota. I don't know exactly where he'll cross over, probably within the next half hour. So it doesn't look like they landed in Des Moines. They're continuing on. Very strange conversation, though. It makes me wonder why, it makes me wonder, look, I don't want to say his dad knew something wrong had happened, but it makes you wonder, did Bryan call his dad out there and say, was his dad out there all, were they planning on going back for Christmas together in the car anyways? Why not just say you're heading back home for the holidays? It's like this whole shooting or something that they're talking about. I mean, that's the first thing I had heard about that. I don't know. Anyways, it's I don't know. Something's weird with that. But, it could just be a coincidence, or it could just be a strange occurrence that got caught on camera, and I'm reading into it too much. But yeah, Jax, I think his dad had an idea, but maybe didn't want it to be true. Possibly. There's a chance of that for sure. Apparently this was the plan for his dad to go there and drive back with him. Okay. Such a strange thing to do. I mean, it's such a long trip by car. Some of you guys were saying that he has taken off this morning from south of Scranton, and he's going to be heading to an airport near Pullman. I'm sure I could, like I said, confirm that information, but I'm just going to continue tracking the plane, providing those details. And if I do come across information on where exactly he's landing, I'm not going to personally put that out, but I'm sure that there's plenty of reporters that are aware of where he's going to be landing in an effort to get a shot of him coming off the plane, so on and so forth. So it's not difficult to figure out flight plans and routes and be able to track that. So I'm sure it's fine if I were to give that information out, but yeah, Bryan is on this little, gosh, I don't know, 6 to 8 seater aircraft, not including the 2 pilots. It is an aircraft that is apparently used by the Pennsylvania State Police. If you're just tuning in, I've been tracking the flight since about an hour ago. I just started streaming about half an hour ago. They left, the last stop that they were on was near Champaign, Illinois, where they were refueling. And now they're heading to Idaho. They are, if we zoom out, they're getting closer every second, but they're still a fair distance away. So I'm going to keep the stream going. Feel free to keep this tabbed. I'll be jumping in back and forth. This is the exact photo of the plane, PJ. It is a relatively small prop plane, capable of going roughly 330, 350 miles an hour. Obviously, it looks like it's going 0 miles an hour when you're zoomed out this far, but when you zoom in, you can see they're moving pretty quick in relation to the ground speed. I mean, they're booking it. But it'll still take a few hours to get there. My guess, like I said earlier, is that they are going to land somewhere in South Dakota to refuel once again. I'll go full screen on the map for you guys, and I'll center the plane. I'll zoom out one more time just so you guys can see where he's at in relation to the rest of the U.S. He's a few hours west of Chicago and a few hours east of Wyoming, of Casper. Quite a few hours east of Casper. Just passed over Des Moines, Iowa. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and center the plane here. Sioux City and Sergeant Bluff is the next kind of major area, if you want to call it that he'll be flying over. So if you're in that area, be sure to wave at the snake on the plane as it flies by. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. I'll be back in a few minutes to keep streaming. Like I said, guys, this is not a normal stream. Typically, we bounce between different topics, and I'm on video and such, but I am just doing a flight tracking today for Bryan Kohberger, and I'll be popping in here and there. I'm working on some other stuff right now in the background, so I will be back here shortly, and we can chat a bit more. Yeah, the fuel range is just under 1,800 miles on the particular plane that he's on, so he would be able to make it in one trip from Champaign, Illinois to back to Idaho, but I don't think that they're going to stretch out the fuel capacity that much, but you never know. So, all right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Please zoom in a bit more. I will zoom in a bit more. I'll put it right down here. You can see his plane down here, and I'll zoom into about there so you guys can see a little bit more of where he's going to be going. All right, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. We can chat a bit more. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button. 620 people in here, 257 likes. If you haven't already, tap that like button. Thanks, guys. Okay. So while I was away, I found this little video that is essentially the same flight or the same plane that Bryan is on. So you guys can imagine it's a pretty tight fit on the aircraft. There's only so many seats in the back. Of course, you got your two pilots up at the front. It's a very personal flight as well. You can speak with the pilots typically. Obviously, I don't think that they're all having a conversation with each other, but there's no door like on a commercial airliner in between the cockpit and the rest of the cabin. So this is, I imagine what it looks like. You've got certain seats facing each other, certain seats. You can see there's two seats behind the woman in the red here and the guy in the black. There's two seats behind them facing the opposite direction. Makes me wonder where they have Bryan sitting. Does he sit in the back of the plane facing away from them in shackles? Is he one of the four seats right here? I don't imagine he's probably facing anybody having, I mean, maybe he is having a conversation. I don't know. I don't know if, like, is his lawyer's surely not on there yet. I mean, he hasn't probably been given his lawyer in Idaho yet. So, or he hasn't probably met him or her personally. But that's the size of the plane. Claire says, how are we sure this is his flight? This is his flight. I don't know how to guarantee it to you, but this is 100% his flight. The actual registration for the flight is this one here. This is the plane that he's on. This plane is a fixed-wing aircraft owned by the Pennsylvania State Police. It's a government-issued aircraft. There were photos of the aircraft actually landing in Champaign, Illinois for a fuel stop. So they were getting more fuel recently. This is the exact call number or the tag on the plane. This N8, you can't see it, but this one here, the N879ST. That's the actual tail number. It is the number one tracked plane right now on flight radar. It is being tracked currently by 2,616 people, and it's heading exactly where we think it's heading. It's heading towards Idaho. So it's the plane that he's on. He just passed Des Moines maybe 20 minutes ago. He's going to be over the Sioux City, Sergeant Bluff area here shortly. So if we zoom in on it here, he just passed over the town of Carroll, Illinois. A lot of little towns in the Midwest. But yeah, this is what the plane looks like here. It's a very small fixed wing aircraft. Top speed 330 miles an hour. So much faster than a car, but much slower than a 500 plus mile an hour commercial airline. I'm going to look up weather. Speaking of weather, American Bulldog, I'm going to look up and see along his route what kind of weather are we dealing with. If you're new to the stream, this is not kind of a normal stream like usual. Normally we have the video camera going, and we have a lot more that we're bouncing between, but we're just here tracking Bryan Kohberger on his flight back to Idaho today. And I figured I would just live stream the whole thing. Yeah, weather looks pretty decent as far as no major storms. It looks like along their route, so that's good. Annalie says, how many miles did they fly before the refuel? Let's check. Oh, my session has timed out. Flight radar 24. Please reload this page. Okay, so I gotta resync. There we go. I would imagine, okay, so let's just look at the exact distance from roughly Scranton, PA to Champaign, Illinois. That's under 1,000 miles. It's 768 miles by car, but by flight it would be a little less than that even. So they didn't even go 1,000 miles from the Scranton area over to Champaign. So, like I said, I foresee them probably stopping somewhere in South Dakota to refuel, even though they have enough fuel to get all the way to Idaho. It's roughly a 1,700 mile tank on the plane. But I don't imagine that they're going to fly that entire distance, because from Champaign to Spokane, Washington, which is kind of roughly the direction he'll be going, it's about 1,500 miles. So I don't think that they're going to use all 1,700 miles. I think they can fly 1,500 miles before needing fuel. Yeah, they definitely can. It's not super standard for a plane to use essentially all of its fuel and only leave that much fuel remaining. I'm sure that they definitely could do it, but I do not think they will, and that'll be interesting to see over the next 30 minutes if they make a stop here. They certainly probably could make it all the way, especially in an emergency situation. But like I said, I think that they'll stop again somewhere, probably get a late. Well, they already got a late lunch, so. But yeah, they'll definitely stop one more time, especially when you get into the mountains. They're flying at 22,000 feet, so obviously they're way above most weather that's happening in the mountains, but they're not up on the commercial, 35,000 feet level. And so you want to be able to have more fuel in the event of an emergency or having to go around different storms and things like that. So they will likely stop once more. Gene says, I don't think they'll fly into Spokane. Yeah, I think that they'll probably fly into Pullman. I think that is what I was also hearing. Spokane would just be, there would be no issues, I think, flying into Spokane, considering it's a much larger airport. But yeah, they'll probably just fly into Pullman at the Pullman Moscow regional airport here. As long as they got all that ahead of time filled out and everything, I'm sure that they're able to do that. But yeah, okay. If you're in the Sioux City, Sergeant Bluff area, he'll be flying over soon. I'm going to mute myself for a few minutes, guys. Like I said, this isn't a normal stream. Normally I don't leave for periods of time like this and come back, but this is just going to be a continuing stream throughout the day as we follow Bryan on his trip back to Idaho. So once again, this is where he's at in relation to the rest of the country. He's almost through the entire state of Iowa. And he'll be crossing the border between Iowa, Nebraska, and South Dakota here in the next couple minutes. All right, I'll be back shortly, guys. Definitely tap that like button if you haven't already. 337 likes, 692 people in the stream. Really appreciate it. I'll be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. I was trying to make a screenshot because I just wanted to show that Bryan looks so much like Jake Gyllenhaal from the movie Nightcrawler. Like, oh my gosh. And then the screenshot goes away. I don't know why it goes away so quickly. But if you've ever seen the movie Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal, he lost a ton of weight and he looks super thin and wiry and scary. And I see it. Pause the screen if you need to. I just can't get over how much he looks like Jake Gyllenhaal. Anyways, and Jake Gyllenhaal legitimately, like, in that role said that he was like a stalker. He would like only wake up at night and he would eat like an apple a day so he would lose all this weight, and he wanted to seem like he was a rabid like wolf, like hunting prey, because he played this character where he was like obsessing over getting footage of crime scenes and getting like and selling the footage to newscasting, to news networks and such. And anyways, the way he described his look, I'm just like, that is Bryan. It's crazy. Except Jake Gyllenhaal is just an actor, and Bryan Kohberger is a suspected quadruple murderer. It's a terrifying face for sure. A friend of mine was telling me about it, and he just said that guy looks like he has the eyes of a killer. And I will say, he does have some pretty terrifying eyes. What time he landed? Matty Davis, he took off from Champaign, Illinois, well over an hour ago. He is now near the South Dakota-Nebraska border. He's just about to fly over the border into South Dakota. I imagine he's going to refuel somewhere, maybe the Rapid City area, Rapid City, South Dakota, before they make their final leg of the trip. If you're just joining, they are in a Pennsylvania government-issued plane. This is the plane right here. That's the tail number, N879ST. That's how I'm tracking the plane right now. It is a registered aircraft used by the Pennsylvania State Police. It has roughly a fuel capacity and mileage capacity of about 1,700 miles, 1,800 miles. And the distance from their last location where they took off, Champaign, Illinois, to where they're heading in Washington or Pullman, Washington, if that's where it is about 1,500 miles through the air. And so technically they probably can make it on one tank of fuel. But like I said earlier, I imagine they're going to be stopping the plane to refuel in case they hit any sort of storms or anything they need to go around. That is the status. Like I said, if you're in Sioux City, wave at the snake on the plane. He is about to fly over the northern part of your city right now. It's a very, very small plane. I think 11 total passengers, including the pilots. It's making its way. Natalie Bell says, must be a small gas tank. Yeah, I think that they went roughly about 700 miles on their first leg of their trip from the Scranton area over here to Champaign. So they didn't even use half of their entire tank. And so it's a pretty small plane. Once again, this is the actual plane right here. You can see it's not a normal commercial airline like you or I would fly if we flew across the country. It's a fixed wing aircraft with a single propeller in the front. The plane goes roughly 330 miles an hour. So while it is much faster than driving, it is still a couple hundred miles an hour slower than a commercial airliner that is flying across the country, like this one above him right here. This one up here is probably another 20,000 feet higher than him. He's flying at a roughly 22,000 feet right now, as you can see right there. Their vertical speed is locked, so we don't know their exact speed, but it's safe to say they're going somewhere around 330 miles an hour. And yeah, they're making their way into South Dakota right now. Or I guess they're hitting the corner of Nebraska, it looks like. No, there's the line there. So they're passing into South Dakota right now. So if you haven't already, there's 711 people in here. Hit the like button. 427 of you have already. This isn't a normal stream. Normally I'm on video and we're bouncing around between different topics and pulling up different tabs, but I have other things going on right now that I'm working on the side. So I'm just checking in here and there while we track Bryan's flight. Kate, missed your recent streams. Thank you, Kate. Any news on your documentary? Yeah, so for those of you who are unaware, I produced a documentary and directed a documentary in the last year of the double homicides that took place in Great Bend, Kansas, the Dolly Madison murders from September of 2002. 2 women were killed inside of a small bakery in the town of Great Bend, Kansas. I spent the better part of the last year producing a documentary. The trailer should come out very, very soon. Everything has been submitted for quality control, and it has passed quality control for different streaming platforms. So now I am currently waiting for it to be selected and ultimately ordered to different streaming platforms, so I will know where it will be streaming. At that point, I will put out the trailer and I will just kind of wait until it is live, and then I will definitely let you guys know. But it should be available, I'm hoping, to watch within the next month to month and a half. But it is completely done. Everything has been submitted and is approved. And I would imagine within the next 4 weeks, I will be putting out the trailer. So Kate, thank you for asking. The trailer will be dropping here on this YouTube channel exclusively. So anytime you see a video that is talking about the Dolly Madison murders and there's a trailer, please click that trailer and watch it and share it, because that is the project that I've been working so hard on for the last year. So thank you guys. Thanks for asking. He's about to technically cross into Nebraska right now, because right here on the south side of the Missouri River, you're in Nebraska, and on the north side, which is where they're at right now, he's in South Dakota. So he's bouncing between states right now as they go across the Missouri River. Jay Barrett, looking forward to watching your documentary. Thank you, Barrett. Thank you, Jay Barrett. I'm very excited for it to come out. It is something I've been working so hard on, and I wish I could give more information. I wish I could share the trailer right now. I have it right here. I wish I could just hit play on it for you guys, but it has to wait, and I think that it'll be worth the wait. So thanks for asking about the doc. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you guys haven't forgotten about it. I'm looking forward to that. And just like Alexa is saying, hit the like button if you haven't already. 742 people in the chat, 489 likes. We will be covering his probable cause affidavit as soon as it drops. So that will be more of a normal stream where we have the video camera on and we, bounce around and look at different things, different documents, so on and so forth. Joyce, woohoo, thank you, Joyce. Good to have you here, Joyce. And yeah, so definitely hit that like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Like I said, we're going to be covering this case and many other cases. And then, yeah, there's going to be also, this is an exclusive. There is going to be an exclusive video podcast, essentially like a live stream, where I go through all of the details of the documentary that I made. It's going to be a deep dive. So it's going to be like an hour and a half. It's going to be maybe 2 hours long, and it'll come out right when the documentary comes out. It'll come out a day or two after the documentary, to where I go through all of the details that I could not include in the documentary, different theories and topics and different behind the scenes nuggets, and all of the people that have donated to the channel, including the people that have donated to this live stream, for example. Anyone that donates to the YouTube channel between now and that behind the scenes, everyone's name is listed in that behind the scenes, because YouTube gives me access to every person who's donated, even if it was 3 months ago. And so I've made a list of everyone, all the supporters, people like Joyce, who are tier 1 and 2 members of the channel. All of the funds on this channel have gone to creating this documentary. And so I really, really appreciate it, and don't think that I've forgotten. And all of you guys will be recognized in that massive kind of behind the scenes podcast as a thank you for helping fund the project, because it's gone a long way. So thank you guys. Okay. So yeah, they're riding along the Missouri River at this point. They're technically south of it, so they're over Nebraska. Jennifer, you as well, of course. Jennifer's in the house. Thank you so much. Yes, I remember the fundraiser. That was a lot of fun. Really good times. KK, watching from Indiana, first time in here. Well, thank you for being in here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fire. I just said I wasn't going to do it. I'm going to fire up the camera. I'm going to fire it up, just so I can say hey to a few of you guys that are in here for the first time. Okay. Boom. There I am. Hold on. How do I turn this on? There we are. Hello. How's it going? I'm still here. I'm behind the camera. I'm here. Oops, that's me again, times a million. Beth says, do you know if his probable cause affidavit will be released today? Not sure. I would imagine it's going to be tomorrow, if I had to guess, though. If I had to guess, it'll be tomorrow. And I have a negative COVID test right here as well, so that's a very good thing. For those of you who don't know, I tested positive for COVID during the Christmas break, so I'm feeling almost back to 100%. I lost a little bit of my smell. That's back almost. So I'm very excited about that. I love how this started as, and even in the description it says, there's no audio on this stream. And then I've slowly turned everything on, and I'm all of a sudden streaming like normal now. But I'm going to turn the camera off, because I do have to go run back and forth between different offices, different rooms in the house throughout the stream. But I wanted to pop on and say hey. So hello to the new people. Shelly, Happy New Year and congratulations on your documentary. Can't wait to see your documentary. Thank you so much. And Shelly, you are now one of the many, many people, the hundreds of people that have contributed to the documentary, because even though the documentary is done, there are certain things that I have to still pay for, like different licensing fees for music and for footage. The last licensing fee that I am sending out the money for is going to be sent out later this week, and that is for news footage. So even though the documentary is done, all of that goes towards the doc, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you, Shelly, for the 10. Appreciate it. Okay, so yeah, once you zoom out, you really see how much air traffic there is in the U.S. It always seems like way more because of how big the little planes are on the screen, but like they're really tiny actually in the grand scheme of things. It almost looks like they're all going to run into each other. So thanks again, Shelly. Really appreciate that. And I cannot wait for the documentary to be out so you guys can see it. Crown Royale, a documentary that I produced about a double homicide that took place in Kansas. I talk about it a little bit behind in the stream, so if you want to scroll back a little bit, you can see. But that will be coming out shortly. The trailer will be dropping on the channel, so definitely look out for that in the next several weeks to about a month. But yeah, where is he going to land? Is he going to land anywhere? I don't know. Okay, we can hide the aircraft. There we go. Thanks, Cheeky Chops. I forgot to add that setting in. But this is when we remove all the planes, you can get a better idea of his location without fully seeing it, without seeing the other planes. So yeah, he took off this morning from near Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, so in this area right here, and flew over to Champaign, Illinois, where he, I assume, got lunch and refueled. And they've already almost flown that same exact distance again. So I would imagine if they are still going to take another break, then that will happen somewhat soon. My guess now is that they're going to stop somewhere in Rapid City, South Dakota. KK, which double murder in Kansas? The double homicide that took place in Great Bend, Kansas in September of 2002. It's the Dolly Madison double homicide. If you just look up Great Bend, Kansas 2002 double homicide, then you will see it. I appreciate you asking, KK. And for those of you wondering, yeah, the documentary is done. It is done, and it will be out very, very soon. Once I know more information, I'll let you guys know. All right. So there it is. He's getting closer, guys. He's getting closer. All right. Let's see. What else are we going to do here? For those of you just joining, this is the plane that Bryan is on. It is, the tail number is N879ST. That's how we're able to track it here. This plane is registered to the state of Pennsylvania police. It is a 2015 Pilatus PC-12. It's a really small fixed-wing aircraft. Probably only a handful of people on the actual craft besides the pilots. So I imagine that Bryan is riding in the back of this plane with his cuffs on, and I don't think that they're probably talking to him. He's probably just looking at the Midwest beneath him slowly go by as it turns into mountains. And boy, when the mountains come, he's going to realize he's getting closer to his fate, his inevitable fate. Keep having to refresh this. But yeah, once he starts seeing mountains, he's going to realize he's getting much closer to potential justice. I'm sure he isn't flying first class. Well, I mean, in such a small plane, everything is essentially the same. So Cheryl asks, how did you get interested in the Dolly Madison case? I got interested because I grew up there. I grew up in that town. So that's how I got interested in it. It's a case that I grew up with, and it's a case that never got the attention that it deserved. And so that is why I decided to create the documentary around it. Miss Dog Lover, hi, I'm new. Alexa said she trusted you 100%, so I do too. Just subbed. Got anyone on the ground in Idaho to see it land? Thank you so much, Miss Dog Lover. I appreciate that. Alexa, thank you so much for recommending the channel. No, I don't personally have anyone in Idaho to see it land, but I can almost guarantee that there's going to be press at the airport to film the flight land. So I'm sure that'll come out soon enough. To the 900 people in here, thank you guys so much. I'm going to go ahead and replay this video on the side. It is the traffic stop from Indiana. So while we track the plane, we're going to rewatch this. We watched it a bit earlier. Definitely tap that like button if you haven't already. And thanks again, Miss Dog Lover. I appreciate it.
Hello.
How you doing?
How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. You right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating.
Gosh, he looks so much like Jake
Is
Gyllenhaal.
this your car? Okay, cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're standing early.
What's WSU?
University, basically.
That is Foxing area.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University,
Yeah.
and you're going where? Oh,
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
oh, okay.
Snow Mountains.
Yeah.
So we're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours to drive. Well,
Yeah.
almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing or
Yeah,
something?
there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where? Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's supposed to university, you know what I mean?
So y'all work at the university there?
So, Miss Dog Lover, don't they usually approach the driver's side? Yeah, this is a heavily trafficked area in terms of the traffic is very strong right now. So, and there's a lot of semis that go through the middle of the country. And so Indiana, it's pretty common. They go to the passenger side when on the highway to not get hit by any vehicles.
I actually do work there.
Oh,
PhD in criminal.
okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
This happened this morning. About an hour and a half ago, we're still wrapping it up for investigating. I'm not sure there's two shootings, but they did shoot somebody.
Let's see.
You
And then
don't know about that, actually. If you were there, there was shooting out of the window or something.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay? All right. Thank you.
Super weird. That whole interaction was super weird. The actual shooting that they're referring to, Let me move the flight tracker over here. He's getting really, really close to... Oh, wait, no, he's not. Never mind. I thought he was getting much closer to Rapid City. For those of you just joining, he is over in between Nebraska and South Dakota. I imagine he's going to be stopping in Rapid City to refuel based on the exact plane that he's on. They would have enough fuel to get all the way there, but I bet that they're going to stop one more time. The shots, or the shooting that they're referring to is this from 12/15/2022. Team gunned down shooter barricaded in apartment after 7-hour standoff. A man has been killed by a member of the SWAT team following a 7-hour standoff at his apartment near WSU in Pullman. So very strange that they used this as their reasoning for leaving. I have no idea why. But it's like at 7:29 a.m. on December 15th, WSU tweeted that they've resolved the situation adjacent to the WSU campus and have declared all clear. Yet this traffic cam footage from much later in the day has Bryan and his father saying that that's the reason they're leaving, but they're in Indiana already. So like, they wouldn't even have been able to get all the way from Idaho to Indiana they wouldn't have left knowing about this shooting yet. So it's super weird that he like brought up this shooting happening back in the morning from this day, December 15th. Yet they weren't even in Moscow, or Pullman rather, in the morning on December 15th. Does that make sense? It does. It's so weird to me. Anyways, all right. So yeah, they're referring to the shootout that happened the morning of December 15th. But anyways, here we are tracking his flight. I see we have 1,100 people in here. Oh my goodness. Thanks for joining. We are tracking the Pennsylvania State Police issued government plane, the Pilatus PC-12, that is carrying Bryan Christopher Kohberger from Pennsylvania to Idaho, back to Idaho. The last stop that they made was in Champaign, Illinois, south of Chicago, to refuel the plane. They started the morning near Scranton, Pennsylvania. So given the distance that they went on their first leg, I would imagine that they're going to stop again to refuel here shortly. So this isn't a normal stream. Normally I have a lot more going on. I've been stepping away here and there during the stream, but now with 1,200 people here, I'm feeling like I just need to turn this into a normal stream. So give me a moment. I'm going to go get changed into a different shirt. And then I will fire on the camera and we can bounce around and just turn this into a normal stream. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. I'm going to keep it on the flight here. I'm going to zoom in. If you're in any of these small towns along the route, be sure to wave up to the snake on the plane. I'll be right back, and we'll get the stream going like normal. We'll get the camera going and whatnot. Thanks, guys, for being here. Hit that like button if you haven't already. 667 of you have. Thank you, Angie, for becoming a level 1 supporter as well. Thank you so much, Angie. Okay. Let's see. David Manning says 100% not his flight. David, I beg to differ. I believe that it is his flight. We are currently tracking this plane here. The plane with the tail N879ST. That is the plane that we are currently tracking. It is definitely his plane. It is also the #1 tracked worldwide plane right now. There is 2,868 people tracking this plane. So you tell me, why on earth would anyone be tracking this plane that is registered to the Pennsylvania State Police, by the way? That is this plane. I don't see any other reason why this would not be his plane. Natalie says it's not his plane, it's the state's. Yeah, exactly. It is, that's true. It's not his plane. So yeah, this isn't owned by Bryan. So I guess if you're speaking about that, then you're right. It's not his, but it is the state of Pennsylvania's. And that is where we're tracking it right now. It is currently over north central Nebraska. Lenore Breckenridge, thank you so much for the 2. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Am I muted? I think I'm muted. I shouldn't be muted now. I should be back on. Susanna, how do you track flights? Well, you take the actual flight number, which in this case is N879ST. And if you use a flight tracking software like Flight Radar 24, you can track the flight with that number, that not necessarily registration number, whatever it would be. There are certain apps like FlightAware that will not let you track certain flights. But this particular software is allowing me to track. If you just go to flightradar24.com, you can see, and it shows you the #1, #2, #3 most tracked flights in the country, in the world. And this is the #1 most tracked flight right now. So if you click it, you can see. Most of the time you can click the flight and it'll tell you where it's heading. But it does not say, in this case, it says not available and not available. So they are not listing their exact route, which makes sense. What prompted you to track this plane, Sandy? If you are unfamiliar, the person that is on this plane is Bryan Christopher Kohberger, who is currently heading back to Idaho after waiving his extradition yesterday in the state of Pennsylvania, where he will return back to the state of Idaho to be given his probable cause affidavit. An arrest warrant will be given for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. So that is why I am currently tracking this plane. I'm just wondering at what time during the day will he be arriving back in Idaho. And it's not looking like the probable cause affidavit will be released today because he's still several hours away. But that is why we're tracking this plane. Thanks for asking. Justin Fenster says, yeah, that makes sense, Justin. I wasn't tracking his altitude, but Justin says it is the plane he is on. However, it doesn't appear he'll be landing in Rapid City. He would have begun his initial descent by now. Yeah, I don't know anything about these particular flights, this particular type of plane, Justin, but I would have imagined the same thing. Justin is referring to his current altitude of 22,000 feet. I would have also imagined he would have started to descend by now as well. On a commercial airline, if you were to land in Rapid City, you would already begin descending way back here, probably towards Des Moines. Maybe not quite that far, but Yeah, I just the other day, a couple days ago, I flew from DC to North Carolina. It was like a 55-minute flight, and we began descending like 10 minutes after we took off. I mean, it was just almost immediate. Angie, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. Angie, really appreciate you. Guys, the people that, I don't know if you guys are donating because of the documentary, but like I said, all the people that donate for the documentary are getting their names in the behind the scenes that will come out here on this channel. So thank you so much, Angie, for that donation. I have your name now. It will be added to the list of the special thanks to the people here on this YouTube channel that have helped fund the documentary that I created, the true crime documentary. And so thank you so much, Angie. How are you tracking? It already landed. Brian Enton said it left 6:30 a.m. Eastern. No, I don't think so. So it may have left. I'm not sure if the plane left at 6:30 a.m. Eastern or if they left to go to wherever they were taking off this morning. I'm going to pull up Brian's tweets right now. But yeah, let me look it up real quick. Cheryl, I wish I could donate. Hey, Cheryl, you rock, Cheryl. Don't even worry about it. Don't even sweat it. I appreciate you. But that is not necessary. Thank you so much for even wanting to, though. All right, we're going to pull up Brian Enton's tweets. So, yeah, he tweeted an hour ago. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, so he was picked up from the Monroe County, Pennsylvania jail at 6 a.m. So that doesn't mean that they took off on the plane at 6 a.m. Keep in mind, they were just at the Monroe County jail at 6 a.m. So let me actually look up Monroe County Jail. So the Monroe County Jail to Scranton, PA. Whoa, hold on. No, hold on. That's not right. Monroe County Jail, Pennsylvania. Directions. I'm not entirely sure if this is where he took off from, but if they left the Monroe County Correctional Facility this morning at 6 a.m., they probably had at least a half-hour drive up to Scranton, where they supposedly took off this morning. So, yeah, that would be at least an hour's drive. And then you have to think about all the different things that they have to do when transporting somebody. So it's not like you just hop in the car and go. I mean, they've got to, it's a whole process. Same thing for getting to the airport and moving him from vehicle to plane and so on. So yeah, even if they left this morning at 6 a.m. to go to the airport, who knows when they took off in the actual plane. All right, back to the flight. We're still looking like we're at a 22,000 foot altitude. So yeah, it's not looking like they're going to be descending anytime soon, or else they would have began that initial descent. Thank you to the pilots that are in the chat today. I have my remote pilot's license, but that is it. That is for much smaller aircraft. And I don't have to, I don't have to know nearly as much as legit pilots, but TMZ has a photo of BK where they landed in Illinois. Thank you so much, TMZ, Bryan Kohberger. I'm going to look that up real quick. Try to find it. Guys, if you haven't already, hit that like button. There's 1,800 people in here and 800 people that have hit the like button. Really appreciate it. It helps get the stream out to potential new subscribers. So thank you guys so much for hitting that like button. I believe this is the video or the photo that you're referring to on TMZ. Bryan Kohberger is flying private to Idaho right now due to face murder charges, and it seems like the teeny tiny plane he's on needed a break mid-flight. So yeah, this is I believe the photo you're referring to there. That is definitely, is that the plane he's on? Yeah, there you go. There he is going into the plane. So yeah, you're right. There he is. That was back in Champaign, Illinois, where they refueled the plane. He, I imagine, got some sort of a bathroom break and food. This is not the exact photo of the plane right here. The actual photo is this one here. So if we compare the TMZ photo, you can see this is the exact image. If I move this, there you go. You can see both the planes now in the same shot. N879ST, that is the actual number that we're tracking on this plane. Kate, you know what? That's a good question. Any members only stream? Any members only? Yes, there is going to be a members only stream coming up. I have neglected to do the members only streams, but I'm going to do something very, very special in the next one. So be on the lookout on the members tab, because I'm going to be doing something very cool in the next members only stream. Thank you for asking. Okay, let's see. Where is he now? Still at a 22,000 foot altitude. Looks like he is not going to be landing in the Rapid City area. Local station in Idaho has no record of him coming into Idaho today, but released from Monroe County to PA State Police. Marilyn, thank you for becoming a level 1 supporter. I appreciate it. Also, NJ, thank you so much for the 15. NJ, really appreciate it. Thank you, NJ. Guys, like I said, that all goes a long way. I'm putting in the final, I'm spending the final amount of money on the documentary for licensing news footage from 20 years ago, and they are charging me $50 per second of footage. So that all helps out so much. So thank you, NJ, for the 15, and for anyone else who supports the channel. You guys, it goes a long way. I really appreciate it. All right, we lost his plane. Let's find it again. There it is. $2,300 people in the chat. Guys, I thought this was going to be a very casual stream where we go through and just follow the flight of Bryan on his way back to Idaho. And it started out initially as a stream where I wasn't even talking. And yet here we are. Now I got the video camera going. I've got the mic going. And this is just turned into a normal stream. So thank you to the 2,300 people that are here. Over 1,000 of you have hit the like button. If you haven't already, hit that like button. That'll help push the stream to other subscribers that maybe have not gotten a notification. Thanks again, Marilyn, for joining. Joe says, if he doesn't come in tonight, it makes more sense to stay at a military or government joint than a Motel 6. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where they would stay. I don't think they really need to house him in any sort of crazy military. I think it would military setup. I think it would just be some sort of a holding facility or some sort of a jail, right? But I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works. I imagine that they'll just make the rest of the trip today. I looked at the weather and it seems decent enough to make the rest of the trip, and they seem to be in a pretty big rush, so I bet that they'll continue on. Running Grey Wolf says you're paying $3,000 an hour. So I did not buy that much footage. So the footage that I licensed was $50 a second, and I want to say I bought maybe 10 or 15 seconds from this particular news network. And so it adds up, and it is a lot of money, but that is the way of the game. That is the way it goes. But thank you guys so much. Thanks, Elizabeth Mayer, for the $2.99 super sticker. Elizabeth, really appreciate you. Thanks for being here. And thanks for that donation. It's like tracking Santa. You know, if Santa killed 4 people. Yeah, this is a little different than tracking Santa. This is Bryan Christopher Kohberger, not Christopher Columbus. Wait, Christopher Columbus. I got that wrong. Saint Nicholas. Why am I saying Christopher? Saint Nicholas. Guys, my COVID brain farts are still happening. When I got COVID, I'm over it now, but my gosh, my stream yesterday, I couldn't even say extradition. I was getting my words all mixed up, so bear with me here. Let's see. Can we play GeoGuessr? Maybe. Christopher Kringle. Is that what it is? Chris Kringle. There we go. We were talking about tracking Santa. I knew there was a Christopher Kringle. There we go. Chris Kringle. Crazy. Oh, man. Okay, we might play GeoGuessr later. Oh my gosh, everyone's going crazy with the donos now. It's NJ again. NJ for the 20. Thank you, NJ. That is so nice of you. Thank you so much. You don't have to do that. I really appreciate it, though. NJ has single-handedly basically donated for 1 second of footage that I'm licensing. So thank you so much, NJ. Okay. For those of you just joining, of the 2,600 people that are here, we are currently tracking Bryan Christopher Kohberger's flight from the East Coast back to Moscow, Idaho area. He's flying in a Pennsylvania State Police issued aircraft. This is the aircraft here. This is it from TMZ. This is him walking up to the aircraft from earlier today. When they were in Illinois refueling. We are tracking that flight across the country, where it is now probably, 700 or 800 miles from Idaho at this point. So we still got quite a ways to go. Lacey says, will they release the PCA even with gag order? I believe that the probable cause affidavit will still be released. Just because I think that, everything that I've been hearing so far is that it will likely still be released. It's just a matter of when. Ray, I love it when you get loads of people in. Yeah, I do too, Ray. It's a lot of fun when there's people here to watch the stream with. Monica, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Monica Stevenson, really appreciate you. Thank you so much. So like I said, we're tracking this 2015 aircraft that is said to have Bryan Christopher Kohberger on board. The aircraft is at a altitude of 22,000 feet. It is currently in South Dakota. specifically over the town of, coming up on the town of Wood, which looks like about the smallest town that you could imagine. The biggest city that they're near is probably the Rapid Valley area, and they're still probably a good half hour to 40 minutes from there. Why put him on a slow plane? I mean, this plane definitely isn't slow. I mean, they're making quite a bit of headway here. This plane goes about 330 miles an hour according to Google. Obviously a commercial airline is going to go 550 miles an hour, somewhere around that. So obviously this is a much slower plane than a commercial airline. But I imagine it's also, he's such a high profile case that they're obviously not going to put him on, like a commercial flight, like a Southwest flight, for example. If you zoom in, you can see the plane is going pretty quick. It's booking it. The plane itself is not showing its vertical or its speed. The ground speed is 252 knots. So that is 289 miles an hour. So in terms of comparison to the ground speed, he's going just under 300 miles an hour, 289 miles an hour. So still substantially faster than a vehicle would be. They're making it back much faster. Rita Butler Jones, thank you for the 2. Thank you, Rita. Thank you so much for the 2. Ryan says that's a pretty standard airspeed for that type of aircraft. Chris Kringle. Yeah, it is the number 1 tracked airplane in the world right now. There's 3,600 people currently tracking this flight. So they are still, gosh, let's just see how far Wanblee, let me see, Wanblee, South Dakota is, let's see how far that is from where they're headed. If they are going to Pullman, Washington, then it is just under 1,000 miles, probably. Yeah, well under, like 800 to 1,000 miles. So they're still a good 800 miles away. I bet Pennsylvania couldn't wait to get him on a plane out. Yeah, I imagine so. They were, I mean, it sounded like he was excited to get back as well. Aaron, hey Aaron, how long have they been flying for now? So since here, let me try to figure out exactly when they took off. That info is not listed here, but they've been flying for well over an hour at this point, almost 2 hours. Well, no, they've been flying for over 2 hours since Champaign, Illinois. So they're, I imagine, going to be stopping somewhat soon. If the pilot that was in here earlier is still in here, let me know. Do you foresee them making another stop? The exact plane that they're on says it has a fuel capacity, a mileage of 1,800 miles roughly. And the exact distance from Champaign, Illinois to Pullman, which is where I believe they're going to be flying, is about 1,500 or 1,700 miles, somewhere between there. So he could technically probably make it on this gas tank. But my guess is that they're going to stop for fuel. And Pullman is in Washington. So Pullman is right here next to the city of Moscow, which is where the murders took place. But yeah, if there's any pilots in the chat, let me know. I believe that they'll be stopping one more time just because I don't think it's super, super common to fly all of your fuel. Jack Green says supposed to be at Rapid City for fuel. So I don't know if they are going to be stopping at Rapid City, but that's a possibility. Someone said no airport in Moscow. Yeah, the actual airport that they'd be flying into would be this Pullman Moscow regional airport. It is shared between the two cities. So yeah, maybe they're making a late descent. I mean, they're still a little ways behind outside of Rapid City. So I know we had a pilot in here talking about how they would have began their descent by now, but I don't know. They're still a little ways outside Rapid City. I could see them starting to make their descent into Rapid City for one more stop. We'll just have to track this altitude over here because they're still showing 22,000 strong, which is about the altitude they've been going this entire time. Leroy says, what is your channel? What is your usual topic on your channel? Very informative today. Thanks for the 10, Leroy. Typically on the channel, we talk about true crime cases, missing persons cases like this one, the Bryan Christopher Kohberger case, which should be called the Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee case. But we've been following this case for a while now. Obviously, there have been hundreds of thousands of people tuning into these streams across YouTube. We have 3,000 of them in here right now, which is crazy. But yeah, we follow cases like that. If you guys are new to my channel, definitely hit the subscribe button. I personally have also made a documentary in the last year about a double homicide that took place in my hometown in Kansas. That documentary is set to come out in the next month to month and a half, depending on how long it takes. So if that's something that sounds interesting to you, please hit that subscribe button. We're getting close to 30,000 subscribers. I will check on this in a little bit. Maybe we can get to 28,000 subscribers during today's stream. So I'm gonna pull that back up shortly. It looks like a few of you just hit the subscribe button, so thank you guys so much. But Leroy, that is the kind of stuff we talk about on this channel. We talk about true crime, missing persons cases, things like that. The documentary is going to be called The Dolly Madison Murders. There is an IMDb page out already for it. The channel will be releasing my channel will be releasing the trailer here in the next probably month. So be on the lookout for that. I'm very, very excited to release the channel. Jay Barrett, Aaron and the mods run a tidy show here, so all the new people are really welcome to this community. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't have a ton of mods, but you can see them bouncing in and out here. We have Alexa here. We had Alicia here earlier and Angela, but we run a pretty tight ship. It's a pretty small channel. We don't typically have 3,000 people in the stream. We typically will have anywhere from 200 to 700 people depending on the topic. And so, yeah, it's good to have you all here. And thank you to the people joining and donating. NJ, thank you for becoming a level 1 supporter. Thank you guys so much. Holly, good to see you. Bruno Jones, this page had great coverage of Gabby's case. Yeah, that's kind of where I started the channel back up, is talking about the Brian Laundrie Gabby Petito case. TMZ showed him. Ray, we have great chats. Yeah, TMZ showed him getting on the plane. It's definitely his plane. Yeah, this is TMZ showing Brian basically walking up to the plane. This is the plane that he's on here. This is the plane that we're tracking. This was back when they were in Illinois, getting some more fuel. We're continuing to track that plane here. We'll see. It is still 22,000 feet above the ground, so I don't think that they're going to make their descent into Rapid City. At least it doesn't seem like it right now. But I do still think that they're going to be refueling soon. Jennifer, what up, Aaron? Love the flight tracking. Thanks, Jennifer. Yeah, like I said at first, I was just going to start tracking the flight and just kind of leave it, but it's turned into a normal stream. Crusty Buttons, have you heard of Bullhorn Betty? Yes, I've heard of Bullhorn Betty. Mark Air is saying max range 1,300 miles. Okay, I was seeing, I think, 1,600 or 1,700 miles. So if it's a max range of 1,300 miles, then they're absolutely going to have to stop, because the distance from Champaign, Illinois to Idaho is more than 1,300 miles. So Tracy, you have a great on-air voice, very soothing. That's hard to find for wind down at night listening, so I'm going to subscribe. Tracy, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I try to not have a very loud and obtrusive voice, so that's good to know that it's not too annoying. Every flight is tracked, but we don't have the tail numbers. Yeah, the tail number here on this flight is N879ST. It is the number one tracked plane currently on Flight Radar 24. Some of you were asking, how do you track flights? Well, let me show you. Typically, I use a thing called Flight Aware is typically what I'll use. And if we actually type in N879ST, N879ST, you can see that it's listed as a Pennsylvania State Police flight. But the actual Flight Aware is not allowing for this flight to be tracked. Okay? Flight Radar 24 is tracking this flight live. It is the number one worldwide tracked plane right now. There's 4,396 people currently tracking this plane. And yeah, that's how we're doing it. Jennifer in Oregon, how can I send you a video to a link I just saw? That could be Bryan's confession you might want to cover. You can always tweet me if you have a Twitter. My DMs are always open. I also have an email. I'll go ahead and send my email real quick. Well, my email, I'll just say this. My email is in the description of my video. Or not the description of the video, the about section of my YouTube page. If you want to email me. Squeaky Wheel. I can't believe they're transporting this guy using snail air. They want to give him plenty of time to chat it up. B, they know he hates to fly, so they're torturing him with a long, bumpy ride. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is a fairly quick way of traveling still across the country. These are pretty decent little planes. All right. Also, Alex, the mod, just posted, I have a Google form. I get on that still every now and again, but if you want to send me anything on the Google form for future videos, anything like that, you can always click that Google form. Let me open up my Twitter just in case someone does send me something throughout the stream. Oh, we have a descent. We're descending. 21,775. So we are under the 22,000 foot mark. Now, they could be going under a bit of weather, but it does look like they are descending even more, 21.6. So it looks like we're descending into maybe Rapid City, 21,500 feet. So yeah, 21,475. So yep, we are likely landing in Rapid City. I don't know if he's going to Rapid City Regional Airport, but that is where it appears. Yep, 21,225. Yep, they're going into Rapid City, guys. Quick, scramble, TMZ. Yeah, TMZ is like, get it to the airport now. We got to get another photo of him. They're going to get just the same photo. You could take this photo right here and just say, this photo was taken from Rapid City, South Dakota. Now, people would pick up on it. But this is the photos of Bryan from back in Illinois, guys. For those of you just joining, the last stop that they were on was back here in Champaign, Illinois. And they have now flown to what I believe is going to be Rapid City, Pennsylvania. They're at 20,500 feet now, where they will likely refuel. I don't know that they're going to stay there for the night. I imagine they're probably going to get back on the plane and finish the rest of the trip. So Queen Bee, can't wait to see the documentary. Queen Bee, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 10. I will add your name to the list of people to thank in the behind the scenes of the documentary. So thank you so much, Queen Bee. I am actually not having to pay to track this flight. I'm just tracking the flight. There is a paid version of this app, Flight Radar, but I'm just using the free version. At this rate, what would be the ETA of arriving in Idaho? So at this rate, I would say, since they've been going, it's probably 2.5 hours since their last stop. And they have probably about the same distance to go after this. I would imagine it's going to be at least another 2.5 hours. So we probably won't continue. I don't know if we'll continue to track it all the way. I mean, let me know. Let me know if you want me to just keep tracking his flight. But I would imagine it's going to be a good couple hours if they continue to go on all the way to Pullman tonight. We'll just have to see. I can show all the flights. Yeah, these are all the flights over the U.S. right now. So this is the rest of the flights throughout the U.S. And then I can just single it to his flight. Kay says, keep tracking. Yeah, I'll keep tracking. I'll keep tracking. Track the entire way. All right, we're going to keep on tracking, guys. Lima says, no, it's boring. You should go to a different stream then. If you think it's boring, move on. Thank you, though. But this is the reason why I wanted to do this stream, is just to have an option for people to just continue to track it. For those of you who have hit the subscribe button, thank you so much. To the 27,905 of you that have joined. Wow, we're getting very close to 28,000. Wow. We hit 28,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. It is just going up and up and up. We could very well, wow. I'm going to come back to that later. Thank you guys so much for joining. I'll keep tracking. If you guys are still here, I'll keep tracking. If you guys hit the thumbs up button, that'll help get the stream out to potentially other people that would like to watch this content. So if you haven't already, tap that like button. YouTube basically sends the video into people's subscription feeds, essentially. M says 30K today. Yeah, I don't think we would hit 30K, but that would be pretty cool. So yeah, as you guys can see, 17,325 feet is their current altitude. They are getting closer to the ground. I assume they are landing in Rapid City to refuel. So we will likely have another TMZ article coming out very soon with another photo of Bryan Let's see. I'm going to play this again. I know I've played it several times, but I'm going to go ahead and play it again. I'm going to pull it up in just a moment. It is the traffic stop. Give me just a second. Here we go.
Hello.
How you doing?
How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. So he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay. Cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're standing early.
What's WSU?
Yeah, I go to the university basically. And we were listening to this incident that was occurring up there. It was a good shooting incident.
That is SWAT team and everything.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University,
Yeah.
and you're going where? Oh,
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
oh, okay.
Pocono Mountains. Yeah. So we're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours to drive. Well,
Yeah.
almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah,
There was
the mass shooting and everything.
We don't
Where?
know if it was a mass
Where?
shooting. This was essentially what ended up happening was
Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's supposed to be university, you know what I mean?
So y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh,
PhD in criminal.
okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
This happened this morning, so I don't know.
About an hour and a half ago, we're still wrapping it up for investigating. I'm not sure there's two shooters because they did shoot somebody,
I see.
and then
We don't know about that actually. They were there, they were shooting out of the window or something.
Interesting.
So that was once again the traffic stop from their trip back to Pennsylvania on December 15th. Talking about a shooting happening, very strange. Yeah, very, very weird. If you're just joining, we're tracking Bryan Kohberger's flight back to Idaho. He's currently descending into the Rapid City area quickly, 12,875 feet. They were flying at an altitude of 22,000 feet for the majority of the flight. I saw somebody's tweet basically saying that he will likely be in the airport, Pullman, Moscow airport by 7 p.m. Eastern or sooner. So they are stopping in Rapid City for fuel and should be in Pullman City Airport by 7 p.m. Eastern or sooner. So I think that it's going to take a little bit longer than that, possibly, based on the current flight that they just did, the leg of the trip that they just did. But I'm still seeing people saying he should be on Idaho soil by 7 p.m. Eastern. So we'll just have to see how close that is, how accurate that is. They're getting really close to landing at this point. This is the number one tracked plane in America right now, worldwide on this site. 4,900 people, including myself, have tracked it. They are getting very, very close at this point to landing. To the 3,000 people that are here, thank you so much. Thank you to the people like Marilyn Henry that are donating. Thank you for the $5 super sticker, Marilyn. It is very much appreciated. Thank you so much. To the people that have liked the channel so far, liked the stream, to the 1,700 of you, thank you so much. To the others, If you are enjoying the stream, tap that like button. Aaron, have you spoken to Tony Klein's friend lately? I have not, John C. I thought about doing another live stream. He has not responded to me. I reached out to him. He has not responded to me. I don't know what to make of that entire situation. So thank you for asking and thank you for the 5. But no, he has not gotten back with me. G Valley says, why is the trooper questioning so intently for tailgating? I think that it was a setup. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, part of me thinks that they would not risk getting another agency involved. I think it probably was a legitimate traffic stop. And, maybe they thought, oh, is this the guy? White Elantra, Washington plates. Who knows? A U.S. Army helicopter reported close by. Could they be using that next? I don't know. Let's see what else is nearby. This looks like another. Yeah, this is a helicopter nearby. A U.S. Army helicopter. Flying near. Once again, this is the flight that we're tracking here. I think that they'll probably remain on this flight here, if I had to guess. This helicopter, I don't know what it's doing. Maybe routine stuff down here. Just shared you on Court TV. What do you mean by that, Amy? Just shared you on Court TV. He won't get to the courthouse in Moscow for another 4 to 5 hours. Might have an arraignment in the morning. PCA by afternoon tomorrow. Yeah, I think that is likely the case. I think the probable cause will come out tomorrow. I've already created a thumbnail, and I will stream tomorrow when the probable cause affidavit comes out, if it does come out tomorrow. But they will certainly not be getting to that today. But they are stopping to refuel. They're about 8,000 feet in the air right now on their descent into the Rapid City area. Thank you, Jennifer in Oregon, for the 5. Appreciate the professionalism and level-headedness of your channel. Keep it up. Thanks, Jennifer in Oregon. Thank you. Yeah, we try to keep it pretty professional here. I just don't think there's any other way to do it. I personally am not a confrontational person. I don't like drama. So when people get dramatic about things, look, I'm totally down for people to have conversations within the chat about speculation of what they think happened with certain cases and so on and so forth. But I personally don't really get too into the drama of things, and so I like that you guys appreciate that as well. It is an interesting thing, though, to speculate and to dive deep into some of these things and question, why do these things happen? Jack Green, thanks for the $1.99. Appreciate it, Jack. For those just joining, I know it's boring for some of you that have maybe been here this entire time, but for those who are just joining, we're currently tracking the Pilatus PC-12 aircraft that is used by the Pennsylvania State Police. As you can see here, it is the aircraft that is carrying Bryan Kohberger, who is suspected of killing the 4 college students at the University of Idaho back on November 13th. Just shy of 2 months ago now, a month and a half-ish. He was arrested, I believe, on the 30th of December. One second. He was arrested in Pennsylvania, and he is now being flown from Pennsylvania back to Idaho. He waived his extradition yesterday, and he is heading back to Idaho. Hold on 1 second. All right. Let's see. So yeah, they are descending into the Rapid City area for a refuel. That is currently what's happening, which is what they did about 2.5, 3 hours ago in Illinois. So these photos on the right are from Illinois. You can see him being walked into the airport area at the small airstrip in Illinois where they were refueling. So it looks like this will probably be their final leg of the trip, as they are now much closer to Idaho. This is where those photos from TMZ were, right here. And now they are all the way up in Rapid City. Thank you so much to Sally Beth. Thank you for your work on your channel from Daytona Beach, Florida. Thank you, Sally. Really appreciate that, Sally. There's the notification. Sally, I wish I was in Florida right now. The weather, I'm sure, is wonderful. So enjoy it. Kelly L says, why are they stopping again? They are stopping to refuel. So the plane that they're on only has a limited fuel capacity, and they are likely going to be refueling for the last leg of the flight. Oh, that's cool, Amy K. That's awesome. Time to fuel up and replace the rubber bands that power the motor. Man, Squeaky Wheel really doesn't think that this is a nice plane. These are really actually super nice planes. I don't think there's anything wrong with flying him in one of these private fixed wing aircrafts. I mean, they are going across the country in a pretty reasonable amount of time. Certainly much quicker than if they were to drive him. And it's certainly much more low key than putting him on a commercial aircraft. So that's definitely not something that they're going to do. But I get what you're saying. It is definitely a slower plane than they maybe could have had him on. But wind up plane, yeah. If you haven't already, guys, hit that like button. 1,800 likes in the chat. We have almost 3,000 people in the stream. If you haven't already, tap that like button. It is free to do so. And it helps get the channel into potential viewers that would like to watch this content. So thank you for hitting that like button if you haven't already. Okay, I'm going to pull up some Twitter stuff here. We're going to pull up some tweets, see what people are talking about. Let's see if Bryan Enton has remained quiet over the last couple hours. But if we go to the hashtag Bryan Christopher Kohberger, we got a lot of people tracking his flight. Let's see. Yeah, this is stuff that we're seeing as well already. A lot of people talking about the Black Hawk that's near Rapid City, seeing if it's related. This person's using the Bryan Kohberger hashtag with this random photo. There's the photos of him actually at the airport in Indiana, or Illinois rather. Lance K says, I bet Bryan Enton is flying also. Yeah, a lot of people joked about Bryan Enton being on the wing of the plane trying to get an interview with Bryan. Bryan trying to get an interview with Bryan. Kohberger, Bryan Enton has been, you know what he needs? He needs a nap because he has been everywhere. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's on a flight back to Idaho as well right now. Let's see. I'm getting a bunch of calls right now. Don, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker, Don. Really appreciate you. I'm going to do a little shameless self-promotion here. And I'm going to go to the IMDb page and type in my own name. And I'm going to show you guys the page for the documentary that I've created called The Dolly Madison Murders that is set to come out in the next couple of months. This is the poster here, the first iteration of the poster. For those that are new to the channel, which there seem to be a lot of new people on the channel, just know that any donations, any money made on this channel has gone to help fund this documentary. And so it is greatly appreciated. And just know that it is going to a good cause. They are currently landing right now, breaking news, at the regional airport in Rapid City. They just touched down, it looks like right now. The altitude is not accurate. It looks like they are on the ground. Yep, there we go. Calibrated altitude 0 feet. So they are now on the ground in Rapid City Regional Airport. Thanks again, Don, for the super sticker. And Laua Girl, thank you for becoming a level 1 supporter. Really appreciate it. Fact, not fiction, says just landed. Yeah, here we are. So that leg of the trip is now done. And we can go ahead and expect new TMZ photos if they are in fact at the airport. But yeah, let's just keep going through the Twitter here because they have officially landed. We can go ahead and see what people are saying. How long to refuel and pee? The refueling process will probably take... I mean, I bet that they won't be in the air again for another 25-30 minutes minimum. We'll look at the actual Bryan Kohberger hashtag momentarily, but yeah, they are taxiing, it looks like right now, off of the runway. Thankfully, this tracking software allows you to zoom in directly. Let me actually pull up a map of this airport. Rapid City Regional, here we go. So they are, it looks like right here, the corner. So I don't know where they're going to go for the fuel. Looks like there's some tanks over here. I don't know how much it's going to trace. Shaman Girl says they probably had to land to pick up a vegan meal. Yeah, it's very interesting. It sounds like they're accommodating his vegan diet, which it's like, at what point do they not? You know what I mean? Like, if he goes to prison for something, is that legitimately a requirement? I don't know. Beach Gal 818. So for those of you who that are just joining, Bryan Kohberger has just landed in western South Dakota at a small regional airport outside Rapid City. They are appearing to be fueling up for their last leg of the trip. They are in a small fixed-wing aircraft. This is it right here. It is issued to the Pennsylvania State Police. It is a Pilatus PC-12. It has a relatively small cabin, so there's only a handful of people on the flight with Bryan. This is the exact plane right here. This is it here in Illinois when he made a pit stop. TMZ posted these photos. If I had to guess, TMZ is also here in Rapid City snagging a photo at the airport as they refuel. Jackie says, for real, he's going to starve in prison. Well, if it's not legitimately an issue with like an allergy to meat, I mean, you would think he just eventually has to eat what they give him, right? It's like, hey, this is what you get, buddy, or you're getting nothing. But yeah, we are just going to track this flight and see. It is completely stationary at this point. It is not going anywhere. It is outside of Rapid City, South Dakota. Let's go ahead and pull up. Yeah, so someone just said, can you change your settings to satellite? Uh-oh. Live not found. Uh-oh. It's not accurately showing it now. So let's zoom back in here. It went away. Okay. I wonder if there was an issue with the FAA or anything, and they just recently took the flight off of tracking. We cannot find data about this flight. But if I click this flight, it's there. It's the second most tracked. I wonder who's on this flight. Holy cow. Who's this? I wonder if they took it off tracking. It may reappear when they take off again. So we're going to keep it close. If the actual, we'll try to compare the different, their location was basically right here. I mean, he's just somewhere on the tarmac or somewhere near the runway. They're probably actually right near the fuel. Natalie says the site crashed. No, the site seems to be working. It's just not, the data is not showing anymore when you click the flight. So we'll wait a moment. Aaron maybe switched aircraft. Yeah, I mean, there's always a possibility of an aircraft switch. Let me just go to this. There was people talking about the other aircraft in the area. Yeah, this helicopter that people were talking about is still circling around the mountains over here. I don't believe he'll be getting in a helicopter. They either requested it to not be tracking, because the number 2 flight, the number 2 most tracked flight right now is still allowing to be tracked. So it must just be because they're refueling, possibly. I'm not sure. I'm going to zoom into the airport and wait because we want to make sure and be able to click it if it does take off. Wow, 4,000 people in the chat, 2,000 likes. Guys, if you haven't already, hit that like button. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. We are now nearing 29,000 subscribers. I guess we might be able to actually hit 29,000 subscribers by the end of the chat, or by the end of the live stream. If you're enjoying this, we are going to continue to track Bryan Kohberger's flight. Hit that subscribe button if you guys are enjoying this content. Bryan is supposedly in Rapid City, South Dakota, refueling. The plane that he's on is apparently refueling, and then they're going to be making the final leg of the trip back to Idaho. I think I might need to slow. Crown Royal says, does this guy read his chat? Yes, I do. I do read the chat. I do need to slow it down a little bit, though, with 4,200 people in here. I'm going to turn it on to where maybe every 20 seconds you guys are able to say something. I turned it on slow mode, but I do read the chat. Yes, when it's going by super fast, it can be hard to read. So, all right, let's click it. Here we go. No, this is the number 1 now. Oh, no. Okay, so the number 2 flight is still not able to be tracked. Weird. Someone commented and said, could it be that Idaho State flew in to meet that aircraft? I don't know. I mean, since that aircraft is a Pennsylvania state issued government aircraft, there, I guess, could be a case where he now gets on a flight that is issued to the state of Idaho and that's used for transporting, prisoners in the state of Idaho. And then this flight, I guess, could make its way back to Pennsylvania or wherever it's supposed to go next. But there also could be a thing where the actual aircraft, and there is another plane that just took off there from that airport. When the aircraft is refueling, I think certain things are turned off on the aircraft. So there's still just a chance that they're refueling. And once they are done refueling, certain instruments on the plane turn back on, and then you're able to track it again. So we're going to wait. It has now become the number 3. No, not even the number 3 most tracked. PC-12. There's way less people now tracking it. But yeah, once it finishes up fueling, I'm sure that things get turned back on and it'll be able to be tracked again. So, cough, hiccup, usually they aren't tracked once landed, or your screen would be packed with planes. Well, I turned off. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of planes still. I did turn off the other tracking for other planes while we were tracking that one. But you're talking about it would be full of planes on here. Yeah, I mean, this is also a really small regional airport, so there's probably not a ton of planes here right now. We're going to leave it on here right now because I imagine it's going to reappear once it's done fueling. Yeah, Alex, I doubt they would change planes. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be changing planes, guys. I think that it'll reappear here very, very shortly. Let's check out the Bryan Kohberger hashtag. See what people are saying. Lexi on Twitter says, Kohberger just landed in Rapid City for what seems to be like the 30th stop. Why can't I be more patient? It's only been a couple of stops now, but I can see why people are getting anxious for his arrival back in Idaho. It looks like maybe another shot of him landing in Idaho. I'm not sure. This person's saying, no, these photos are from Indiana or Illinois. Maybe not this one. I don't know about that one. Oh, hold on. This is him leaving oh, that was yesterday, leaving the courthouse. It's just a different shot. All right, let's go back, see if it's reappeared. Yeah, it is now not on the top 10 listed flights being tracked currently, so we can't click it. If we actually type in the N879ST, yeah, it's not showing up. Check out Anjanette Levy. Where at? On Twitter or where? Anjanette Levy on Twitter says, anyone at Rapid City Airport right now, United Flight 5294. If you snap pics of state police that just landed on board, please feel free to share. Oh, so there is another flight, a United flight, it looks like, at that airport. And Anjanette Levy of Law Crime Network is asking anyone on that United flight to snap a photo of the plane that just landed. Interesting stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Kimberly, I shared your YouTube page with like 4,000 followers. You're only one tracking. Oh, thank you so much, Kimberly. I really appreciate that. It sounds like, or it looks like some of those people definitely hopped over here because we have close to 4,000 people watching the stream. So thanks so much for sharing it. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Okay. We are going to continue. Let's see if it has shown back up. It has not yet shown back up. We'll refresh the page. For those of you just joining, Bryan's flight has landed in Rapid City Regional Airport. It has gone off of the list of the most tracked flights. I'm sure as it's refueling, certain instruments on the plane are shut off to where we cannot track it. Someone's talking about United Flight 5294, which appears to be 5294 in Rapid City. It's scheduled. Oh, so they're going to be arriving soon. It looks like maybe it already arrived. It's not showing up, but they don't want it tracked. Mr. Raven, I mean, it is what it is. This is all out there for the public. People are going to be anticipating his arrival in likely Pullman. There's going to be people at that airport when he gets there, whether this is being tracked or not. So Christina says, I am watching you and Ikid Mel. That is an awesome choice to be watching. Ikid Mel is an awesome channel. He shouted out my channel during the Brian Laundrie Gabby Petito case, and a lot of you guys joined because of Ikid Mel. So thank you for watching. Okay, so once again, guys, the flight is nowhere to be seen. I don't know if they have refueled the flight yet. We are waiting in anticipation. If we zoom out, we can actually see all of the flights happening across the country. The last stop, so they're in Rapid City right now. The last stop they made was here in Illinois, specifically south of Chicago, near Champaign, Illinois. And they flew all the way from Champaign to where they're at now in Rapid City, supposedly refueling. BA says, flight radar only tracks when the plane is in the air. We should have connection with it when it takes off. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Obviously, it showed it land, and then it shortly after it went off. So, hoping for the best there. Joyce, I have added you as a moderator if you so choose to want to be on Troll Patrol. Joyce, you've been a part of the channel for so long. You do not have to by any means become a moderator like every time we stream, but anytime you're in here and there is a stream such as this where we have thousands more people than what we normally do, just be on the lookout if anyone needs to be timed out or anything like that. But just just in case Alex has to go, because I think Alex has, a birthday or something later tonight, I believe. And yeah, so thank you, Joyce. By no means is that a task that you have to fulfill, though. Okay, let's see if TMZ has tweeted. Is TMZ... St. Elmo's is saying he is switched planes and he's back in the air. TMZ has not tweeted. Coasty Girl says it is no longer allowed to be tracked. Where are you reading that, Coasty Girl? I'm very curious. This plane did go by earlier. This one just left, but I don't believe he'd be on this going to Sioux Falls, so he's definitely not on that flight. I don't know if he... Yes, we were able... So I wasn't tracking the flight prior to its last takeoff. I started tracking it after it left Illinois. So there's not a lot of planes in this area. I don't believe a plane has really left yet. Coasty Girl, thanks again for that. Man. So is this it? Do you think this is it? Squeaky says they likely put him in a small plane because the airport they will be landing at can't handle the big ones. Oh no, I'm almost positive that the airport that he'd be landing at would be able to handle the airplane that they were at, for sure. David says weather changing rapidly in Washington. Interesting. I wonder if there would be a case for driving him the rest of the way. How far is it? I mean, I doubt it. But if they weren't going to have any sort of public appearance until tomorrow. Rapid City Regional Airport. The directions from Rapid City to Pullman by car, that's got to be at least oh wow, yeah, that's 14 hours. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, there's definitely no way. Thank you, Coasty Girl, for the 5. It says on my flight thing that it's not allowed to be tracked by public. Yeah, I was seeing the same thing as well, Coasty, on FlightAware, the app FlightAware. If you go to FlightAware, it will say this aircraft is not available for the public per request. That has been the case all day for FlightAware. So if you're using FlightAware, it has not been able to be tracked at all during the day. But on Flight Radar 24, which is what we're on, I have been able to track it here. Let me see what it says. It's saying we cannot find specific data for your flight. So I don't know. I would imagine that the tracking will resume when the plane moves. Oh, Squeaky says, no, I meant they didn't put him on a large 737 to begin with, since they'll likely be landing at a fairly small airport in Idaho. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if anything, they would have just put him on a flight to like Spokane, Washington or something, and then driven him down. So they could have definitely flown a big plane into Spokane and then driven him down to Moscow. However hour long flight or whatever drive. But they probably chose this for the most kind of anonymous route, I guess. But yeah, we may have to just see what happens here. We'll give it a bit more time and see if they take off out of Rapid City here. Christina says, I think the plane will take off again. We'll see. I'm not sure where they're flying into. I've been hearing that they're going to be flying into Pullman, but I was just thinking initially that Spokane would be the biggest. If there's any pilots in the chat, how long does it take to refuel typically? Typical refuel time. Let's see, how long? Trying to see how long it takes. Refuel. Someone said, thank you, Gary. Did Gary say how long it takes? Crime Journal says, I did the same thing in Champaign. Transponder off after landing, then back on before takeoff. It will be back on, takes about 30 minutes unless they're going to have dinner there. Yeah, that's a good point. There's a chance that they're maybe having dinner. So I think I'm just being impatient at this point. Let's just go check the old Twitter and see if anything else is going on, and then we will bounce back. Annie says it took an hour in Illinois. Okay, so I'm just being impatient at this point. Yeah, everyone's just saying he's landed in Rapid City. We could go to TMZ real quick. See if they've posted anything. TMZ, Bryan Kohberger. Yeah, the last stuff that they've posted about was the pit stop in Illinois. Which, once again, these are those photos from their last pit stop. Someone said a flight is leaving Rapid City on flight radar right now. I doubt it's his. They probably sent meals on the plane. Yeah, you would think that they would only be stopping for, because there's a bathroom on this plane, I'm sure. But for the rest of the people on the plane, I'm sure they're all going to try to just go to the bathroom when they can, when they get off here. I would imagine that they'd have food delivered to the airport to just put right on the plane and go. So, yeah, I don't think that they're going to go off to the local Denny's and have a few waffles. 5,254 people in the chat. Guys, I have not had 5,000 people in my chat ever. This is crazy. To the 2,400 of you that have hit the like button, thank you. If you are here, please tap the like button. It'll continue to send the stream out to more potential viewers. And to the 28,000 people of you, to the however many people that have gotten us to 28,000 subscribers, thank you. We are going to maybe hit 29,000 subscribers by the end of this stream. So if you're enjoying the stream, hit the subscribe button. We will be continuing to cover this case possibly tomorrow if the probable cause affidavit is released. They will likely be back tonight. Yeah. But thank you guys for being here, and thank you for hitting that subscribe button. 6 acres I shared on Twitter. Thank you, 6 acres. Let's zoom back in on Rapid City. It looks like this plane just left Rapid City right here. It's a Learjet, but it is not the one that he is on. I'm almost positive this is not what he's on. It is not heading in the right direction. Anyways, it's going southwest. So unfortunately, that is not the plane. Lance K says weather in Pullman is clear. So that's good. But yeah, someone did just take off out of Rapid City. I don't know. How long has it been since they landed? It's definitely been a good 35, 40 minutes. So if they are, in fact, taking an hour again, I imagine that the plane will be ready to go pretty soon. Once again, those are the shots from TMZ back in Illinois on their last stop. We've been tracking the flight all the way from Illinois to Rapid City, Champaign, Illinois, right here. Rapid City to Champaign. That's the flight that we just saw. Before that, they left from, I believe, the Scranton area. So they're getting close. They're getting close. This is so weird we were watching this. Yeah. Hey, I knew people would want to tune in and just check out his whereabouts. I think a lot of people were curious. Is he going to be back in Idaho by the end of the day? Will he be served his arrest warrant today? Or will the probable cause affidavit come out today? And it's like, I think that at this point we can agree will likely not happen until tomorrow. But we'll just have to see. Lance R says Refuel checking NOTAMs, which is notice to all airmen's, by the way, for those of you who are curious. It's quite the process. So yeah, they landed. They may have already refueled, but they've got to go through their whole pre-flight checklist again. They've got to do all of that stuff in order to get that bird back up in the air. So it's a process. Someone is saying he's on board the Learjet. I don't know, guys. We can track the Learjet for right now. It is heading directly west. If the Learjet starts to shoot up towards Idaho, then you never know. But I don't believe he is. I may as well keep an eye on this Learjet for right now, but how many charges is this guy facing? 4 counts of first-degree murder, and I believe 1 count of aggravated burglary, or no, some sort of burglary charge. Where are they landing in Idaho? Leslie, I don't know that they're going to be landing in Idaho or if they're going to be landing in Washington. I've been hearing that they're going to be landing in Pullman, which is right, obviously, in Washington, right next to Moscow. Felony burglary. That's correct. Yes. Felony burglary. Thank you. The Learjet has started to make... I don't know, guys. This Learjet has started to head the direction of Moscow, of Idaho. Is he on this Learjet? Huh. This Learjet is now the number one tracked flight in the country. Maybe he's on this jet. The fact that it's not showing his final destination. Oh, someone says the Learjet is going to Kalispell, Montana. Okay, it's not showing the destination on my screen on this right here, so... Maybe the Learjet... Okay. Some people are saying the Learjet's going to Boise. Okay, so we're going to keep tracking this Learjet. We're going to reopen a new page, and we are going to see, is anything going on at Rapid City? I don't see that his plane has been started back up. The Learjet, though, however, is supposedly heading towards Boise. 2 Cents says, I tried to tell you at least 10 times that they changed planes. Hey, unless you got some insider information about them changing planes, it was only, it's all speculation, I guess I could see someone else taking over for the last leg of the trip and allowing the plane from Pennsylvania to return back to Pennsylvania, but you would also think that they would carry out the entire route. So, I don't know. I don't know. Not seeing anything at the airport. JL says, Aaron Mull loves Bryan K. That is not true, my friend. You get to go in timeout now. Just because I can. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm looking for the flight number. I don't see the flight number on this jet. So I don't know where someone was talking about it going to Boise or somewhere. Try tracking PC-12 on my flight radar. It's heading back east to East Coast. Okay, here, I'll do it on my other screen real quick. It's not showing up for me. Huh. All right, we're going to go back. Rapid City Airport. Let's see if his is showing up. For those of you just joining, we've been tracking Bryan Kohberger's flight back to Idaho for the last 3 hours. He recently, in the last hour, has landed in Rapid City Regional Airport right here. There's a plane that just left from Rapid City heading to the northwest in the direction that he would be going. Many are speculating that he is now on this second flight. It is not confirmed. But this flight that just left Rapid City is now heading in the direction of Moscow, Idaho. So There's a chance he's on this flight. I don't think so. I think he probably is still being... Oh, we have it right here. Nope, that's not it. Oh, I was like, is that it leaving? Private owner. Okay, so we have another flight leaving Rapid City. We'll see where that one's going. So I'll go ahead and start another tab to continue to monitor flights leaving. Let's see where this one's going. It doesn't say where it's going. No serial number listed. But let me see. In 6338D. Oh, it looks like this one's going Rapid City to Denver. Maybe back? I don't know. So this is likely not it. We'll come back to that in a second. Yeah, this flight is definitely going to Denver. It's already making a hard left turn to go down. Yeah, that's not our guy. This one, however, I guess could be. Yeah, that's not it. We will wait momentarily. I'm going to mute myself and take this call real quick. Beautiful wife is off work, picking up some food. Okay. So yeah, that plane is clearly not our plane. Imagine they put him on an even smaller plane. Oh, my mic is much louder now. Okay. Okay, let's see. Anything going on the Twitters? Let's see if TMZ, the wonderful entertainment news network, has tweeted. Not much going on the TMZs. Bryan Kohberger. Let's see what people are saying. Oh, people are tweeting. Tried this. Okay, hold on. People are tweeting at me right now. Oh, we have another. Oh. N879SCO. Thank you. So this is another flight tracking service that is showing his plane. It is on the ground, obviously. It is likely being refueled. Thank you for sending that to me. I appreciate that. Whoever, let's see, who was that? Lady Deborah of Plague Island. Thank you so much for sending me that new link. Yeah, it looks like Yeah, I got some other people sending me the same link. So thanks for sending me that link. It appears his plane is still there. Obviously, some people are going to still assume that he could be on this Learjet that is heading to the northwest. We'll see. Adam says it's not being refueled. He's ready to go. We'll find out. Oh, another plane's coming in to land at Rapid City. So who knows? Maybe he's about to take off again after some of this air traffic gets through. We got a plane landing. We had a couple of those flights taking off a minute ago. Let's go see if Enton has tweeted. And Brian Enton has been quiet all day. I see Lover of the Law says, per News Nation, Brian Enton on now. They're refueling just like you said. Interesting. Okay. Let's see if News Nation has said anything. That is not the News Nation that we are used to. There we go. News Nation.
Figure out what they're going to do from here. One member telling.
So I went to News Nation, their actual live coverage. I'm not seeing anything. All right, so let's we'll just keep waiting it out here. See what's going on. This plane just landed. We'll keep tracking it. Guys, let's get to 3,000 likes. 2,899 of you have hit the like button. There is 4,600 people in the chat right now. If you guys are just joining, we have been tracking the Pilatus PC-12 aircraft that has been carrying suspected quadruple homicide or quadruple killer Bryan Kohberger from the state of Pennsylvania. This is the plane that we've been tracking throughout the day. It is the Pennsylvania State Police issued government aircraft. The N879ST, that is what we've been tracking. It is supposedly getting refueled right now. Oh, it went away. What happened? There we go. It's right here at Rapid City Airport. It made a stop in Champaign, Illinois several hours ago. Apparently it's being refueled right now, and they are going to be taking back off shortly. Some people are thinking maybe he's in this flight here, but that's hard to say. Can't confirm. I doubt he changed planes, but you never know. All right, Rapid City. TMZ confirmed it's his plane. There's pictures of him getting in and out of it. I don't know if you're referring to this image from TMZ, but this is the plane that we just showed. There is confirmation of him getting in and out of this plane here, which is this plane here. Are you referring to the actual plane, the Learjet? Is that what you're referring to? Someone just said, okay, hold on. They're changing planes per other News Nation reporter. Okay, so this is new. What other reporter has said this? I'm very curious. Let's see. We're going to look at Nancy. Nancy's another News Nation reporter. She's been following closely. Banfield, has she tweeted 2 hours ago? Nope. I'm sure they changed planes for security purposes. Okay, so apparently they are changing planes according to some of you guys. Not confirmed yet. But the one that he was in definitely isn't taking off right now. Oh, it's leaving. Oh, it's moving. It's moving. Star Sorcerer, thank you for sharing this. Star Sorcerer, thank you for the $10 super chat. Guys, we have movement on the N879ST, which is this right here, N879ST. I feel like a breaking news reporter. We have movement on the plane. The plane is taxiing to runway T1 to T2. It is moving right here. PC-12. Here it is again. We have it on the original tracking software. The plane is moving. Whether or not he is on this plane or not, that is the question. Teresa says, crap, get out of my town. It is back on the flight radar. We're going to see if the plane takes off and heads the direction that we think it's going to go. If for some reason it heads back towards Pennsylvania, then we know that this plane is not carrying Bryan anymore because it will be going the opposite direction. So will this plane, so someone just said it's heading back, one bucket says it's heading back to PA. Will this plane head back to Pennsylvania or will it head to Idaho? Let me know, you guys. TMAK says it's heading east. It may just be taking off in this direction. We don't know which way it's going yet. It is still on the ground. Thai Food says he is on his last airplane ride of his life. That's interesting to think about if that is indeed the fact. This could true. This could be his final airplane ride ever. Put on a poll. Okay, I'm going to do a poll real quick. A quick poll. Hold on. Where is this plane heading? Back to PA or Idaho? Guys, vote in the poll. Do you think this plane is heading back to Pennsylvania, or is this in fact the plane that is heading to Idaho? Thomas says he is on the other plane. If that is the fact, if that is true, then he's already well on his way. He's over the state of Montana at this point. But we now have tracking ability of the PC-12 that we were tracking earlier. Thanks to the people who were sending some tweets to me earlier showing the location. 598 people are voting out the wazoo. 61% of you think it's going to Idaho. I personally think it's going to Idaho. We will just have to see. Rapid City Regional Airport. This is it on the actual map, which he probably is on this runway here. They're probably on this runway here, the smaller runway, taxiing to the end of the runway to then take off heading to the northwest. So you can't see both the runways on this image, but they are likely waiting in line. Yep, there they go. They just took off. Yep, and they're heading that direction. I was correct on that. The airplane is in the air. And it's off. Let's just see what happens here. It's already making a pretty hard turn to the left. PC-12 is definitely on its way to Idaho. Yeah, I believe it's on its way to Idaho as well. Even though it's made a strong turn, I bet it's heading through the mountains here. The flight that we were tracking earlier made a pretty strong left turn as well. See, this is the PC-12. It's following a similar line right here. And then it will likely make its way to the northwest. But we are in the air. This is definitely the same plane from earlier, guys. This is the plane that he was on. This is the N879ST aircraft. The one that Bryan has been riding on all day. And let's just hope for a bumpy ride. If he hates flying, let's just hope that his flight gets there safely, but that he throws up in his lap. How about that? Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Hi from Brisbane, Australia. Hello from Australia. What time is it in Australia right now? Hey Siri, what time is it in Brisbane, Australia?
In Brisbane, Australia, it's 9:21 a.m.
Oh, it's 9:21 a.m. Good morning to you in Australia. Can't see altitude. Oh, can you not see the altitude? Yeah, it's 7,050 feet. So they're on their way up. 7,200. I don't know how to turn on the weather overlay on this particular piece of software. Let me go to this one that person tweeted me. Globe Exchange. Let's see. This one might have weather. Uh-oh. We lost it. There we go. What happened? Huh. It's not showing. I don't believe it's showing weather. I don't think I can overlay weather on this particular one either, so that will have to wait. So it looks like 69% of the 1,100 people that voted have agreed that this plane is indeed going off to Idaho. And I would imagine so. I'm going to end this poll. And now we're tracking again. It is climbing, yeah, 9,900 feet. We are likely going to be hitting the 2,200 feet or 22,000 feet of elevation again. Guys, we're going to be tracking this flight. Once again, this is the flight that we're tracking. This is the plane over here on the right side of the screen. This is the plane that Bryan Kohberger is in, heading back to Washington. I know I've played it half a dozen times on this stream so far, but we're going to quickly play again the traffic stop that Brian Enton tweeted earlier this morning. This is the first of 2 traffic stops. Are we in Idaho yet? Yeah, not yet. But yeah, okay. Wait, 3D view. Oh. I might create a free account while I'm watching this. Thanks for mentioning that. Okay.
Hello.
I'm going to play this real quick.
How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. You right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay. Cool. Where are you headed?
We're going to actually
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're scanning early.
What's WSU?
Yeah, I go to the university basically. And we're listening to this incident that's occurring up there. There's a shooting incident.
That is SWAT team area.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Walking around this. Yeah. We're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
We're driving. Well,
Yeah.
almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah,
something?
there was a mass shooting and everything. We don't know if it was a mass
Where?
shooting. This was on essentially what ended up happening
Interesting.
well, it's horrifying because he's going to university, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there? Or?
I actually do work there.
Oh,
PhD in criminal.
okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
This happened this morning. About an hour and a half ago, we're still wrapping it up for investigating. I'm not sure there's two shooters because they did shoot somebody,
Let's see.
and then
We don't know about that actually. They were there, they were shooting out of the window or something.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay? All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Guys, I'm going to go out on a limb here. Excuse me. The Newsweek, this is the Newsweek article of the shooting that they're referring to, okay? They're referring to a shooting that happened at the University of Washington campus on December 15th. SWAT team gunned down shooter barricaded an apartment, okay? This happened the same day that they got pulled over, 12/15/2022. Yet they're in the state of Indiana, okay? Keep in mind, they're all the way in Indiana. Many, like 1,000+ miles away from WSU. Yet when they get pulled over, their reasoning for being pulled over is like, they're saying like, we're heading out. There was this shooting at my college. And it's like, I don't want to say for certain, but I'm going to speculate here. And I think that Bryan's father may have known that he did this, because why else? It's not like that would have been Bryan's reason for going home and calling his dad to come drive him halfway across the entire country. Did I say U of W? WSU. Anyways, yeah, so what am I saying? What I'm basically saying, it's very strange to me that his dad is like making excuses for their reason for driving when they would have been not in Washington when the actual shooting was happening. That they were many hours of driving away. 88 Beebs, better be careful saying that. No, I mean, I'm just speculating here. I'm not saying his dad is involved or knows, but it's like, it's a timeline problem for sure to be talking about the shooting that happened the morning of. And they even said, Pullman tweeted that they resolved the situation at like 7:30 in the morning. So it's very strange to me that they're referring to this like incident that happened hours before as their reason for leaving, when it doesn't make sense to bring that up. I feel like they're deflecting. They're deflecting because they know that there's an even bigger story in Moscow, Idaho, which is the murders, and the white Hyundai Elantra is needed. But yeah. Anyways, excuse me. I'm going to go fill my water. We are currently tracking the second leg of the trip, or I guess this would be considered the third leg of the trip now. They started in Pennsylvania. I'm going to remove all the other flights here. Started near Scranton, Pennsylvania, supposedly this morning. They flew all the way to Champaign, Illinois, and then they refueled there, and then they just left Rapid City Regional Airport and are now heading what I believe is the final leg of the trip to Idaho. I don't know where they're going to land. Maybe they'll land in Pullman, Washington. We'll just have to see. But this is the plane that we are tracking. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, hit the like button. If you're enjoying the channel, hit the subscribe button. We're very, very close to 29,000 subscribers. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. I'm going to mute myself. We're gonna go to the 3D view real quick of well, hold on. We're gonna maybe go to the 3D view of the plane. Here we go. 3D view. Okay, it's not letting me now, but that's okay. It wasn't the most exciting view in the world, but this is the plane. I'm going to mute myself. We're going to track it a little bit. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, let's see. Was there any photos from this trip or from this leg? Let's see. I don't think anyone snapped a photo of him in North or South Dakota, rather. All right, let's read some of your guys' comments. I might slow the chat down a little bit more. Maybe every 30 seconds, since there's close to 5,000 people in here. I can show you the point that I believe that they'll land at. Yeah, so they just took off here. They are currently, let me go ahead and deselect all the planes so we don't see any other air traffic. They are currently heading west, and they will likely be landing right down here. I've been hearing that they're going to be landing in Pullman, at the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport. Hungry Helmet, hey, how's it going? Good to see you, Hungry Helmet. Speaking of hungry, I am very hungry, and my wife just brought me a sandwich from Jersey Mike's, and I'm very hungry, and I might just eat the sandwich in front of you all, which would be very rude. What? She said no. She's like, don't eat a sandwich in front of 5,000 people. Yeah, I've never eaten in front of that many people before, though, so that'd be kind of cool. There's a first time for everything, right? Should I eat my sandwich in front of you, or how rude would that be? But yeah, that's where he's flying to. So I would imagine the rest of the flight is going to be a couple of hours. I don't know that we'll continue. Everyone's like, go ahead, do it. Jersey Mike's. That's okay. Go ahead. I don't know if I'll do it. Let's have dinner. Everyone's like, go ahead and eat. Go ahead and eat. You know what we could do? While we watch this flight, we could also play. I was going to say let's play GeoGuessr, but you kind of need the full screen to do that. Okay, I'm going to go eat. Should I eat while the stream's going? Hold on. Let me get my sandwich. go. I have my food. Jersey Mike's. Okay. I'm going to eat my chips. If Reed Timmer can eat on stream, you can too. Yeah, I'm going to turn off the camera. Here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to turn the camera off. Bing, it's off. And then I'm going to turn my volume down so you guys don't hear me. And I'm going to eat, and we're going to keep tracking this flight, okay? And then we'll be right back, all right? So, if you haven't already, hit that like button. There's 4,574 of you in here. There's 3,300 likes on this video. If you could be so kind as to hit that like button, I'm going to quickly eat, and then we are going to get back to it. Okay, guys? I'm going to mute myself and eat, and we will join back momentarily. I totally lied to you guys. This flight time is going to be like maybe 2.5 hours. There's no sense in me continuing the live stream for 2.5 hours. If you would like to, go to flightradar24.com. Okay? If you want to continue following along, go to flightradar24.com. This is currently the #1 worldwide tracked flight in the world. So when you go to the site, you can see most tracked flights right here, and it's the PC-12. If you click it, it'll pull up the flight that we're tracking. If you select down here, there's a spot down here that says more. You can turn off all the other flights to where you're just tracking this flight. I've really enjoyed doing this stream with you guys. There's a ton of new people that have found the channel through this. I know a lot of you are saying continue. Just know I'm going to probably end the stream. There's only so much more we can talk about and track. It's safe to say that they are going to make it to Moscow tonight. He will likely be served his arrest warrant, his warrant for his arrest, the moment he lands. And tomorrow, there's a great chance that the probable cause affidavit will be released. So if that's the case, we will go live and go through the probable cause affidavit together. And look into what is likely a mountain of evidence against Bryan Kohberger in the murders, the Moscow murders. Okay? End the stream with 5K in the room. Yeah, I know that there's 4,500 people in here. I mean, should I just keep it going? I have no idea. Maybe I'll keep it going. I'll just keep it going. There's so many people in here at this point. So people are saying don't end the stream. I mean, I just need to eat, and I just feel weird. I'm gonna eat. My wife did not say shut it down. She's just chilling, watching her show. Was it something we said? Okay, I'll keep it going. I'll keep it going. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna eat, and I'll be back in like 15 minutes. Okay, we'll keep it going. We can't stop. All right, we can't stop. I'm almost finished eating, guys. I'll be right back. 3 more minutes. We are finished eating. Have I missed a stream and it's just visual now? No, so I'm back. We paused momentarily so I could eat my food. The obsession is real. This initially started as just a stream. Oh, I need to unpin my message that says there will be no audio. Can't believe I've had that pin this whole time. This initially started as just an audio or just a visual stream where it was just going to be tracking his flight back to Idaho. But it has since turned into a full-on stream where we have, over 3,000 people in here, which is crazy. So that's what we're doing. We are 3 hours and 51 minutes into this at this point. So we're just going to see it through to the end. We are going to wait and see, and we're going to be here when Bryan lands. I believe he's going to be landing in the Pullman airport, the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport. We will find that out within the next couple of hours. It's going to take a little while, but we are going to be here. So let's talk about the crime, not only the flight. Yeah. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the crime a little bit. Do you guys think, I'm going to ask another chat question, a poll. Do you believe that Bryan acted alone? Do you believe Bryan K is the only suspect? Very curious. Do you guys think that, because when he was arrested, he asked, has anyone else been arrested? Do you think that he was just doing that to try to deflect the attention off of him and to throw a wrench in things. Let me know what you guys think. I'm very curious about your guys' thoughts on that. Let me go ahead and pull up another video here. We're going to quickly watch this. This is the parents of Kaylee Gonzalez, essentially reacting to the arrest of Bryan.
The 28-year-old suspect in the murders of the 4 Idaho college students waived extradition today in Pennsylvania and will be brought right to Moscow, Idaho to face charges. Joining us now are the parents of victim Kaylee Gonzalez. Steve and Christy Gonzalez are with us, along with their attorney, Shannon Gray. You know, Steve, I look at you as a father, and I look at your bride next to you, and I've thought this all throughout my life, that there's nothing worse than losing a child. It's taken a long time. First of all, does that give you any peace of mind? Do you want to know details? Where are you in this grieving process? I would imagine that's not something you get over.
Honestly, I feel a little bit lucky knowing that we have somebody and there's a person of interest. Nothing feels worse than having nobody and just nothing but doubt. And 7 weeks of that, or close to 7 weeks of that, was a tremendous amount of pressure on us. And you know, your children look for you to tell them what's going to happen and how things are going to go. And you can't control anything, and you just sit back and you just wait. And it's very hard to get over.
And Christy, you're a mom. This is your precious, your beautiful daughter, and you will never see her again. I can't imagine all the pain you're going through as a mom.
It's terrible, just as anybody could imagine. It's just like a nightmare that you just never ever wake up from. There's not a second throughout the day that I don't think about Kaylee and what happened to her. It's sickening.
You know, Steve, it took the law enforcement a while. It looks like they got they went very deep, and they were very creative, and they looked at databases, and they were able to match DNA from a database, which I think was pretty sophisticated investigating on their part. How do you feel the police have handled all of this?
Well, there's a lot of pressure even for them. I think that, you know, it's never fast enough for a father. You're impatient and you want to know everything right then and there, but I feel good. I feel like they've done a tremendous job. I know that they have been working hard. We just had a lot of holidays. These guys were working out of town. I really appreciate all the effort that they gave. I mean, there was times where I was tough on them, but I know these are strong men and women, and I know they can handle just a little bit of pushback, and we are where we want to be, and they've put us there.
Christy, I know for myself, I have 2 kids. If this ever happened to me, I can't put myself in your shoes. You can't really understand unless you go through something like that. What would you like, assuming there's a guilty verdict in this case, the murderer of your daughter, what do you think a just punishment is?
Well, considering that this person went in there that night with the intent to kill and showed no mercy, unprovoked, and killed our daughter, her best friend, and their 2 friends, we are glad that we live in the state of Idaho with the death penalty.
Shannon, we'll give you the last word as the lawyer from the legal side. You know that the evidence that they have, you know more probably than the public. Where do you see it going?
Well, we're looking forward to the probable cause affidavit and seeing what information they have in that affidavit. It won't show the entire case, obviously, but will give us an idea of what hard evidence they have towards the defendant in this case. And we're hopeful that it's strong. And moving forward, you know, we're just the beginning of the criminal justice system. So it's still a long haul from here, but we're hopeful and optimistic.
So that is the parents of Kaylee Gonzalez speaking about the arrest of Bryan Kohberger, they are excited about the death penalty. You know, some families, you know, they aren't. They don't believe in that, or, you know, whatever the case may be. They clearly are thrilled about it, about him returning to Idaho, where the death penalty is a thing. So thank you, Jackie Jacks, both for the $2. I've been watching since your map work on Ikadmel. Thank you so much for that and for becoming a Tier 1 member. Thank you, Jackie Jacks. Appreciate it. Sally Krutzig, tweeted, this is the facility that Bryan is going to be housed in. So hopefully after a long day and a small airplane, this is what he gets to come into, which is a small little cell. In addition to that, there is a bunch of reporters at the actual courthouse, or the jail rather, where he's going to be arriving. This is the actual jail that he is going to be at tonight. They said that they also have people at the airport. So, wait. The Daily Mail has an article out saying that says hearing before magistrate will be held tonight. Interesting. So anyways, we've got people definitely at the airport waiting for his arrival, as well as at the jail. So how do you know what is the plane he is in? So the plane that he is in is this plane right here. For those of you who just are joining or need a refresher, Bryan has been in this plane here marked in 879ST. That is the mark on the plane. That specific plane is registered to the state of Pennsylvania police. It's kind of hard to see it on my screen. That plane, when tracked, comes up to this PC-12 plane. It has been flying from Pennsylvania all the way now to over the center of the state of Wyoming throughout the entire day. This is the plane we've been tracking. This is the plane that Bryan is on. And then as well, the TMZ article, TMZ, if we go to this, you can see this is the plane. This is him getting in the plane here. That's the exact same plane. You can see it's a perfect match. That's Bryan being ushered into the plane. That's the plane that we have been tracking all day. And it is now on its way. Some people think that a wagon would have been faster than this plane, because it has taken quite a bit of time. Another thing that came up while I was eating that I figured we could talk about is the fact that apparently Bryan Kohberger has switched his license plate after the murders. So since the murders, he has apparently switched his license plate. So let's read this a little bit. This article says, Bryan Kohberger, the suspect accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students, changed his license plates just a few days after the crime was committed. For years, the Hyundai Elantra that Kohberger was driving was registered in Pennsylvania, according to a Newsweek review of the Carfax documents. Kohberger was pulled over in August by officers with Lada County Sheriff's Office in Idaho, and the caption and the citation shows the 2015 Hyundai Elantra had a Pennsylvania license plate, but that was changed on November 18th, 5 days after the students were killed. Carfax documents show that the registration was changed from Pennsylvania, where his parents live, to Washington on November 18th. So keep in mind, the murders happened November 13th, 2022. And apparently the Carfax report is showing that he had a change of plates 5 days later on November 18th. So Pretty strange. Obviously, you eventually have to change your plates when moving to another state anyways. Was he planning on doing that regardless, or did he feel the need to change the plate? I mean, really, what he should have done is gotten rid of the car, considering there was a white Hyundai Elantra. At that point, the white Hyundai Elantra had not been mentioned by law enforcement on November 18th. That had not been mentioned yet. That was only 5 days after the murders. On December 15th, Kohberger and his father were stopped by an officer. This is the footage that we've watched throughout the day today. Shows the license plate as CFB 8708, which is the same number that was assigned to the car on November 18th, according to documents Newsweek has obtained. So, yeah, if we go to the very beginning of this clip, it's hard to see, but you can see, why is it not wanting to? It's not wanting to pause at that moment, but that's okay. In another traffic stop from the same date, Kohberger confirmed to the police officer that the owner of the vehicle that he was the owner, and explained he was driving from Washington, Pennsylvania. That's obviously, we've watched that as well. They're talking about the shooting that happened. 2 weeks after Kohberger and his father embarked on their drive home, the 28-year-old was arrested for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. The case sparked national attention. So yeah, anyways, I didn't know that he had changed his license plate. I think that's pretty interesting. We could go full screen on this and pause it, I guess. Yeah. It's just not playing anymore. It's like having a loading issue. But yeah, the plates had changed. Let me refresh the page here. There we go. CFB 8708. So it did change. And these are Washington plates. MB says, how much longer is the flight? Well, a watched pot never boils. What about a watched flight? Does it fly? It definitely is going. It is just about to pass over the north side of Hazleton, Wyoming. They'll be going over these three towns here very soon: Burlington, Wyoming, Emblem, Wyoming, Gray Bull, and Basin. So these four towns, if you're in one of these four towns, wave hi to the snake on the plane. Wave hi to the snake on the plane. They're cruising at 22,000 feet. Look up. Say hello to the snake on the plane as he flies over a city near you. Yeah, he, I imagine, still has a good hour left on this flight minimum. It's taken a decent amount of time so far. But yeah, if we zoom out, if he's heading to somewhere around this direction here, he has still got a decent way to go. Dobby Smith, Aaron, are you on Twitter? Yes, I am on Twitter. My Twitter page is at Aaron Mull Films. This is my Twitter right here, at Aaron Mull Films. You can tweet me anything, and I will check out your tweets. All right. What else? What else do we talk about? I feel like we've committed to this point. We're just going to continue streaming. Someone says, if you pause the video at 11 seconds, you can see he has a scar on his wrist. I'll check that out. CBCB, this is a cool stream. CBCB, thank you, my friend. It is a very average stream. We're not doing anything too groundbreaking here. We're just tracking this flight. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thanks for being here. Okay, let's see. Have we hit 29,000? We have. We've hit 29,000 subscribers, guys. There's a chance that we could hit 30,000 subscribers by the end of the stream. Very cool. Thank you guys for hitting that subscribe button. If 800 more of you, or rather 760 more of you hit the subscribe button, we can hit 30,000 by the end of the evening. So if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. We will check on that in a little bit. Okay, I'm going to refresh the page here, and we will continue tracking the flight. I'm going to go back to that video and pause it. So let me go back to that video that we just watched. Guys, thanks for following along throughout the day. I did not know that this stream would be so sought after in terms of just following along on the flight. To some, it's very boring and it's monotonous and it's time consuming, but people are very interested on his whereabouts. So that's what we're doing. We are following along. All right, I'm going to pause the video. Someone had said if you pause the video at around 11 seconds, you can see a scar or something on his hand. So I'm going to go back to that video real quick.
How you doing today? Good, good.
9, 10, 11. Okay, I don't know.
You right up on the back.
I don't see any scar. We're looking at Bryan's hand here, guys. Scrubbing through the video. I don't see... There's a good shot of his hands. Let me zoom in there. I don't see any scars. It's hard to say with the shadows. But I don't see... I'm looking for the scars here. Someone says the other video. Okay, let me... Someone said the other video. Okay, so I'll zoom in on it in a moment. I'm going to just play it full screen here. Bear with me. All right, we'll zoom in on the hand here. Someone is saying Bryan Enton is back in Idaho. So Bryan must have taken a much faster flight. You maybe can see something on his left hand here. Possibly on his left hand there, there's something. It's hard to say, though. All right, I'm going to zoom back out. I don't know, guys. I don't know if I see it, but some people are saying they think they see scarring of some sort, but I don't know. Possibly. Right wrist below shirt cutoff. Oh, you're just talking about like right here? I see what you're talking about now. This mark right here. Huh. I see what you're talking about now. I think I see what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. Everyone's saying right wrist. Okay, now I got to zoom back in because I'm like, all right, I can't just not zoom in and show you guys. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I see that a little bit. I see that. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks for pointing that out. I can't believe I was looking essentially right at it and I just completely overlooked it. It's in this kind of a moment that you wish you had so much more footage and video and audio of somebody to like compare from prior, right? Because we only have what we have now. Okay, continuing on. Let's someone said Brian Enton is there. Has he tweeted? A lot of people still tracking the flight, as are we. What do you guys think? Does he have the look? He's got kind of a crazy look to me. All right, let's check out where he's at. A watched flight never travels, remember? If we just take a break from looking at it and we come back, we can see that it has moved a decent amount. Oh man, it's barely moved at all. It's barely at these little 4 cities that we were talking about. All right, let me... All right, let's see. I imagine... Man, it's going so slow, you guys. 233 knots is 268 miles per hour, which is like half the speed of a normal commercial airline. Taking a while indeed. All right, we're going to pull something else up to kill the time as we await. If you guys are just joining, once again, we are tracking the flight that Christopher Kohberger is on. This is the flight here. This is the plane, rather. It's a Pennsylvania State aircraft. It is currently over northern Wyoming. It's going to be crossing over the Yellowstone area here in the next several minutes, probably in the next 20-ish minutes. The next major city it's going to be going over is probably Powell or Ralston, Wyoming. So if you're in the Powell or Ralston area, Brian will be passing over your town shortly. Be sure to wave at the snake on the plane. Let's see if there's anything else. All right. Bear with me here, guys. I'm just pulling up some more videos from the courthouse area. This is where he's going to be heading. Local media is awaiting his arrival. Man, just imagine waiting out in the cold for him to get there. We're at least waiting in the comfort of our own home, or wherever you guys are watching from. Maybe I will take live calls. Let's take some live calls. Amy K says, let's take some live calls. We're going to take some live calls. How about that? Let's pass the time. If you'd like to call in and give me any sort of input on the case that you guys think is interesting or fitting, please do so. The number to call in is 305-985-2690. I will pin that up above. I'm going to end the stream. 77% of you believe that Bryan is the only suspect. I'm going to end that poll. Thank you so much to Susan Seagrave for the $20. Susan, very much appreciated. Was there a message with that, or is that just a $20 super sticker? Either way, thank you, Susan. Feel free to call in. It is a Google Voice number. I will not share your number. I honestly won't even see your full number. Here we go. Someone's calling in. We'll try to keep the calls to about 3 minutes, by the way.
To accept, press 1. To send a...
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for calling in.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. What do you want to add?
I mean, I've just been tracking this flight. It's kind of crazy. They just took off from Rapid City. That's where I'm from.
Oh, you're from there. Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It's weird to me that they didn't take a jet or anything like that.
Yeah. Something faster, is that what you're saying, basically? Or just like a commercial flight?
Just the fact that they've had to stop twice now and fuel up. It's like, how expensive is this?
Right. Yeah, I would imagine it's been a pretty expensive thing. I don't know what tax dollars are paying for it either, because it's like they're not in Pennsylvania anymore. They're flying a Pennsylvania police aircraft, or at least issued to the Pennsylvania State Police. So it's like, who's paying for the fuel, you know? So I don't know if it's, since it's an Idaho case now, if it's going to be the tax dollars of the great people of Idaho, or yeah, I have no idea who's funding it.
Yeah, it just seems weird to me.
Yeah. So have you been following the case since the beginning? Are you confident that they have the right guy? What are your thoughts on the case overall?
Yeah, I feel like if police, if police are confident, then this is their guy. I feel like it's the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, they must have pretty convincing evidence for sure.
I don't know. It's going to be weird considering now that, like, they did a gag order and, like, told everyone to shut up.
Yeah. Are you talking about when...
There's not going to be much out on the case now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it... It's one of those things, like, I think the probable cause, the affidavit will still be released, I'm sure, and that'll give a lot of people the answers of, like, why they believe it's fully him. And beyond that, I'm sure it's just to protect the integrity of the case, because it's such a small city that law enforcement, the gag order makes sense to some degree, because you've got probably certain cops there that would go do an interview with somebody just because they want to do an interview, and then it like could hurt the case if they know something that shouldn't be out to the public. So I can kind of see why, I guess, they would do that, but I still think there'll be a lot of information that comes out over the next couple weeks.
I just wanted to call in. I just tuned into your show.
Yeah, man. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, have a good rest of your night.
You too.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it would have been interesting if they just booked him on a Spirit flight. Not saying that that person is saying that that's what they should have done, but it is an interesting route. But then again, this is the most private version of what they could have done without being in like a multi-million-dollar private jet, because that you could get there much quicker. But, you know, to stop a couple of times, I mean, they've pretty much gone across the entire U.S. So also, if you guys
Call
are
from
Rob.
Hold on, we have more people calling. Just got to keep trying to call
1.
in.
To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hey, Rob, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Doing well. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, no, so I was, I don't know if you guys have seen, are you like one of the moderators for him?
Am I what? Oh, no, you're talking to me now. Yeah, it said delayed. It's delayed.
Oh, it's delayed. All right, so have you watched, I know you were away earlier, have you seen the channel 10 to Life, where she goes through all kinds of different stuff relating to this?
I have, yeah. I've seen a few of her videos.
Did you see the end of that video?
I haven't.
Like the last 5 minutes, she reads the text from, she kind of knows somebody, I guess, within, it's kind of, you can take it for what it is, but she knows her stuff. And she got like all these details from like, you get in there and they like describe, you can pull it up and see it, like the underneath Ethan, they use the DNA to, and then they were acting as trash men in Pennsylvania, like the police. They were ready to get trash from. And they came in, and a ring doorbell. I was like cat peeing. Saw the Elantra. She got juicy details. You should go check out that video.
Interesting. Okay,
and
yeah.
show it on there. It's minute 50. You'll see she goes through all the. She doesn't say who it's from and whatnot, but she'll just read it. She doesn't show it on the screen, and
okay, cool. Yeah,
it's probably the juiciest stuff to come out yet, but
I'll definitely
take for what it
check
is.
that
But
out. Yeah.
Good show, though. Good show.
Awesome.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Sweet, man.
Later.
Yeah.
I kind of caught the end of that. It was kind of choppy, but he was mentioning 10 to Life's YouTube channel, which I have seen her channel before. This is her here. He said, I think 1:50 is what he said. So maybe we'll have to pop into that in a moment. I always am skeptical to play certain videos. I don't know how she is about about showing her videos without, I would obviously put credit, but I'm going to take another call. We might watch this later, but thanks for sharing.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
How's it going? Thanks for calling. And they hung up. Oh, here's another one.
Call from.
Karen.
Hey, Karen. Thanks for calling.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you.
I live here in PA where the suspect was.
Oh, okay.
And I also worked in Monroe County.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe the reason they took their own jet was because it's such a high-profile case.
For sure.
And it would become a circus media with everybody with their phones, and for the safety of the state police. And I'm not defending him, but it would become, everybody would be filming him on the plane.
Yeah.
And it would become dangerous.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's just way too high profile of a case for sure to plop him onto a commercial flight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And these jets do go at a slower speed.
Right.
So for the safety of the police officers, it would be,
And it's still really fast. I think people underestimate they've gone across the entire country today. I mean, you cannot drive nearly this far in this amount of time. So it's like people are anticipating it and they're very anxious for them to get there, obviously. But even this plane, I mean, it's gotten them pretty much all the way there at this point. So yeah.
So it does take longer, and they put a lot of effort into it when they're extraditing, especially PA anyway.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the insight and being from there. I'm sure that was pretty wild to wake up to that news and hear that he had made his way all the way to your neck of the woods.
Yeah, I was very shocked.
Very weird,
Mhm.
yeah. Well, thanks for calling in.
Unfortunately, I don't work there anymore. I'm disabled
Gotcha.
now. Yeah. Mhm.
All right.
But I know how the process works.
Yeah.
So.
Awesome.
But yeah, he'll be arraigned as soon as he gets there. He won't go to the jail first. He has to be arraigned first.
Right. Get served the arrest warrant and all that, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, exactly. He has to know what he's being, why he's going to jail first. So they have to arraign him, no matter what time it is.
Yeah.
So, yep. So I
Awesome.
just figured I'd let you know. I know
Yeah,
he's impatient, but yeah, for the safety of everybody, if they have a smaller jet, they'll use that,
Yeah.
So, and they're happy to get rid of them, because they really have nothing to do with it,
Interesting.
So.
All right. Well, thanks for
Okay.
calling. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
Okay. You too.
All
Bye-bye.
right, bye. All right. We got another call in. I see Chartmaster. It's the last 10 minutes or so of the video. Okay. I will maybe play that here. I'm going to take a few more calls. Thanks for calling, guys.
Call from.
David.
To accept, press 1.
Hey, David. Thanks for calling.
Oh, hey. How you doing?
Doing well.
Excellent. Hey, I'm really appreciating your stream. It's
Oh, yeah.
it's different. We're getting away from the speculation. Facts only here.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely room for that, but it's like at this point, we just got to wait and hear what they have on them, and then from there we can dive back into some of that speculation. But at this point, we just want to hear the facts, for sure.
Yeah. So the main reason I called is because you seem like the perfect guy to do a real detailed timeline, because a lot of stories are out there, and even though they're fact, they're out of time. So specifically, when they got pulled over in Indiana, the police in Moscow, FBI, everybody, they weren't onto him yet. I'm sorry. Because according to the press conference from the Pennsylvania police, they asked, when did they contact you? And he said, he was trying not to give an exact date, but he said within the past few days.
Oh, interesting.
So you would think that they would have contacted them in Pennsylvania to at least take a look at the house.
Yeah.
If anything else, even if they knew, right, that they were still in Moscow.
That makes
that's
sense.
one thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other real thing, real quick, is about the shooting.
Yeah.
The father is the real suspicious one there. So if you look at the time, so they left. You showed a tweet that it ended. They had it cleared at like 7:30 a.m.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's Pacific time. So the body cam on the cop had 10:30 Eastern, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on where he's at in Indiana.
Yeah.
So that means that he probably got an email or a tweet because he's a WSU student.
Yeah.
That there was an incident.
And they just used that
so
as
they
like
were
a
probably
weird
just talking about it.
Yeah.
For like 3 hours, probably 5 hours. They were just talking about the shooting, and the father just wanted to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
But it's weird that the
does seem
father
weird
spoke
that he mentions it twice.
Yeah, and like as like being pulled over, why did the father need to use that as kind of not their reason for leaving, but it almost kind of feels like that. Like, I don't know. It's just a strange thing to bring up during the traffic stop about this shooting, because it's like it would be different if they were pulled over an hour away from WSU, and then the shooting had happened, and they could use that as we're just heading back and we're just getting out of here for the holidays or whatever and leaving. And this shooting thing happened or whatever, but they're all the way in Indiana. It makes no sense to bring up this shooting that happened, and they were not even in Moscow or at WSU rather, in Pullman, the morning that the shooting happened. I mean, it's just a weird, I agree. It's a weird thing for sure.
I'd also like to know when the father got to Washington.
Yeah, a lot of people are
Nobody's
really
ever
curious
reported
about
that.
Yeah,
They're saying that he was there a week before they left.
Okay.
I don't know.
Everyone was looking into different flight information, trying to see like when he would have come in. I mean, it would have been impossible to find out because you just don't know where he flew into. But it's like, because a lot of people are thinking, well, we can't even rule out him being involved in this if he was already out there like weeks and weeks before. And it's like, who knows? I mean, I doubt he was out there when the murders happened, but people aren't going to stop speculating until they see the concrete evidence of when did he arrive, but I don't know.
Exactly. We won't know anything. It's like writing a fiction novel is what everybody's trying to do, but they're all just trying to write like 3 sentences for a whole book.
Right. We have to wait.
A lot more to it.
We have to wait until it comes out. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, very interesting.
Man, I really appreciate talking to you, man.
Yeah.
I subscribed, and I'm glad that this is bringing you. You seem like a nice guy, man.
Oh, thanks,
glad
man.
That this is bringing you a lot of subscribers.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a fun thing to do. So thanks for calling in. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Cheers, man.
Good night.
Yep. That was a nice caller. Yeah, the timeline stuff. I would love to have the time, which I may get into that a little bit more, that my time has freed up a little bit. But yeah, putting together a more accurate timeline of this. I know there's some people that have done that much better than I would be able to right now, but that stuff is very interesting. Take a couple more calls, guys.
From Holly.
Hey, Holly, how's it going?
Good. How are you, Aaron? I hope you had a good holidays and tell beautiful wife hello.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No, I was just curious about that shooting too. If has anybody looked into whoever was responsible for that Facebook friends to see if maybe he's following Kohberger or something? And then I'm definitely curious about Dad, because before I knew it was Dad, who's that creepy dude? Of course, it's just saying off a split second, but the fact that he kept mentioning the WSU and the shooting, I'm like, why is that so top of mind?
Right.
And wasn't the car by that point already put out onto the media? Like, by the 15th,
Oh yeah, December 15th.
Yeah,
For sure. Oh, it definitely was in the media as like a targeted vehicle, a vehicle of interest or whatever. For sure.
Right.
Which is why I'm like, I've always wondered why the dad, like, surely the dad brought up the crimes. I mean, if his son is studying criminology in the town over from this massive profile case, you would think that he'd go, hey, so what about those 4 kids? That's pretty wild, right? And so, anyways, continue. You're the one calling in.
Yeah.
Just like fired up about it.
Yeah, it's just the other thing too was when he had asked about the has anybody else been arrested? He was with his dad at that time, right? Like he was being arrested around where his dad was. So I would think that maybe this is like some weirdo Mensa thing, like that Florida case, where they would have monthly murder club meetings and pretend they were doing a skit, except the one actually followed through with it. But it just seems like that, especially if he's got the ability to call and talk to BTK killer, whichever one he was, but what I'm saying. So maybe he did want to start his own little smiley face killers group,
Who knows? Yeah. I think he was probably just trying to deflect by asking that, but I mean,
I don't know.
Just have to see. We'll just have to see.
Yep. All right. Well, I'll let you get.
All right.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Holly. Yeah. Have a good one. Yeah. Happy New Year. See ya. Some regulars calling into the stream. All right, we'll take 2 more calls, guys. 2 more calls. We may open them back up. 2 more.
Call from
Call me.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for calling.
Hi, Aaron. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay, I'm calling because I wanted to ask you, what do you think his motive is?
Oh,
You know,
man. Yeah.
He's such a smart guy, and he's been through so much in life with heroin, with overcoming obesity, with being bullied, and then losing a bunch of weight. And then you think maybe he became vegan because he had like sometimes like an eating disorder kind of, where people are like, oh, I don't really need to eat that food. I'm going to become vegan and healthy. And how could someone just kill 4 people? I mean, he's crazy. He's a killer.
Yeah. But like what drove him to do that? Yeah, that's the question I think on everybody's mind is like, what on earth? Because usually something like this happens, and not always, but you can almost see the type of person that it is when they do find them. But it's like, wait, this PhD student studying criminology, like, seemed to have things going for him. Like, how did this happen?
Exactly. I'm thinking he was so enthralled and the feeling, experience, intent with all these surveys he was doing, that he wanted to experience the feelings that these people were telling him about. Because if you and I can have the same kind of, you can go somewhere and we can have completely 2 different types of experience. I just don't know.
Yeah,
like,
I think a lot of people have thought, like, did he get so wrapped up in his school stuff that he like became fixated on it, and then thought, oh, well, maybe they can study me, like I'll be studied for years to come in criminology if I just like commit a crime. I think, but then again, like that's still not normal at all. People get fixated on things and then they don't drive themselves to that point. So
killed before.
Did you say has he?
How, do you think he's killed before, like, that we don't know? Or
yeah, I don't know. I think that there's a chance. I mean, a lot of people have already started to look into the DeSales or DeSales, wherever he went to school back in Pennsylvania. They were looking into different missing persons and murder cases that are unsolved in that area to see if maybe he had done it again, and then he moved across the country to, go to school, and he could be on the hook for something else. But I mean, time will tell, I guess, on that. But
who knows?
What
do you think about him changing his plates on the 18th of November, 5 days after?
So the thing about that is weird to me, like, obviously, I don't think at that point, because I went back and looked on the first time they were starting to talk about the Hyundai Elantra, and they had not mentioned it at that point yet. So it's not like they were looking for his car yet. But maybe he thought, okay, just in case my car was seen on cameras, let me go ahead and change my plates. He's from Pennsylvania. He had Pennsylvania plates. So it would have been easy for him just to go, hey, I need to re-up my plates for Washington now since I'm living here. And he could easily have that done.
Aaron, I heard that the car was under his parents' name.
And that's another thing. If it was under his parents' name, maybe he was already planning on changing his plates over to Washington and under his own name. So maybe it was just like he was planning on doing that regardless, and it just so happened to work out to maybe make it a little more difficult to find him, or I don't know what his reasoning was there.
And why do you think, being that there's 3 crucial things that are going to put him away for life or give him the death penalty, which are the DNA, the cell phone ping, and the car, that places him at the scene of the crime. Why do you think he's so cocky in a way to say, "Oh, I'm going to be exonerated. This is this is not me. Not the wrong person."
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, his like exact words were his lawyer said that his exact words were that he's eager to get back to, to be exonerated of these crimes. I thought that was just a statement from his lawyer that was appointed to him in Pennsylvania, which was usually a pretty standard response, is just, my client is, innocent until proven guilty. But apparently it's actually coming from Bryan. Like, he's convinced that he is going to get away with this. So I have no clue.
Do you think he bleached his hands to try to mess around with his fingerprints?
I don't know. Once again, just, I mean, who knows? We'll know a lot more.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I think
Why
everyone
do you
is.
think you did that?
Yeah. Everyone is very much excited about the probable cause, because then we'll know exactly how much they have on him. And I know his defense, I'm sure, is excited to see, because they don't know what they're going to how they're going to even approach the case, because they may have a mountain of legitimate evidence against him. So we'll see, though. But yeah, thank you for calling.
You're doing great. I love your show.
All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. See ya. One more call. Thanks for calling. I like all the different calls coming in. He's just passed over the Montana-Wyoming border. He is now into Montana. Last call, guys.
From
Skipperdy.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for calling.
Hi, Aaron. This is Skipper. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I have a little twist. Watching the new body cam killing the four universe with the father in the, in the shots and him speaking, I have a different view from most people.
Mm-hmm.
My view is that the father is speaking like a proud dad who has a graduate that is a PhD. I don't see him as being a cover, and talking about the crazy things. Now, it was odd that he did bring up the mass shooting that happened at Washington State.
Yeah.
While they were already traveling. So that was precarious. But as far as his demeanor, I took him just as a proud dad, boasting that his son was a PhD graduate.
Yeah. I could see it that way too, though. I think it's the whole him mentioning the shooting thing is the thing that has me a little bit like, why did he feel the need to mention that? But I can see where you're coming from, of him just seeming, oh, we're coming from WSU, where my son goes to school. He's a PhD student. Because you're also in a traffic stop, so there is a general nervousness that people have when being pulled over, and so I'm sure he was just trying to kind of hey, we're two normal guys, and my son's actually a really smart guy. Let us go. So maybe it was just a little bit of that.
Yeah, could have been, and of course, who knows? We'll all find out, I think, sooner than later.
Mm-hmm.
When we find out what the affidavit says. So
yeah, exactly.
I just, I pray for the family or the families. Not trying to put a spotlight on any one particular, student that was affected, or parent, or friends, or whatever. But it's a very sad situation. But that was my point of view when I saw the video. So I thought I'd call in and just kind of share that and see if anybody else felt the same way.
No, very interesting perspective. Yeah, thank you for adding to that.
All right.
Thanks
well, you
so
have
much.
a great night.
Yeah,
Happy New Year.
Thanks. Yeah, you as well. Appreciate it.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna close the phone lines down for now. That was a great one to end it on as far as the phone calls. If you guys are just joining, we are tracking the Idaho murder suspect, Bryan Kohberger, on his final flight, his leg of his journey here. We are now closer as we have crossed over into Montana, the state of Montana from Wyoming. He's just on the northern part of the Montana-Wyoming border. We are tracking this plane right here. It is the Pilatus PC-12. It is a Pennsylvania State Police issued airplane. It has been flying today all across the country. TMZ has spotted the plane on its first stop back in Illinois, Champaign, Illinois. This is where they first stopped. You can see Bryan getting ushered back into the plane there. And then they flew from Champaign, Illinois to Rapid City, South Dakota, which is where we picked back up well over an hour ago now at this point, or close to an hour ago. He took back off. And we are on the final stretch. He's probably maybe an hour away, or just under an hour away from landing where a lot of people believe is going to be Pullman, Washington, which is going to be I think, where he ends up landing. So we are tracking the flight. We have been streaming for 4 hours and 47 minutes. There's, 4,000. I don't know if that's right. 4,889 people in here again. 3,900 of you have liked the stream. So if you haven't already, hit that like button. It helps get the channel and the stream out to other potential YouTube viewers. We are getting very close to 30,000 subscribers. So we're going to be potentially hitting a milestone later this evening. If, I don't know what's happening. It's jumping up very quickly. So thank you to the people who have subscribed. We're basically 500 subscribers away from 30,000. So what is happening? It's still jumping. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. We will be going live likely tomorrow when the probable cause affidavit is likely going to be released. So we will hopefully be here tomorrow to cover the live, the probable cause affidavit, go through that. Shelly says they are definitely landing at Pullman Moscow Regional Airport. Brian Enton is there waiting. Okay, so that is where they are probably going to be landing. Let's actually go and see what old Brian Enton is up to. He has tweeted, yes, you are correct. He is at Pullman Regional Airport awaiting. Brian Enton is at Pullman Regional Airport. Let's tune in on his live stream here. So yeah, here he is. It looks cold there.
Yeah, so you probably know this better than me, but you can see where it is, but you can't see exactly where it's going. So the plane with Bryan Kohberger, it's owned by Pennsylvania State Police.
So yeah, he's going through some of the same stuff that we're talking about here on the stream. I don't know if Brian Enton is going to go live when he actually lands, but we will definitely keep his Twitter feed pulled up in case he does go live. We can kind of track it as it lands. They got to be getting close at this point. I mean, look at this. They got to be within like an hour. So we're going to keep going. We've gone this far. We are going to keep going. Kimberly Arnold, thank you for the 99-cent super sticker. Kimberly, thank you so much. Can we watch the plane come in live? I mean, there's definitely going to be somebody live streaming. So as it gets closer, we're going to pull up, of course, like I said, Brian Enton's Twitter. Maybe he will go live again, and any other reporters that might be there. Zoom in on the plane here. If you are anywhere near these cities, South Glastonbury in Montana, wave up to the snake on the plane. Say hello. Brian will be flying over soon. TMZ may have a live stream there. We'll have to see. Not entirely sure. Easy Walker, thank you for the 99-cent super sticker, or $1.99 super sticker. Appreciate that. I might slow the chat down a little bit more. 45 seconds in between. So guys, if you're going to comment, make it worthwhile, because you can only comment every 45 seconds, okay? All right, once again, following the plane here. It appears to be going super slow, even though, well, 195 knots. That is the slowest it's gone in a while. That is only 224 miles per hour. Teresa, thank you for the 5. Keep it up. Thank you, Teresa. Appreciate the $5 super sticker there. Thank you kindly. Slow chat for slow minds. It is just too fast at times when you've got over 3,000 people. This is absolutely not the wrong plane, Doreen. This is not the wrong plane. This is the plane we've been following since it left Rapid City. And it is the plane we will continue to follow here on its final approach. Michael Curzon, welcome to Level 2 Supporter. Thank you so much. Thank you for becoming a Level 2 Supporter. Raven, thank you for the 5. Thank you so much, Aaron. Thank you for the 5, Raven. Amy M., hey there. Thank you so much for the 199. And Kimberly, thank you again for the super sticker or super chat. I think you meant to say, so glad I found you today. Maybe. Or saying C. I'm glad you have joined as well. Thanks for following along on the channel. I don't know how early tomorrow we're going to need to stream to catch this probable cause being released, but I believe it will be out, and I believe the media will get a hold of it. People were just asking, will it be covered by the media? I mean, it'll be released. I'm sure everyone will get a hold of it. Just because of the gag order, I don't believe that means that won't get released. I think the gag order is for internal officers to not speak about the case outside of, work, essentially. They don't want officers going to Brian Enton to do interviews when it could mess with the case. Lee and Scott, great coverage. Thank you. Lee, thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. And Crazy Cat, thank you for the $2.99 super sticker. Thanks so much. I wish I could tell you how much left is on the flight. It doesn't say the exact route on this particular flight chart, so we don't know the exact duration left. But I imagine there's at least a good 45 minutes left. Okay, so Freddie and Charlie, that's not his plane. Check TMZ. Let me go ahead and let you guys know this. So the plane, if you're referring to this photo here, this is not the same photo as the plane that's on TMZ. As you can see here, this is the plane that we've been tracking. Okay, this is the actual plane here. Let me put it next to here, and you can see they're the exact same plane, right? This is him landing. This is the number N879ST. That is the plane that was taken. A photo of the plane was taken in Illinois from TMZ. This is him getting on the plane. We are tracking the correct plane. This is the same plane, but the Flight Radar 24 app shows this plane here, but that's obviously not the same plane. It's just the same model, which is the Pilatus PC-12. So if you're thinking that we're not tracking the same plane because this one has the red and the orange on it, it is the same plane. This is the right plane. If that makes sense. We are definitely tracking the correct plane. Another couple super stickers. Kelly L., thank you for your time and sticking it out with us. Great channel. So glad I found you. Kelly, thank you so much. We are sticking it out at this point. I might go make myself a drink, and we might have a celebratory touchdown drink when Brian arrives back in Pullman, because that is a reason to celebrate, because he is back and hopefully justice will be served. Thank you for the $10, Kelly, and thank you for joining. Mellow D, keep it up. Thank you for the 5, Mellow D. Karen here, or Karen Har, thank you for becoming a level 1 supporter. And Laura Dune, thank you for the $10 super sticker, Lauren. Appreciate you guys. Also, guys, every single one of you that has donated, you guys are all helping fund the documentary. You guys are all going to be listed on the behind the scenes podcast that comes out when the documentary is released. For those of you who do not know what I'm talking about, over the last year, I have produced and directed a true crime documentary that follows a 20-plus-year-old double homicide that took place in the state of Kansas. In addition to the documentary coming out on streaming platforms, I'm going to be posting a multi-segmented mega stream podcast that goes over all of the behind the scenes and a lot of other things. And all of you guys that help donate are going to be listed on that on that behind the scenes. So thank you guys so much. Is Bryan going to Moscow tonight? Yeah, he will be back. They are apparently flying into Pullman, which is the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport right here on the map, which is in Washington. But I imagine he will be taken straight across the border back to Idaho, where he'll be served his his warrant. So yeah, we may go get a drink for the arrival. We still have a few minutes here. Deb, I am out of coffee. My coffee arrives tomorrow, or else I'd actually make a coffee. Devil Dog says court is allowing cameras. I did hear that the court is going to be allowing cameras, so that is interesting. Where's the actual Idaho border? This is where it's at now. This is the longest flight ever. Doesn't it seem like such a long flight? Join the club. I've been drinking. Hungry Helmet. Pass it over here. You know who's not drinking right now? Bryan Kohberger. He's probably not even getting a free apple juice. He's just chilling. He's shackled. He's getting close, though. Alex Howard says the tail number can't be tracked by regular public. It's blocked by the owner. That also is untrue. If you go to the actual... If we go to FlightAware, flightaware.com, and we type in the tail number in 879ST, we can see that it is a Pennsylvania State Police issued aircraft in 879ST, and it is being blocked. The aircraft is not available for public tracking per request from the owner. You're right. This is a different application that we're using. We're using this application here. It is listed as PC-12, but this is the exact plane. This is the same plane. If we look down here, it is the PC-12. It is the one that we've been following throughout the entire day. 294 miles from Big Sky, Montana to the airport. 1.3 hours at 225 miles an hour. Squeaky Wheel coming in here with the math. Squeaky Wheel, you mean to tell me we still have 1.3 hours until this thing lands? Guys, we are still... I guess I'm going to continue streaming at this point. I don't know what else to do. It would feel absurd for me to bail out at this point and to not follow this thing through to the end. Robin Ridge, thank you for the $4.99 super sticker. Robin, thank you for the support. And Nancy B, keep up the good work. Nancy, thank you for the 20. Really appreciate you, Nancy. Thank you so much, Nancy. That's super, super kind of you. You do not need to do that. Thank you so much. And everyone else, thank you guys. Okay. Take more callers. Okay, you know what? We're gonna open up the phone line again. We're gonna open up the phone line again. We still have some time left. According to Squeaky Wheel, we could still have an hour. Like, that could be correct. I mean, 294 miles from Big Sky, which is right where we're at right now. And we are currently going 224 miles an hour. So if we do the math there, that probably does put us at just over an hour still. And if you look at how far we've gone from Rapid City, it's taken us quite a while to get to where we're at. We still have a little ways to go. We're going to open up the phone lines again. If anyone wants to call in and offer any insight on the case or any interesting anecdotes, please feel free. We're here for the long haul. Thank you, Nicole Clark. I'm going to pin Alicia's message. Thank you for the 10, Nicole Clark. Purr and Whispers, thank you for the $1.99. Game over. It is game over for Bryan, indeed. And Sharon, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Rose LaCastro, thank you for the 5. Guys, I have pinned the Google Voice number. Give it a call if you want. It's first come, first serve on the Google Voice.
Yeah, Clem.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for calling in.
Hello.
Hey, it's a little bit delayed, so you'll have to mute the stream if you want to pop in. How's it going?
Yeah, good. I'm ringing from Australia.
Oh, Australia. Nice.
Good. Yeah, the guy on the stream, he mentioned me earlier. I go under Sirena.
Say that again?
And I go under the name Sirena on the screen chat thing. But, yeah, no, it's big news over here about what happened to those kids.
Yeah, so it made its way all the way over there, huh? Jeez.
Oh, big time. And we've got lots of theories. And he definitely didn't act alone, that's for sure. And I watched the documentary last night about his professor from La Salle Uni or whatever they call it over in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And she did nearly a 3-hour documentary with that BTK, Dennis Rader.
Yeah.
And I watched the whole 3 hours of it, and there are so many parallels. And if you look at some of the comments by Papa, Roger, and Inside Looking, he's playing cat and mouse, and that's got to be Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah,
it's got to be. And there's just so many parallels. And I'd say, from what I've read, listened to, etc., he wants to put himself into the. He wants to be better than everybody else, and the way to do that, in my opinion, is to become a serial killer himself. That's how I see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you might be onto something. I do think I agree with you on the cat and mouse thing. I just feel like it's like he was wanting to get caught almost, but he also felt smart enough not to. It's like, why not ditch the car if you're so smart? Why also drive the car so close to the crime scene if you're so smart? So it does feel very cat and mouse. I agree.
But the thing about it is he's got to be acting with someone else because his clothes would have been absolutely soaked in blood. And if his car was parked, that white Elantra was parked up on the car park above the house.
Yeah.
He didn't have time. The time frame's too small for him to ditch the clothes and not have any, trace evidence, blood evidence in the car.
Right.
And yet the police don't seem to be able to find anything. We've been talking about it here. We reckon that he had a hazmat suit on or something like that.
Right. Yeah, I would love to know what he was wearing because, he would have had to have been covered in blood. I mean, clearly he was dripping blood out of there. I mean, even if he washed off in the house, it's not like he could do his laundry and clean all the blood off the clothing. No,
exactly right.
So.
And I heard somewhere on one of the podcasts or whatever, it was actually one of Papa Roger's comments. And he poses the question that one of them screamed, I think it was Kaylee, and that gave him a fright. And I think in his words he said, that would have given the killer a fright and made the killer run away quickly.
Yeah.
And that's why the other two downstairs weren't murdered also.
Yeah, like why were they spared? Yeah.
And the other thing is with BTK from Wichita, his first murder, the Oterio family, it was a quadruple murder. And I reckon that Bryan Kohberger, I reckon he wanted to, in my opinion, he's copycatting BTK all the way. And the reason he's copycatting it is because BTK also went and did a degree in law, and
Okay.
I think he's just intrigued with the serial killer crap,
Yeah.
and it's in his head, and he wants to be better than everybody else in the room. So how can he be better? Will he become a serial killer himself, and then no one can ever criticize his determination of the psychology of a serial killer. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Hey, that's not I think a lot of people are thinking similarly there. So yeah, thank you for adding to that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks
Cheers. Thanks for calling all the way from Australia.
Thanks for doing a great podcast. Thanks for doing a great podcast too. Really love it.
Yeah, of course, my
Catch you
friend.
now. Bye.
Yeah. See ya. Bye-bye. Love hearing from people over in Australia. The lines will be open right back up in a moment. Guys, keep in mind when you're calling in, I try to keep the calls between 3 and 5 minutes long, and you just got to keep trying to call in and catch me when I'm not on the phone. It's kind of first come, first serve. But thank you, Aries Dawn, for the 10. Thank you so much for that super sticker. And Bama Girls on a Boat with the $49.99. Bama, pound it. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. You guys are being so generous tonight. All of that is going towards a great cause with the documentary, which I will be posting that trailer very, very soon on this channel. So thank you so much. And thank you to the callers that are calling in and adding to the topic and to the conversation. People are saying zoom in. Okay, here we are. The flight is about to go over Twin Bridges, Montana. I think we're still over Montana. I don't think we're into Idaho yet. But thank you so much, Bama Girls on a Boat, for that $49.99. That is incredibly generous of you. And to everyone else, thank you guys so much for supporting the stream. I will get the Google Voice line back open if you want to call in. Have we hit 30,000 subscribers yet? I'm sure we're getting close. Let's refresh this. 29,751. So we're very, very close to hitting that 30,000 subscriber mark. So thank you guys who have hit that subscribe button. We will, of course, be continue to follow this case. We will be live streaming the future court proceedings. We'll go over the probable cause affidavit when that is out. And we're going to keep streaming until this plane lands. We've been streaming for 5 hours. We're going to keep it going, guys. Susan, thank you for the super sticker. And Kimberly, thank you for the super sticker. You guys are very, very kind.
From
Kristen.
To accept.
Thanks for calling. You're
Hello?
live. You're live now. Thanks for calling in.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I don't know if I saw like in the chat a lot of people were talking about what's going to happen when he gets there. I don't know if like you have Twitter open or anything, but there was a source that just said the courthouse is closed, so he won't be appearing in front of a judge today.
Okay.
And that he'll undergo an evaluation when he arrives there, and that he could be in court as early as tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And I was curious your thoughts. People were also talking in the chat about the 911 call.
Yeah.
I saw a few things that they always, like, I guess when EMT or someone responds to a call, they always use the term unconscious person, just because, you know, no one's there on scene to essentially say it's like a dead body.
Yeah.
But I didn't know, like, what your thoughts were. Like, my kind of theory is that, like, they were trying to get in touch with the roomie. I feel like one of the girls probably went upstairs, saw blood, something, and then probably called 911. But I was just curious, like, what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I heard that the 911 call might come out sooner than we think as well. It would be very interesting if that were to just come out like tomorrow, for example. But yeah, I have no idea how that went, because I had also heard. Yeah, I mean, so you're saying like the wording of unconscious person, like why that was used,
because
or
a lot of people on the internet were saying like, oh, an unconscious person like that someone else called because they saw an unconscious
Yeah,
person.
I think that like
But
you said, the lingo may have been that from the dispatcher. We have somebody unconscious, right? Because like you just said, they may not have had. Obviously, they didn't have a medic there to pronounce somebody dead or to attempt to administer life-saving support, any of that. So like, yeah, I think it probably was a situation where the roommate said, "Oh my gosh, my roommate's bleeding on the ground. I don't know what's going on," and like. They probably asked, like, does it look like they're breathing? And they probably said no. So, because it probably looked like a horrific crime scene. And so, yeah, they probably did just say, yeah. They probably did just say, like, we have likely an unconscious person at this residence or whatever. And so I think people can get hung up on the words being used in some of these calls and stuff, but it's just the way probably it has to be done. It's not like the 911 call would have been able to, the dispatcher would have said, oh, we have somebody that was stabbed with a sharp object repeatedly.
Yeah,
and
like no one's gonna know.
They don't know that yet. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I think, oh man, it's crazy to just like dive into the specifics of it.
I feel
But
like he definitely, like, to kill 4 people so brutally with a knife, I feel like it definitely wasn't his first kill. I mean, I don't know if he's a serial killer, but I feel like to stab 4 people for like your first time committing a murder, I feel like that's super aggressive. So I'm curious to see what else comes out about him.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that think
people are painting him as this like loner, which I think he was definitely a little bit more of an introvert. But a lot of friends are coming out. People are coming out now that were friendly with him.
Yeah,
and they were saying that he really wasn't as weird as everyone's trying to make him out to be.
Right.
So I'm definitely curious to see like what that looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, I know some of the interactions that people have said they've had were awkward and weird, but not anything like he clearly still hung out with people here and there and like had interactions with people. He wasn't a complete and total outcast. So yeah, I don't know. It makes me, I really am curious if it was his first time or not too, because that is crazy. Maybe it just escalated. Maybe he didn't think.
Is one thing, like to point and shoot a gun or something, but to have that physical act of like stabbing repeatedly over and over again, and then not one person, 2 like 3.
Yeah,
that's like a lot.
It's a lot.
Do you think that he had an accomplice?
I mean, when they said when he was arrested, the first thing he asked was, has anyone else been arrested? My initial thought was just like, holy cow, there's got to be someone else involved, but maybe he was just trying to throw them off. I don't know. What's crazy is like, if he, the only thing I can think of is like, he's so convinced that he's going to go get off on this and not be convicted of these crimes, and he's eager to get back. What if someone else did? This is purely speculation, but like, what if there was someone else and he is going to try to work his way out of the crime? Yeah, maybe he was there, or maybe he was involved in some way, but maybe he didn't actively, maybe he wasn't the one that actively committed the crimes, and he is eager to like prove his innocence in some way. So who knows? There could be so much more that comes out, but I don't know. It probably is just him, and I'm just thinking like there's obviously that possibility, but
no, but I feel like for someone like with his background and like to work for his career and stuff, I feel like it's either one of 2 things. He really is like a cocky narcissist who thought he could get away with it, or maybe he's like doing some crazy stunt where he's like trying to prove the flaws in the justice system. Like, who knows? Like, he wasted all that time in school and all that, like, to blow it all up. It's wild to me.
Yeah, no, completely agree. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, thanks for calling in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. You're doing a great job. It's
thanks.
We're all like there's so much like rumor and like, just trying to kind of figure everything out and
piece
stay
through
updated.
it.
So you're doing a really good job.
Awesome. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night.
Thanks. You too.
Yeah. See ya. All right. So we'll get to the next couple calls in a moment. Inga Mahore, I think. Thank you for the 99 cents. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it. Susan Spear, thank you. Kimberly Arnold, thank you so much. And let's see, there was another one that I missed. Cleo, thank you for the $3.99, Cleo. You guys are too kind. These calls that have been coming in have been super solid. So thank you guys for the calls. Keep continuing to call in. Guys, we're on the final stretch here. As we zoom in closer, we can see the plane and we can see Pullman in the same frame. Pullman is right up here and the plane is about to go over Wise River. So we're getting closer, guys. We're getting closer. We're going to take some more calls, and then we're going to watch this thing land.
Call from
Sierra.
Hey, Sierra. Thanks for calling.
Hello.
How's it going? How's it going?
It's going. I actually don't live too far from Pullman, Moscow.
Oh, okay.
And actually what they could possibly do, the courthouse does close at 5 like every other courthouse, you know.
Right.
Typical 9 to 5, 8. But what they sometimes do, and I've seen this done several times, is they have a judge that they bring in, so he could still possibly see a judge tonight here.
Interesting. Okay. I wasn't sure about
So
that.
that's
Yeah.
not necessarily true that he won't be seen until tomorrow by a judge.
Yeah. Interesting.
I just thought you guys should know that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you for that insight. Is there anything else you want to add, or is that kind of it?
No, that's kind of it. I mean, I have my assumption or prediction,
Yeah.
but I don't want to stipulate anything because, you know, we don't know anything yet.
Yeah.
I don't
Definitely.
know that he acted alone, but I think he thinks he's smart enough that if he threw that out there, I think it would give him reasonable doubt if he could make somebody else believe it could be possibly somebody else.
Right. Yeah.
But that's really all I think. I honestly,
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think that more than one person could be this disgusting. I would hope not.
Yeah. I don't know, but yeah.
But yeah, he could still possibly see a judge, though. It's not, there's nothing poured
Okay.
in stone that he won't see a judge tonight when he gets there.
Interesting. Yeah. That's we'll just have to see. I think people are definitely, they want it to be done sooner rather than later. So I mean, if he can see someone tonight before potentially tomorrow, that would move things along quicker for sure. But
Yes,
if
sir, it
not
would.
tonight, it'll be pretty quick tomorrow, I imagine. So
Oh, yeah, he'll probably be first on the banner.
first thing, yeah, he's definitely high on the list, I'm sure. So
Well, thank
Awesome.
you for doing everything you're doing. We
Yeah.
greatly appreciate you.
oh, of course. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So someone living near Pullman saying that even though the courthouse is technically closed now, somebody could be called in. A judge could be called in upon his arrival to issue him his warrant, the warrant for his arrest. We'll just have to see.
Bill.
Hey, is it Bill or Phil?
Bill.
Bill, thanks for calling in.
Hey, are we on?
We are on. Yeah, if you have the stream pulled
Okay.
up, you'll just have to mute it because there's probably about a minute or two delay. So
Yeah. It seems like they're taking a long time because they're on a scenic route. Maybe the guy's like spilling the beans.
it seems like a pretty direct flight, but I see what you're saying. They are going through the mountains at this point. Maybe it's a bit rocky,
Yeah.
and he is puking in the back. Who knows?
Right. And what if he shows up and has an ironclad alibi?
Oh, yeah, you're the first person to really bring something up at this point, but like we don't know why he seems so confident in getting off, getting exonerated of these claims
Right.
or whatever. So maybe he will try to have some rock solid alibi. Maybe he had some plans ahead of time to try to put him with somebody else, and who knows?
Yeah, and it's also like, for the longest time, I always thought that OJ was guilty. And see what happened there. It tainted evidence. Like, I mean, I see somebody's got some stream and it's just rolling, a back-to-back loop, and where they're showing inside the windows, and they point out that the forensic people are sneezing and
Are you talking about at the
no
Idaho
mask.
at the Idaho house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Who knows?
I
Yeah.
mean, everybody has this guy convicted already, but it'll be very interesting once we see some actual evidence.
Yeah, exactly. Like what do they have on him? Because they seem pretty rock solid on whatever they do have. What's in that probable cause affidavit? And then what is he going to provide? What is his defense gonna come with initially.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting to see for sure. Have you been following it from the beginning, or?
Yeah, it's probably
For the
like
most
maybe
part?
a few days into it, when after the fact, and then
Yeah.
I picked up interest, and ever since then I've been hooked on it, watching all the YouTubers. I mean, that's the greatest thing going to YouTubers. You don't have to watch all the garbage on TV or anything, no ads, and
Yeah.
it's been really good.
For sure.
And I subscribed to you a while back.
Oh,
Found your
thanks.
content very interesting, so I keep an eye on yours quite a bit.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little less consistent than some of the other YouTubers, but I'm trying to follow this one, especially as they have some more information now. So this is good.
Right.
But
Okay.
appreciate you calling in.
Get on here.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks. Have a good
All
one.
right, bye-bye.
Yep, bye. All right.
Call from
Jamie.
Jamie
to
calling.
accept, press 1.
Hey, Jamie, thanks for calling. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, thanks for calling in.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, I was just listening to the caller before. I haven't followed it from the beginning, but isn't he in school to be a lawyer?
He is some sort of criminology background, so
Okay.
yeah.
I'm starting to think why he's so confident is because of his background.
Right.
And he knows the ins and outs, right? So he's hired a lawyer, but he can also control his lawyer, right? So I don't know what to say because I've heard so many different things, but now all of this new stuff is coming up, like the police videos. I didn't watch those until I subscribed to your video or your channel today. He looked a little nervous in that video.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely didn't. Yeah, he kind of looked like a deer in headlights.
Yeah, and when he was handing over his license, I kind of noticed he was shaking. I don't know why the cop didn't pick up on that and ask, well, are you nervous? Why are you nervous?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Some cops give people a harder time, hey, man, what's going on? I'm just pulling you over because you're tailing someone. And then they start shaking even more. But yeah, this cop, probably luckily for Bryan, this cop wasn't too hard on him. But yeah, he could have been harder on him for sure.
Exactly. Like, I've been to jail, and trust me, I've dealt with pretty bad cops. And,
Yeah.
there are some good ones out there, but there are some bad ones too. Also, I'm a Canadian caller too. I noticed you're in British Columbia.
Oh, yeah, I have family in British Columbia, so yeah, I go out there
Nice.
to
I'm in
Vancouver.
Ontario, so I actually just subscribed to your channel today. So
nice.
appreciate what you're doing. I'm going to follow your content.
Appreciate it.
I actually just released my own podcast too last week. So
Oh, nice.
yeah,
Very cool.
So I
Is it,
appreciate
what kind of podcast is it?
It's for recovery. I'm an
Okay.
addict in recovery. So
Do you want to shout it
Yeah.
out? Anyone that's watching?
sure, I'll do a shout out. It's Locked and Loaded Recovery. We launch every Monday.
All right, very cool. My wife also was born in Ontario, so cheers, my friend.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Good. Us Ontarians stick together, brother.
Awesome, man. Well,
Yeah.
good luck
All
with the
right, man, I
podcast.
appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
I definitely will be keep on listening, bud.
Awesome.
Keeping on.
All right, sounds good, man. You too.
All right,
See ya.
brother.
Bye.
Talk to you soon.
Yep.
Bye.
We'll take one more. Locked and Loaded, I think,
Call from
podcast. That's very cool.
Kimberly Arnold.
Subscribe to your channel today.
Hey, Kimberly, thanks for calling.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I am doing well. Like, this is my first time watching you. I've been watching the channel since you started the flight tracking. I thank you for sharing what information you have. I want to keep an open mind about what's going on. However, at the same time, I hope the officials are right and correct with this information.
Yeah.
I don't see that they would go through all of this with the extradition if they didn't have some concrete evidence to confirm that he is in fact involved somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I
So-
mean, they seemed to be very, very confident in getting him also, and just like obviously the probable cause will show a lot of what they have, but they must have quite a bit. And then they seemed very confident in their press conference as well when people were asking, do you believe that this is your guy? Do you believe that he acted alone? And they're just saying, you know, we believe that we have the man who committed these crimes. I mean, that's confident answers for sure.
Absolutely. And I have a background of criminal justice also. My major was criminal justice and my minor was psychology.
Yeah.
And however, I wasn't in the field of this type of thing. I was actually a counselor for teenagers and adolescents with drug and alcohol addictions.
Okay.
However, the proceedings on certain forensics and the analysis that they go through to get their evidence, they're pretty thorough. I mean, they don't cut corners and they don't, you know, I would say like fake out whatever they think is possible. So I think I want to believe that they have it right. Also, with that being said, as far as court goes, when he gets into Idaho, when he gets into Moscow, I'm sorry, I say that wrong. There's no cow in Moscow. But anyway, when he does arrive, I do believe they will have him at the court, only because I've been kind of spot checking different news channels, and there are a lot of news clientele out there waiting for him to be there.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine them all being there, and there's a ton of them. I don't believe that they would all be out there if
at the courthouse?
He wasn't going to be showing up. Yeah.
Yeah. You would think that if they would have known, oh, the courthouse is closing, there's no chance he's going to be appearing in front of a judge today. Why would they all wait hours knowing that the plane is still, you know, many, many miles away? And yeah, they wouldn't just continue to set up all their stuff. So I think they're anticipating him showing up there tonight for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't think they want to wait any longer, because the sooner they get his affidavit to him and they get that out, not only can they share a little bit more with us, not that they will share a lot, because they're not going to share a lot with us.
Yeah.
Because they want to hold a lot in their pockets just to keep it
for the case
open for court for the
sure.
case.
Yeah.
But they will release whatever is in the affidavit. And the sooner they do that, the sooner they can actually get him into court and get things started and get it on the roll for actual court case.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
the proceedings. Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah.
But I do love what I've seen so far. I have subscribed. I am going to join. I do appreciate you.
Thanks so much.
There's only a couple people that I've actually followed, and I have followed this case since the very beginning.
Yeah.
And you will be like my third person that I will follow, that I will actually join the content. So,
oh, well, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for a job well done.
Thanks, and appreciate you calling.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
You too. See ya. Okay, we're going to end the calls for now. I'm going to unpin the pinned message. If you weren't able to call in, I apologize. There may be a chance to still call in here shortly because, guys, we're still a little ways away. If we look at the flight here, the flight coming into Pullman, though it is close, it still has a little ways to go. We are now just moments away. There are 4,200 people in here. Thank you to the people who just called. I'm going to go check out this guy's podcast later. I just wrote it down. We've got a lot of really interesting people calling with some interesting bits of information. Someone was also saying in there that the jail apparently is right underneath or behind the courthouse or something. And so maybe he's being taken to the jail still tonight, but he's not going to appear in front of a judge. We just don't know yet. Great stream. Good luck. 30,000 subscribers. Are we at 30,000 subscribers? Summer21 said, congrats or good luck to 30,000. Kelsey Crouch, thank you for the 5. The super sticker, thank you so much. Are we at 30,000 subscribers right now? We are close. Oh my gosh, we are very close. Guys, if you would like to hit the subscribe button, we could get 60 more people to hit the subscribe button right now. We could hit 30,000 live on the stream as we await Bryan Kohberger's arrival to Moscow, or flying into Pullman rather. But wow, I'm going to go ahead and keep this pulled up on the side, and we just might hit 30,000 while we are streaming here. which would be very cool. So don't everyone unsubscribe all at once. We're very, very close. Okay, I'm going to keep the flight pulled up on the right or on the left side of the screen. And I'm going to keep the sub count pulled up. Oh my gosh, we just passed it just now. Wow. I didn't even need to keep that up for very long. 4,700 people in the chat. We just passed 30,000 subscribers. Guys, thank you so much. We have skyrocketed past 30,000. That is super kind. Thank you guys for joining. To the new subscribers, we will likely be streaming tomorrow during whatever happens tomorrow. The probable cause affidavit, if it's released in the morning, we will be here to go over it on the stream. My desktop makes you anxious. My apologies. It is very, very messy right now. But yeah, we are here following the flight. 30,175. My goodness, we'll have to come back to that later. You guys absolutely blew past 30,000. Wow. You guys are incredible. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Summer21, for the super sticker that made me go check that. For those of you just joining, once again, like a broken record, we're following the flight that has taken what feels like 2 full days. It has not quite taken 2 full days, but we are following this Pennsylvania-issued state police plane that is currently just on its last leg to Moscow, specifically Pullman, which is where it's set to land here, probably within the hour. This last leg of the trip took off out of Rapid City, South Dakota, and it is getting close. I'm going to go check my Twitter in a moment because I have some people tweeting me. Lenore Breckenridge, welcome. Thank you so much for being a Tier 1 subscriber. Joseph Eastman, thank you so much for becoming a Tier 1 supporter. Fooey, thank you for the $1.99. Thank you, Fooey. I'm going to go to my Twitter. I have like a few tweets here. Caroline sent me a tweet from an hour ago. What is this here? Live look. Oh, here's what it looks like at the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport. Thank you, Caroline, for sending this to me. So there's no doubt that we're going to have a list of potential shots to go through of this plane landing. Whether one of these reporters is going to be actually live streaming from the airport, I don't know. But we definitely have a pretty large media presence at the airport. So thanks for sending that to me, Caroline. I'm going to go back through the Twitter here, see what anyone else is sending me. Some people are sending, someone tweeted me this photo of Bryan overlaid with Ted Bundy. I know that some people were talking about the initial similarities. He definitely looks somewhat similar. Teresa, thank you for becoming a level 1 supporter, Teresa. Appreciate it. And Silicon Sweetie, Sicilian Sweetie. Thank you for the 99 cents. Sicilian Sweetie. Jesse Stars says, what prison will he be at awaiting his trial? I believe, let me see. Someone tweeted actually from the jail that he'll be at, and this is what they said here. Let me try to find it. I believe he'll be in Moscow. Here it is right here. The Latah County Jail. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but let me look up where that's at. Yeah, it's a detention center in Moscow, Idaho. That is where he will be. So the county jail in Moscow is supposedly where Bryan will be held. Kelsey Crouch, thank you for becoming a level 1 supporter as well. Guys, thanks to all the support on the stream. Momsin is saying the jail is underneath the courthouse. So he may not be seeing a judge tonight, but he will be going into the basement where he belongs at the jail. So yeah, that's the jail he's apparently going to. Let's see if old Brian Enton has tweeted from the airport yet since being there. Squeaky Wheel coming in hot with the ETA. If Squeaky Wheel is correct, they say 147 miles from Darby, which is basically somewhat near where we're at right now. I'm going to refresh. 147 miles from Darby, Montana to the airport at 224 knots, which is roughly about, well, we're going 231 knots now. 266 miles an hour. That will take roughly 34 minutes is what Darby is saying. Bell Horse, thank you for taking your time to track this. Of course, Bell. And thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. Hey, I'm just a guy with an internet connection, you guys. That is what I've always preached. I have no real stake in the game. I'm just somebody with an internet connection that has an interest in these cases. So, and we've gone this far, so we're going to keep going because why not? He's currently live on News Nation, I believe. Okay, let's see what's going on with Brian Enton. Let's go to News Nation. Is he live right now? Oh, I have to connect. I had a preview, but I have to connect my cable. I don't have that. So we will not do that. We're going to see if News Nation is live on any other platforms here. Bear with me, guys. Yeah, I don't see that they're live. Track in chat. Kimberly, thanks again for the $1.99. We are tracking and chatting today. That is for sure. Thanks for the 2, Kimberly. Kimberly, thank you for becoming a level 1 supporter. Hot coffee. Anyone, will this trial be broadcasted? Brian Enton did tweet, I believe yesterday, that that there will be cameras allowed in the courtroom in Idaho. So, yeah, I imagine that this will be a pretty heavily broadcasted trial. All right, we're getting much closer now. We have not started the descent into Pullman. However, it is much closer than it was before. We can see it. This is the plane right here. We can see Pullman is right over here. We are super, super close. We're still at 22,000 feet right now, so we have not begun our descent into Pullman. But we're getting close, guys. And oh my goodness, have we been streaming for a while? My goodness. M's Mom 00. Thanks, Aaron, for continuing mapping coverage. Longtime subscriber. We used to use this right here. This was our map time. I don't use this as much anymore. But this is our normal. This is what we used to pull up when we would mull over these maps. So thank you so much, M's Mom 00. Thank you so much for the 20. Really appreciate that. Super kind of you. And Pam, welcome to the level 2 support group. We're going to be doing a level 2 only stream here soon. It's been too long since I've done one, and I will be doing one here shortly. So thank you for joining that. Thanks so much. Okay, so we have someone saying that he's officially in Idaho airspace now. Is he officially in Idaho airspace? Where's the actual border? Thanks again, Ems. Neil, thanks for the 2. Darby MT is where the show Yellowstone is filmed. Oh, interesting. We just passed over Darby. We're getting really, really close at this point, guys. Really close. We can go ahead and remove all the other planes. He is so close. We're really, really close to Idaho airspace at this point. Kate, congrats. You have now been given a wrench. There are over 4,000 people in here. Kate, if you are on Troll Patrol, I've heard a few other YouTubers use it, the lingo Troll Patrol. Kate, if you see somebody that is being unreasonable in the chat, please feel free to time them out. Once we get to this point, when there's this many people, it can be very, very difficult to monitor the chat. And I appreciate the mods that are here. Joyce, Alicia, you guys have picked up the slack in so many ways. And Kate, I went ahead and added you. Kate, for peace, will add peace to the chat. Don't feel super obligated, but if you feel so inclined to help out, that would be very helpful. Patrick Bada. I'll just say Patrick B. Patrick B, thank you for the 10. Really appreciate that, my friend. I'm sorry I butchered your last name. Guys, we're getting really, really close right now. I imagine within the next 20 or 30 minutes, within the next 15 minutes, we'll probably be beginning our descent, and we will see that this 22,000 is going to lower. Pam says, I bet he is getting nervous. Look, I know it's probably getting dark there at this point, but I imagine the moment he started seeing mountains, the moment he probably entered central Wyoming and he started seeing the mountains, is probably when he began to be nervous, because he's not in the middle of nowhere, Illinois, Nebraska anymore. I'm sure when he was flying over Nebraska, he still felt far from Moscow, Idaho. But now, yeah, I'm sure he's getting a little nervous at this point. For sure. Layla says it's dark here. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so I don't imagine the people, yeah, I mean, even Brian's live stream from earlier at the airport, this was from 7:22, so well over an hour ago. It's already starting to look dark there. So all these people that are at the airport are probably going to be getting pretty dark shots of this plane landing. But they're there nonetheless. Patrick, thank you. Or I guess I got that already. Patrick, thanks again for the 10. Leta. Okay. Leta is pronounced Leta. Thank you. I'm still probably going to butcher that, but Leta County. Thanks. Hungry Helmet says, I think he's excited, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, the idea of this guy being excited. My goodness. Alex Shippey, thanks for becoming a tier 2 supporter, my friend. Appreciate it. Molly Thompson, thank you for becoming a tier 2 supporter. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. We're going to be doing a tier 2 only stream here in a couple of days. I have not done one in far too long, and they are supposed to be once a month. So I apologize to the people who have not been having the tier 2 streams lately. Linda, thank you for becoming a level 1 supporter. Appreciate you. All right, let's see. CCA, this is the longest I've spent tracking a flight. Yeah, this is the longest I've been tracking a flight as well. Honestly, this is like the longest flight I've been on. It's probably like 6 hours. So I can't imagine just tracking a single flight this long, but yet here we are almost 6 hours later. He has not landed yet. We're going to go ahead and check a couple of the reporters that are in the area. He is getting close. I will say that. Pullman is right here on the map. And you can see Bryan is right down here. So he is getting close. I'm going to remove the other flights. I'm going to go pull up some different reporters that maybe are on scene. We'll go to old faithful Brian Enton. He has not tweeted since being at the airport. News Nation has tweeted within the last 20 minutes. But they're talking about the affidavit. If you guys know of any reporters that are at the scene, if there's any interesting reporters or things that I should follow, then let me know. DM me on Twitter or something. Okay, so we're getting very close, guys. Guys, I'm reading your tweets as they come in as well. Red Reaper with the $17.99. That is basically 20 British pounds almost. $17.99. Thank you for the Woot super sticker, my friend. Really appreciate that, Red Reaper. You guys are too kind. Speaking of too kind, Kimberly tweeted me and said, "Is there any other places besides YouTube we can donate toward your documentary?" Funny you should mention that. YouTube does take a slight percentage, but I do have my PayPal as well as my Venmo, which I typically list in the description of the video. I will go ahead and re-add that to where people can refresh the page. And if they feel so inclined, I will refresh the description of the video. So I just saved it. If you want to refresh the stream, my Venmo and my PayPal are linked down below. Donations are never expected, but they are always appreciated. So thank you, Kimberly, for asking. It looks like we do have, someone else. Someone else is at the airport here. Thanks for tweeting me this. So it's getting pretty dark there. This is at 8:49, it looks like. Flowers says Court TV is going to go live at the airport. Okay, we're going to pull up Court TV. Thank you for the heads up there. Court TV. All right, I've got their YouTube pulled up. We will wait for them to go live, so thank you. So this is from the Pullman airport, dusted with snow, as we get ever so closely to Bryan landing. Great job, Brosif. Mods ban. Wait, what? What's going on? Hopefully the mods aren't having to, I don't know. I'm sure that this is way more difficult than... Am I needing to add even more people as mods? I feel terrible. Let me pull up the thing. Guys, everyone give a shout out to the mods in the chat. Alicia has done an incredible job. We, of course, have appointed several others. Joyce, thank you for being here. Kate, we have added to the Wrench Club. Shout out to the mods. Thank you, guys. Linda, thank you for becoming a level 1 supporter. Appreciate it. Pam Reidner, Court TV is great. Yes. Court TV is great. We'll have to definitely tune into that momentarily. Let's go back to the flight real quick. We're getting closer. We're getting very close at this point. Pullman is just up here. I'm going to go ahead and try to pull up we got the Court TV thing pulled up here. Let me make sure that they're not live on like Twitter or something. Court TV. So yeah, we got, I don't know if it's on their YouTube, but I got their YouTube pulled up and it's ready to go. Let me see. All right, log in. I'm logging into a few other things here, guys. pulling up. Kimberly Duffy and Betty Rogers, thank you guys for the PayPal donations. It made me think when we were talking about PayPal and Venmo, I had to go check those, and I did have 2 on PayPal. So thank you, Kimberly, and thank you, Betty, for those donations on PayPal. You guys are very, very kind. Okay, we're getting close, guys. We're getting very close. We're still at 22,000 feet in elevation, as you can see over here. So we have not begun our descent into the Moscow area, but we're getting close. Let's see. Oh, Hungry Helmet. Let me open this. Hungry Helmet won't let me send $30, but congrats on 30K, Aaron. Hungry Helmet, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Popping bottles. You know what? I'm going to get a drink because we're about to land. And it's also, we're going to celebrate hitting 30,000 subscribers. So thank you, Hungry Helmet, for the 20. You're so kind. People are saying zoom in. Okay, we're going to zoom in on the plane here. This is it. This is where we're at. There's no major towns that he's going over right now. He's just over the mountains. But as you can see... Wait. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're much closer than I thought. Yeah, he's really, really close, you guys. All right, we're zoomed in. Thanks again, Hungry Helmet. Really appreciate that. Nancy says, question, any chance the plane is a decoy? I don't think that this plane is a decoy, Nancy. I think that to send a plane that's registered to the state of Pennsylvania over 1,800 miles is a very expensive thing to do. And so there would be no reason for them to send a decoy plane. If they were sending a massive public official like a former president or something, and people were trying to track the flight of somebody like that, then yeah, they would be much more concerned about the safety. That they would probably send some sort of a decoy. But no, Bryan would love to be that famous, I'm sure, but he is not. But yeah, this is the most tracked airplane in the world right now. 9,000 people are separately tracking this aircraft. Freebird. Wow, Freebird's in the chat. Can we give a shout out to Freebird? It's been a while, Freebird. Thank you for joining. Hi, Aaron. You are doing great. Congrats on 30K. Freebird, thank you for the 10, my friend, and it's good to see you in here. Trish, you are amazing. Trish, thank you so much. You are amazing. Thank you for the 20, Trish. Very kind of you. Thanks so much, Trish. There's the notification coming in with my face. Silly notification. Thank you so much for the 20, Trish. Good to see you in here, Freebird. And thanks, Don, for becoming a level 2 supporter. Thunder Snow, Bryan is a nothing burger. The flight is descending. Guys, we have action. The flight is descending. We were at 22,000 feet cruising altitude. We are now at 21,000 feet. So it's getting closer. We're going to zoom out. We're getting really, really close at this point. Okay. I'm going to keep it zoomed in to about here. We can see right over here, Pullman is where we're heading. This is where we're at. We're descending slowly. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Court TV if they are, in fact. Kelsey, thank you for the donation on PayPal. And Sylvia Roberts, thank you for the donation on PayPal. You guys are being incredibly kind. You guys are super, super nice. Everyone is getting listed on the documentary behind the scenes, everyone who has donated. So thank you guys so much. Lexi B, thank you for the $1.99. I think they're headed to Lewiston Airport. Huh. I think that they're heading, I believe, to Pullman Moscow Regional, which is right up here. That's where all the reporters are at. We'll just have to see, though. Okay, so there we go. There's the plane. I'm going to keep it zoomed out for a little bit. My King of Kings says, I'd say there was many awkward moments of silence on that flight. Yeah, I don't know. I doubt that they were talking. I don't know if they were issued or instructed to not speak with Bryan. I don't know. But yeah, I'm sure that there were definitely some awkward moments. All right, Court TV live stream. Okay, I got the Court TV live stream pulled up. We're going to put it right next to us here. We're going to see if they are, in fact, live streaming from the airport. Chabless Carmona, thank you for the $4.99. Thank you so much. TD McCoy, what do we think? Wow, Red Reaper, another $17.99. Red Reaper, thank you so much. My goodness, Red Reaper. Thank you, my friend. TD McCoy, what do we think about him getting a fair trial after all the publicity? I think people are more than capable of only considering the evidence, giving it trial, even if they've heard from this other stuff. What about y'all? I don't know. What do you guys think? If you were living in Pullman or if you were living in Moscow, do you think that the information that has come out so far would sway you as a jury member? I personally don't think. I mean, there hasn't been enough necessarily about Bryan yet. Once the probable cause affidavit comes out, this is why they're not going to want law enforcement to speak with anybody, because it could at that point affect the trial. But at this point, I don't know that there's enough to really sway a jury member, because we just don't know what's true and what's not true yet. But it may be difficult for them to have such a small jury pool, considering it's such a small town. We'll just have to see. Deanna, thank you for the 10. Deanna, thank you so much. Nikki ZBZZ, thank you for spending your time with us tonight. Nikki, thank you for joining. Kimberly Arnold, thanks for another super sticker. Kimberly, you're so kind. Kelsey Crouch, what a bummer that would be if the media went to the wrong airport. Yeah, that would be a bummer. I see another message from Squeaky Wheel. Maybe they are landing at Lewiston in order to avoid the reporters. Ooh, what if they were? They do seem to be making a steady approach toward Lewiston, but at the same time, they could be turning later to go up towards Moscow. It doesn't appear anyone's live on Court TV yet, so I'm going to go back to full screen on this. But that would be interesting if they just went straight into Lewiston and just absolutely parked it right there. Plane is landing at Lewiston is what people are saying. I don't know, guys. We'll just have to see. Spanish Mamma Mia, as a forensic psychiatrist involved in this case, thank you, Spanish Mamma Mia, for the $50. Very kind of you. I'm very interested in what your thoughts are as a forensic psychiatrist. I'm sure that you have many thoughts on this case. Spanish Mamma Mia, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Deanna, thanks again for the 10. And Nora, thank you for the 10. You guys are very, very kind. What do you guys think? Do you think he's heading to... Is he heading to Lewiston? I bet the plane does fly over Lewiston. Yeah, I bet that this is going to go over Lewiston and then make a turn, a big, wide, right-handed turn to land in Moscow, because the runway is kind of east to west. we'll just have to see. I mean, they're getting close at this point. They're getting very, very close. Pinky Girl 2906, thank you for the $2.99 super sticker. Thank you, Pinky Girl. Psych, wrong airport. Bryan Kohberger expected to land in Idaho soon. I don't want to keep the law or the court TV pulled up too long because I don't want to get any sort of a copyright issue with them. But I will be kind of checking out their live stream here and there in case they do have a live shot of him playing or coming off the plane rather. So yeah, we'll check that out in a moment.
Regional airport, about 15 minutes from where I am. They are making preparations at that airport for his plane to land, which could be any minute now, and then he would be transported to where I am and be here. He could be
okay, so she must be at the court or at the jail. So she's saying he's going to be transferred to where she's at. So I don't know if Court TV technically has cameras at the Pullman airport or not. We'll check back with that live stream momentarily, but I definitely will I'll keep an eye on it. But we are seeing a little bit of a turn here, a gradual turn to the right. We're down to 3,000 feet. Guys, if you haven't already, hit the like button. There's 5,400 people in the stream, and we have 4,500 people that have hit the like button. So if you're enjoying the stream, feel free to tap the like button. It does not cost you a thing, and it helps out the stream. Mohawk Mom says she is at the courthouse. Yeah, so she's at the courthouse reporting from there, which is where he'll likely be sent because the jail is supposedly right underneath it. And if you've hit the subscribe button and you're feeling even more inclined, hit the subscribe button. More than 30,000 people now have joined and hit the subscribe button to be notified when we go live on future videos. And, you know, HTDATB, I don't know necessarily how to say your name, but thank you for the 2. This is a good enough time to go ahead and mention the documentary. They say, hi, what is your documentary going to be about? So what better way to pitch the documentary than in front of 5,000 potentially new eyeballs in addition to the people that are, you know, here normally. But I created a documentary about a double homicide that took place in the state of Kansas in September of 2002. It is the Dolly Madison double homicide that took place in Great Bend, Kansas in 2002. Over the last year, I have created a feature-length documentary. It is now complete, and it is going to be available for streaming within the next probably month to a month and a half. So for all the people that are new to the channel, I will be posting the trailer to that documentary very, very soon, right here on this YouTube channel. So I've now hopefully found an even larger, newer audience that was hopefully going to be interested in watching that. So thanks for asking, and thank you for the 2. Really appreciate it. Indie Girl, thank you for the $4.99. And Pipa, thank you for the 5. You guys are all incredibly nice. Anna A says Great Bend, Kansas. Yes, that is where the crime took place for the documentary that I made. So it is out, or sorry, it is finished, but it is not out yet. And Devil Dog, I wish I could tell you where it will be streaming, but that is the thing that I don't quite know yet. But I will know very, very soon. So you guys will all know. I'll be posting community tabs whenever it's available. Whenever the trailer's out, I'm going to promote it heavily on this channel. All of that will be promoted eventually right here. So we're getting close. They seem to be not going to Lewiston, guys. They psyched us out. They are heading a little bit more north now. So, yeah, they're not going to Lewiston. TD, my friend, you have received a moderator wrench. You've been in and following the channel for many, many months now, and I trust that you would know how to help when it comes to moderating. So thank you, TD. You have now a wrench next to your name. And I will say, normally our channel gets between 200 and like 600 or 700 viewers per live stream, and we never need as many active moderators. But I've been meaning to do this for a while now because even when we have smaller live streams where there's not as many people, it's always nice when at least one person maybe is around to be able to pop in and help with the moderating. So TD, definitely don't feel inclined to be at every single stream, but you're here and feel free to help with the troll patrol and help moderate. Thanks, TD. Okay, we're getting very, very close. Thanks again, Spanish Mamma Mia. The $50, my gosh. Hold on, guys. Feeding my true crime hunger, Sarah Cormier. Thank you for the Venmo, Sarah C. Thank you for the Venmo donation. Very kind of you, Sarah. Guys, we're getting really close. I cannot believe I've been streaming for 6 hours. This is ridiculous.
At the jail, waiting for the arrival of the accused killer. Now, tonight, in studio, swimming with the sharks, folks. Let's bring in our think tank. Joining us tonight here on the couch, criminal defense attorney, entertainment attorney.
So yeah, we've got Court TV's obviously got their live stream going. Some reports that they might have somebody at the airport, so we'll definitely check momentarily. I'm going to go check Bryan Enton and see if he is maybe live streaming from the airport. He was there earlier. He has not tweeted since being there. Still just the same old tweet from an hour ago. Let me refresh this again. Of course, moments after the plane actually lands, we're going to be able to see the videos will roll in on Twitter, I'm sure, because TMZ probably even has somebody at this particular airport that's awaiting his arrival. Claudia Cantu, thank you for the #1 super sticker. Thank you, Claudia. Very generous of you. Thank you for the 20, Claudia. And Shelly Beans, thank you for the 3, Shelly. Thank you so much. Please return your seats to the upright position and engage your seatbelts. Eileen, that is correct. Please return to your seats. Stow your tray table in its full upright position. Bryan, you are not going to be having a great day tomorrow, my friend. Please get ready for landing. Yeah, they are going to be making their final approach here. They are 5,320 feet above the ground, about to make their final approach, about to turn right here into the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport. Pretty crazy, guys. This is nuts. Grab your drink. Okay, Easy Walker, I'm going to go grab my drink because we're going to celebrate not only 30,000 subscribers, but we're going to celebrate Bryan's final approach. Would they have extradite him from Pullman Moscow Airport in Washington to Idaho? No, I don't think so, Karen. They have everything they need to get him to Idaho at this point after he waived his extradition in Pennsylvania. Shelly Beans, thanks for becoming a supporter. Guys, I'm going to go get my drink. We're going to pour one out. Bryan Enton is News Nation. Are we live on News Nation? We'll check in a moment. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, guys. why does it feel like we've hit this milestone of like, I don't know what it is, the celebratory drink when he lands? Like, this is not how I anticipated this stream ending, but I feel like we've all sat through 3 days of tracking this flight, even though it has been 6 hours. But my goodness, there is something that's just exciting about it, knowing that like this is him flying in to be served his paperwork for his arrest and the murder of 4 people. What you drinking? I am drinking Redbreast. That is what I'm drinking. Single pot Irish whiskey. That is the drink of choice. We're gonna pour one out right now. Ron's Vintage Electronics. I wonder if he took his daddy with him on this trip too. Oh, I don't think daddy was invited on this trip. Daddy has to take his own flight if he wants to come see his son from now on. Susan Seagrave, how do you become a member? Susan, thank you for the 50. My goodness, Susan, that is so kind of you. Susan, there is a little, I don't know if you're on mobile or if you're watching on your computer, but there's a little button that should be underneath the stream that says join. And it's a little button that says join. That's how you become a member. So thank you, Susan. And Susan, you don't have to. That is so kind of you. You already just donated $50. That's like becoming a member for a whole year, even more. So way more than that. So Michelle V, I'm loving this channel already. Thank you, Michelle. How much do we keep it? We might not drink all this, but we're gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to drink this, but we're gonna have this over on the side. I better put the cap on it. I just dropped the cap. This is really for the 30,000 subscribers. You know what? We're gonna have a drink right now for the 30,000 subscribers. Thank you guys for joining and becoming subscribers to the channel. I look at this as an exciting thing because I have bigger ambitions of creating more documentaries about true crime cases, and even just having a small audience of people that are engaged and interested in similar things. It lets me know that there's an audience out there beyond just what I can captivate through the work. There's an audience that is being built kind of on YouTube here. So this is the 30,000 subscribers. Cheers. Thank you guys for joining. It's very, very kind. Hungry Helmet says, shot for every hour you've streamed. I'm not going to do 6, but I'll do 2 more. Oh, wow. Whew. That's crazy. That's nuts. Okay, we've made the final approach, guys. The plane has made its final turn into Pullman, Washington. Ooh. Junebug for going live 6+ hours. Junebug, thank you for the 10, my friend. Yeah, we have been live so long tonight. This has been quite the live stream. Let's see, is Brian tweeting anything? Nothing from Brian. Nothing from Court TV. They're on a commercial, it looks like. Here it is. I have to say, guys, it's going to be anticlimactic. It's probably going to be somewhat anticlimactic. But the videos that will follow, I'm sure, will be very interesting because we're gonna probably see shots of him coming off the plane. Junebug, my friend, you are now a moderator as well. We have handed out some wrenches tonight. It's long overdue. Junebug, this is an exception of a stream. Like, normally we don't need to recruit this many last-minute moderators, but we have close to 6,000 people watching. Junebug, if you see anybody in the chat that is possibly being kind of over the top, maybe making comments that are rude or inconsiderate to the victims of this crime or anything like that, you can now time out people. I would hope that people know to just be somewhat respectful in the chat, but sometimes when when streams get promoted to like thousands of new people, oftentimes there'll just be people in here trying to troll to just get attention. And so just try to like help kind of moderate those people if you want to help with that. I'd appreciate it. Lindsay Krug, thank you for becoming a level 2 supporter. Really appreciate that. This shot is absolutely hitting me right now. So anyways, Junebug, thanks for being part of the stream for so long. Moscow is, Brian is tweeting from Moscow. He has tweeted, looks like the plane with Kohberger now on final approach. So yeah, if they are probably able to almost see this thing at this point. Supermom tried to renew membership after taking a break from YouTube, but it won't let me, aka Cheryl. Oh, Cheryl from the UK. No worries. Well, hey, thanks for the $4.49. Really appreciate that. Shelly Beans. Here we go. $5 super sticker. Thank you, Shelly. Oh, I get my drink ready. We're on the final approach. Megan Rumpke, thank you for spending 6 hours with us. We've got snacks and drinks ready. Megan, thank you so much for the 20. Very kind of you. Guys, we have a whole new list of names to add to the thank you section of the behind the scenes of the documentary. You guys have really helped out. Also, John Clark, thank you so much. Lori Coombs on PayPal, thank you so much. And I think I said it already, but Kelsey Crouch, thank you for the donations on PayPal. You guys are too kind. Thank you guys so much. Runway 5 is what Maddie is saying. Maddie Adams says Runway 5. How much longer? We are probably minutes away at this point. We are under 5,000 feet. Lisa Maxwell, you are correct. We are stalking this plane at this point. It's a good thing that there is nothing illegal about stalking planes because we would be arrested the moment he lands. Is that the Columbian River or Snake River? That is the Lower Granite Lake is what it says right here. The Snake River. The Snake River. It's kind of interesting. The snake on a plane crossed the Snake River, huh? Snake on a plane crossed the Snake River. And he might be his last time on a plane. Pups7, thank you for the 10. Pups7, very kind of you. Thank you for the 10. Minutes to touchdown, Miss Pete. Absolutely. We are minutes away at this point, seconds away. He is flying over Washington State University, his former college. We're going to call it his former college at this point because it's safe to say he's not going to be enrolled in the spring semester. Even though he was technically already enrolled, he will not be joining his classmates. Thesis failed, says Lance. Yeah, I would agree with you on that. And look, guys, let's be honest. He is innocent until proven guilty. We will say that. He is innocent until proven guilty. But tomorrow, or maybe the next day, they're going to hand over a piece of paper that they believe will prove him guilty. And that is the probable cause affidavit. So he's innocent until they hand him that, or at least until proven otherwise. E.A. Andrews, thank you for the 5. And Red Reaper, again, with a $17.99. Thank you for the $17.99, Red Reaper. Incredibly kind. Guys, I don't know what is... This stream is just us tracking the plane of Bryan Kohberger, and you guys have gone above and beyond in supporting the channel, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you guys so much. All right, here we go. The final approach. Doesn't look like we've got some people there at Court TV. I'm not seeing them live at the scene. But here's the final approach. Wheels down very, very soon. Wheels will be down. All right. I'm going to go ahead and look the hashtag up. It's getting very, very close. Okay, I don't see anyone from the scene yet. Oh, are we there? It kind of froze. We might have wheels on the ground, you guys. PC12 has officially froze on the screen. Red Reaper, are you glitching, my friend? Red Reaper with another 17.99 British pounds. Red Reaper, thank you so much. You are number one, my friend. You are number one. Lady May, thank you for becoming a level 1 supporter. Lady May, shout out to you. I think we're on the ground, guys. At this point, we have 3,200 feet of calibrated altitude, but I don't know that that is accurate. The plane has frozen. If I refresh the page, we will see. Okay. As 21,000 others track this plane, it appears to have frozen over the WSU Bear Center. Many are saying landed in the chat. I believe that we have just a frozen website at this point. The final leg of the trip has been completed. 6,100 of you in the chat. This is a record for the channel. I've never had this many people watching. It's safe to say at this point, even though the plane has not made it to the Pullman Regional Airport, it's safe to say the Eagle has landed. I'm going to go ahead and cheers for justice, for the families. May this now start today when he lands. It's exciting stuff. All right, cheers. Shelly, thank you so much for the 10. You are so generous tonight, Shelly. Wicked Blues, thank you for the 10. Wicked Blues 82. Lady May, thanks again for becoming a member. Guys, holy smokes, 6,000 people in the chat. We have made it. We've made it. We made it to 30,000 subscribers. Guys, thank you so much. 30,000, almost 31,000 subscribers on the channel. That's super exciting stuff. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Of the 6,000 people in here, it seems like a lot of you have already. But thank you to those who have. Kimberly, thanks for the $1.99. Grace, thank you for the 99 cents. Lady May, thank you for the 5. Guys, it's hard to keep up with. It's really hard to keep up with. Whoa, John, thank you for the PayPal. And Jack, thank you for the PayPal. Lori, thank you for the PayPal. What is going on? What is going on? People. Jolene on Venmo, thank you. Documentary, well done today. Jolene, thank you. Guys, I can't keep up with this. What is going on? Grace, thank you for the 20. What is going on, you guys? Guys, donations are never expected, but my gosh, are they appreciated. This, you guys essentially paid for the footage that I have to send a check out for tomorrow. Literally. Like the money donated on today's stream and on Venmo and PayPal is literally responsible now for the final check that I have to send to the network that I'm licensing footage from, because it's like $50 a second, and I don't know how many. This is basically paid for all that today. So it's like, thank you guys so much. Grace Maltese, thank you for the 20. Jamie, thank you for the 5. I'm at a loss for words, you guys. Nikki, Aaron, Kat, thank you for the 3. Nikki, Aaron, it's love from Creme to News. It's love on Creme to News. Thank you, Nikki. Okay, let's see if Twitter has anything. Now we can be done with the flight tracking. My goodness, you guys. Has anyone tweeted? Brian Enton has tweeted. That was 9 minutes ago. We're going to see if there's anything happening at the airport. So it looks like Fox might be live at the airport right now. We're going to check. Terry Johnson, thank you for the 10. Terry. Lindsay Krug, thank you for the 20. Lindsay, that is incredibly kind of you to donate a second time, or maybe even a third time. Serial Killer, thank you for the 5. Serial Killer, hopefully you're just continuing to kill cereal in bowls, but thank you for the 5. Janice Arbogast, take this for doing justice for that double murder. Yeah, thank you so much, Janice, for the 5 or for the 40. Here we are, guys. Fox live from Pullman Airport. Janice, thank you for that 40. Cheers for justice, guys. This is a drink for justice. Now we can finally have justice in this case. It can start today. It looks like, hold on, creme 2 news. So you can see the bottom of the airplane there. There's another live stream. Okay, this one's almost better. What is going on? What is going on? That was so many notifications. Okay, here's the plane, guys. What are you guys? You guys are going nuts right now. Bren, thank you for the $2. Lindsay, thank you for the 2. Another 2. Amy, thank you for the 20. Amy, oh my goodness. Megan J, thank you for amazing, consistent coverage. Megan J, thank you for the 10. Glenda Brady, thank you for the 20. Random, thank you for the 5. Thank you, Random. Snug with a Pug, thank you for the 449. There's Brian walking from the plane, guys. There he is. I'm zooming in on it. He's got a jacket on. He no longer has the full orange jumpsuit. He's got a jacket on. He's being loaded into a Ford F-250, it looks like. Pickup truck. This is courtesy of the Creme 2 News YouTube channel. Amy, thank you again. Bren, Lindsay. Katrina, thank you for the 5. Katrina, Lindsay, SU62, thank you for the flight. Lindsay, we were just along for the ride, but thank you for joining us, and thank you for the 10. Unsolved Crimes Uncovered. You earned more during this live than I have in my lifetime of my channel. Way to go, brother. You're doing wonderfully. I appreciate it. Unsolved Crimes Uncovered. Well, thank you for joining us. I'll have to go check out your channel. I feel like your channel sounds familiar. Did you do some videos on Summer Wells or? Anyways, thank you for the 5 Unsolved Crimes Uncovered. Guys, for those of you just joining, we're watching Brian get loaded into this truck here. Linda, thank you for the 10. All these notifications are insanely delayed, so I apologize for all this ringing. Grace Maltese, thank you for the 20. Sarah, thank you for the 5. My goodness, you guys have been incredibly generous. Unbelievably generous. Kimberly Arnold, are you going to stay live for him to reach the courthouse? You know what? At this point, we're a few drinks in. We may as well just wait. We're 6.5 hours in on this live stream. I mean, the drive from the airport to the courthouse, let's see how long that'll take. All of about, what, 15 minutes? It definitely won't be as long as this freaking flight was. My gosh. I bet he's tired of sitting in a plane. The parents have been tired of wondering who killed their kids, though, so this is good. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like from the Pullman airport is to the courthouse is going to be roughly 7 miles, so it says 12 minutes. I will absolutely stay live for another 15 minutes. Can't quit now. Amy, thank you so much. Linda, Grace, I think I just said thank you to you guys already. We're dedicated to this at this point, guys. Let's give a huge shout out to the mods, by the way. Cindy, thank you for the $4.99. He's done and he's off the plane. He is in this vehicle right here that's about to pull away. So it is a convoy. Oh, whoops. Hold on. It is a convoy of people leaving the scene at this point. Kimberly, thank you for the 99 cents. Kimberly, thank you so much. Kimberly Mills, thank you for the 5. Janice, cheers to the next drink. Let's keep on rolling. You know what? We're going to keep it rolling, guys. We're going to roll all the way to the airport. Cheers. It's written on my glass. No, chill. Chill is written on my glass. He's getting sent to jail tonight. He's going to the courthouse. The jail is underneath it. We may as well stay along for the ride. There's going to be a lot of media at the jail awaiting his arrival, so we might as well stay live. Thanks, Kimberly Arnold. Mama OG says they are making sure he stays alive no matter what. Yeah, there is a large string of cars in front of his car to take any sort of a deer hit that they might have. There's no chance. They're not going to take any chance. Viking, thank you for the 5. Viking K. Kimberly Mills, thank you for the 5. That plane has gone all the way across the country today. My goodness. There it is. N879ST. There's the plane that has carried Bryan across the country, almost 2,000 miles. The plane that we've been tracking all day long. I feel close to this plane. Coffee Buzz 2, thank you for the 2. Game over. That is correct, Coffee Buzz. Game over for Bryan. Okay, we're going to head to the courthouse channel. So, Court TV, let me pull it up. I almost spilled my drink. I did spill my drink a little bit. Court TV live stream. We're going to pull this up.
It's at 10/9 Central.
And we will await his arrival on the scene. All right, so we'll pull that up in a moment. I got it pulled up. Spring Bailey, thank you for the 10. Spring Bailey. Okie Dokie 7, well done, Aaron. To the Justice Tribe, let there be justice for the Moscow, Idaho 4. That is right. Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin. I don't want to say it wrong. Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. They all have very interesting last names that I feel like I always mess up, but you got to say their names. We got to say their names. Because it's so interesting now that we have a name of someone who we think did this, and it's like we haven't been saying the names of the victims in a while. So let's not forget the victims. Kimberly, thanks for the 99 cents. Lori, I'm new here. Looking forward to future content. Thanks for doing this. Keep it rolling. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate you. And while we wait for the coverage at, oh, here it is.
Sort of a blue hoodie at the time that he made his way into that blue truck, and he is now en route to the Latah County Jail and will be.
Okay, so that's frozen, which is strange. Maybe they're having or experiencing some issues with their connection because it wasn't freezing before.
He is now en route to the Latah County Jail and will be here in a few minutes, Vinny.
I would expect that to happen very quickly. If it's 15 minutes and they've got the sirens going and the lights flash, and they'll be there even quicker. Do we know what the process will be when he arrives there?
Well, it's unclear. We know that we expect he to go into this entrance. So they'll pull in this caravan. It's lined with media. The entrance into the parking lot to my left, and they'll pull up to the jail that is to my right. There's a main entrance there at the jail, Vinny, but there's also a garage that we see in several law enforcement jails like this. They may even open that garage and pull him in there and take him out, but we are on standby in case they drop him off, obviously, where we can see him.
So yeah, they are obviously going to be pulling up to the area where the media is at outside the courthouse. She's just basically saying that there's a chance that they're going to take him in through the garage. Obviously, there's a high chance of that, I would assume, just because to protect him as a as a person, they don't want anything to happen to him. That would just be terrible if somebody tried to hurt him. Hopefully they're able to get a shot of him going in. This is a photo arriving in Pullman. This is from Fox News. This is Bryan in that blue jacket that they're talking about. There's actually a video of him leaving the airplane again. We can play that again. But those who are asking, they did land. They have arrived. This is him getting off the plane and onto the truck. So while we await him getting to the courthouse, I'll go through some of your guys' comments. AW said, Prince Namer, RIP Magic Johnson. Okay, so we'll have to verify if that is accurate information. AW, thank you for the 1999 super sticker. Thank you so much. Sunny74, awesome coverage. Hats off to you, my friend. Sunny74, thank you so much. I just tested negative for COVID today. Today's the first day I'm fully testing negative. So I'm honestly very surprised that my voice has held up this long. And it's a testament to how much better I'm feeling because I'm not even coughing really anymore. So this is great. Bronze Barbie, thank you for the 279 Canadian. Congrats on 30K. Well-deserved here since Gabby P. I thought I recognized your name. Thank you so much, Bronze Barbie. Thank you for the coverage. Thank you, Nadia. Thank you for the 10. AW, thanks again for that 20. This is Bryan walking from the plane. I'm sure he is... Gosh, I don't know what is going on in his mind at this point. It's hard to say. Kimberly, thank you for finding my Instagram, Kimberly. My notifications on my phone are going kind of nuts at this point. Okay, we're going to go to something else now because we've shown that. It looks like they're getting close.
At the jail and courthouse, which is connected to it. Do we have any microphones from there that we can hear so we can kind of hear what's happening there?
I think they're getting close. Ivy Potter, thank you for the 20. Well done. Thank you, Ivy Potter. Really appreciate that. Yvonne T, thank you for the 5. Yvonne T.
Stanley there. Here she comes. I saw her ducked under the camera. I saw her. But I mean, there's got to be security. You need security in a moment like this. This is the highest profile criminal case in the nation right now. You want to make sure the presumed innocent Molly Palmer defendant remains safe. Do we have Chanley on microphone? I kind of hear her rumbling around.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
We got you, Chanley. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Yes. Are seeing the police, the authorities that walked to this part of the parking lot didn't speak to this side of the road. They're focusing on the other side, maybe to make sure that they don't block the driveway here. But as you could probably see in our shot, the media lining the entrance.
So I thought that those cars that were pulling up were them, but it doesn't look like they're quite there yet. Nadia, excited for your documentary. Nadia, thank you for the 20. I am also excited for the documentary. Really appreciate that donation. I want to give a big shout out to Shannon on Venmo, as well as Tiffany on PayPal and Elizabeth and Martha on PayPal. Thank you all for the donations. Too kind. Lindsay, hello. Noemi Rodriguez, thank you for the 99. Guys, he's got to be pulling up any minute now. Let's see how far he would be from the airport.
Make the way into the parking lot.
Chanley, just before you went on microphone, we saw some cars drive by in that road. Were those police vehicles or were those just members of the media?
No, those were not police vehicles. Those could be community members driving by. Like I told you earlier, a lot of spectators to come and see what's happening here at the courthouse complex. Could have been some media too, but likely just people that live close by that are trying to see for themselves what's going on here.
So they're not quite there yet. The actual distance, if we pull it up on the map, Bryan just landed in the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport, which is 7.1 miles from the county courthouse in Moscow. So that would take about 14 minutes. I assume even if they aren't flashing their lights, it is still like essentially a police escort. So this is probably only going to take 15 minutes. which we're probably right at this point. So he's going to be pulling up any minute now here at the courthouse.
Back parking lot is, and what we have been hearing from those that work here, that this is where the entrance will be, and what we anticipate based on where I see the increased security of deputies and Idaho State Police officers in the parking lot. I think that we are correct that this is the entrance. However, I do see some media trying to make their way around other sides to make sure all four corners of this property are covered just in case. But this is what we expect to see. Now, what direction this caravan will come in, that is...
It's like the media, I'm going to kind of mute and bring up their stream as needed here. I don't want to have any sort of copyright issues. We don't want to keep it on the entire time. So I'm going to break it here and there and go full screen. I have it pulled up here, though. If I see them pulling up, I will go to it. The anticipation of him arriving, right? They're on the corner that they assume he's going to be pulling up on, right? But you have no idea if they're going to pull a fast one and go through the back door, for example. And so all of this media is like plopping down, anticipating him coming around this corner. And who knows, they may come in from a completely different angle. They've just gone to a commercial here, so I'm going to go back to full screen. Actually, I'll just go to this to show the route. For those of you just joining, we are waiting for Bryan Kohberger to arrive at the Latah County Courthouse. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong still. Someone already pronounced it, told me how to pronounce it, but he should be pulling up any moment now. Deb says, I have my Baileys here. Yeah, we took a drink. We took a shot for justice when Bryan landed. I still have a little bit here. Jamie says, Fireball and Dr. Pepper to this POS being served. That is correct. Mel, thank you for the 10. Appreciate it. We still have a commercial over on Court TV. I will switch it as soon as I can. Try to get that shot of Bryan getting there. Thanks again for the 10, Mel. PCA probably won't be read because of the gag order. I mean, the probable cause affidavit is definitely going to come out. I mean, whether that's, I mean, it's probably not tonight, but yeah. Okay, still a commercial. I'm going to go see if Sir Bryan Enton has tweeted. Bryan Enton probably beat them from the airport. Bryan just tweeted, News Nation crew at jail says deputies are staging outside and getting ready for Kohberger's arrival. So that was Bryan from 60 seconds ago. They are very, very close. Merp, random thought. Oh, Fun Lights. Is that a new mouse, Aaron, or is it just because it's a different angle than Miami? This is the same mouse that I had in Miami. As you can tell, I have none of the same setup as Miami, obviously. I want to design this whole back wall to be a little bit more exciting. I really liked the setup at the Miami apartment, but alas, this is what we have here. Okay. News Nation, let's see if they're tweeting anything. They are not. Oh, he also tweeted, Kohberger was taken off plane in what appeared to be body armor. Video coming soon. I'll be live on Banfield at 10 on News Nation. So in less than 10 minutes at this point, News Nation at 10 will be going live. Bryan Enton is going to be joining Banfield. Still a commercial here. They're getting those commercials in. 2:46 a.m. here in the UK. Can't sleep. Nick G. Get some sleep, my friend. Kimberly, I found you and introduced you to my 4,000 plus Facebook followers. Oh, track, chat, and drink. What is your Facebook page that you have 4,000 followers on? Kimberly, thank you for sharing the channel. Appreciate it. What kind of Facebook page do you have?
Live for everybody.
Okay. Court TV should be arriving
today.
I'm going to refresh.
Is the arrival
Here we go.
of the accused killer in Idaho. This is outside the Moscow jail in Lada County.
There he is, guys.
Idaho. Small caravan, big case, folks. Not sure which one of those vehicles he is in.
So he blew
There
past
he is.
everybody.
This is the arrival at the jail tonight.
He blew past all of the media that was at that corner. They were there to get that one shot of them driving in. I mean, there was no way he was going to park out on the street and walk past them. So hopefully there's some people up closer.
For us, what you saw, what you heard, what happened?
Hey, Vinny, yeah, it was suddenly, all of a sudden, no sirens, just a caravan, about half a dozen Idaho State Police vehicles.
David Fletcher says, yeah, he was in a gray pickup. I believe he was. Gail B., thank you for the $10 super sticker. Unless they changed him over to a different vehicle on the way, he was in the gray Ford F-150 or F-250. So, yeah.
We have video of that side garage of entrance of the jail, and it is believed to be where they actually dropped him off. So we're limited in our view, but they had maybe a dozen extra securities flanking and staging the area here outside of the jail to make sure the media stayed where we're supposed to be and to make sure this was a smooth transition, because we can't see what's happening when he's being dropped.
So, yeah, they're not going to be able to get a close look. Let's see. Jacqueline Matroni, thank you for the PayPal donation. Jacqueline Matroni, really appreciate that. Lorenzo and Shannon, thank you for the Venmos. Really appreciate that. You guys are too kind.
Street, not letting you close enough to see.
So yeah, they're not any closer.
How he was.
I'm gonna try to find another stream right now. So I'm gonna keep this pulled up, and maybe we'll get a shot. Brian Enton has not tweeted again. If I look up Bryan Kohberger, latest, nothing on Twitter yet of him walking by. Yeah, the media's kept pretty far back, it looks like. Okay, I am trying to pull up a TikTok because apparently there's some live streams up closer. Oh, geez. Yeah, never mind. Forgot how ridiculous TikTok on desktop is. So yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to get a shot. Creme 2 might have it. People are saying Creme 2. Okay, hold on. Creme is the one that had the stream at the airport, the solid live stream at the airport. Creme 2's live stream has ended on YouTube, but is Creme 2 also Creme 2 News? Are they live right now? Thank you, Reby. Appreciate it. Yeah, it looks like the live stream for Creme 2 News has also ended. So, someone says Fox News is live. Let's do Fox News. I'm like sweating, you guys. I shouldn't be in this hoodie. Keith for peace. Eyes closing again. Must see you guys later. Keith, thank you for being here. Keith, Thank you so much. See you soon. Just found you tonight. Thank you for covering this. Just subbed. My last name is Golden. So our friends call our daughters and I the Golden Girls, hence my YouTube name. Happy to be here with all of you. Golden Girl, thank you for being here. That is a very cool name. Yeah, thanks for the 10. Okay, so apparently Fox News is live. But I'm not seeing it. So I will go back to this stream here. I will try to pull it up over here, see what they're saying.
From his lawyer's mouth, apparently he wasn't. I mean, that's bad.
That could be problematic.
That's really bad.
That's why you say KYD BMS. Keep your damn big mouth shut.
Molly?
Look, I mean, I agree with my colleagues here that it's too soon for a really good defense lawyer to make a public statement. Good defense lawyers are going to get a handle on the facts, on their defense, and then potentially say something to the media. But it's always better, like Daryl said, to keep your mouth shut.
I'd waive the first appearance too. I've done that in cases.
Right.
Just waive it. I waived it. Yeah, I didn't want my client to have to appear on TV or video. Just
All
waive
right.
it.
Oh, you're an enemy of us.
Yes, I am an
Do
enemy.
that for that
Of
reason.
course.
Chanley Painter, we're looking again. I think Chanley's still with us. I'm hoping she is. We're looking at a replay of the vehicle showing up, and it looks like that pickup truck was number 2 or 3 in the line there. Any movement out there at this point? We have about 2 minutes left in the show.
Same situation.
So yeah, they aren't seeing much. I'm going to the Creme 2 live stream to see. A lot of you guys are saying Creme 2 live. Angela, thank you for the $4.99 super sticker dancing lemon. TD McCoy Idaho 4 is supposed to be live. Okay, Idaho 4, I'll check that out. Thank you. Porfioris. Thank you for the 2. Have you read Crime and Punishment? It's almost the same. I have not. Thank you for the 2. Idaho 4. Let's see. So here is Creme live.
Transported across the country
They have
today and has just
they have a bit of a better
in
shot.
Idaho. We are looking live right now to where he has just arrived at the Latah County Sheriff's Office and the Latah County Jail.
We do have some video of earlier this evening at about 6:30 when Bryan Kohberger was taken off of an airplane and then transported over by deputies to the facilities there in Latah County. Again, this has been 7 weeks in the making. The murder of 4 University of Idaho students happened back in mid-November. Here is the video of the suspect getting off the airplane, flanked by deputies. He's dressed in red right there. I know it's a little difficult to see because it's dark, but he's clearly the one right in the middle there. Again, this is all because he did not fight extradition. He was arrested in Pennsylvania at his parents' house on Friday, faced a judge yesterday in Pennsylvania, waived his right to an extradition hearing, so he was brought back today to Idaho to face the charges where he's accused of committing those murders in.
That airplane, we know, left Monroe County, Pennsylvania early this morning. We tracked it all day long, making it slow.
We tracked it all day long too, guys. We did it. We tracked it all day long. Thank you guys for being here. Let's see if we can get a shot of him coming out of that truck. I believe they went through the garage. Yeah. There's that truck that he was in. It appears they went straight into the garage of the courthouse and let him out. So I think that is going to basically be it for the stream, because guys, even if the probable cause affidavit were to come out right now, there's no way we could just keep streaming. That is set for tomorrow though, I would imagine. So please, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Let's see where we're at. What are we at? Do I still have this pulled up? Okay, so we have, let me refresh it. We hit 30,000 subscribers tonight, guys. Thank you guys so much. We're already almost at 31,000 subscribers on the channel. I can't thank you guys enough. It's every now and again where we're following certain cases and we see a big push like this that it's an exciting thing that happens, and then the channel always kind of plateaus again and slowly grows. But it's cool to see a big group of people subscribe today. So hopefully you guys can join tomorrow, because we will definitely go live and read through what will likely be the probable cause affidavit if it comes out tomorrow. Thank you to the people who donated. Merlin77 or 711, thank you so much. Robin, thank you. Thank you to everyone else who supported the channel and donated throughout the stream. Thank you to the people who donated on Venmo and PayPal. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Let me just quickly double check the PayPal. Yeah, Jacqueline Matroni is the last one to donate there, so thank you. We may just hit 31,000 right here on the stream as we sign off. 7 hours. This is pretty much the longest stream I have ever done. I am very, very tired of looking up at the light. I wish I could show you guys what this looks like. Let me just show you. This is what I see. That's you guys down there, and then the camera is up there. There's the camera, and then the light is kind of what I was pointing out. That's the big dome light above me, and it is quite bright. And here we go, 31,000 subscribers. Oh my goodness, that is crazy. Okay, thank you to the mods in the channel. Oh my gosh. Watching from Ireland, Ciara, thank you, Ciara from Ireland. Thank you for watching from Ireland. Wow. Okay, I gotta go. I drag on the live streams. I'm gonna go 7 hours. I don't want it to hit 7 hours. We've been streaming 6 hours, 59 minutes. Thank you guys so much. Check in tomorrow, because we will be streaming when the probable cause affidavit comes out. Okay, get some sleep, guys, wherever you're at. Have a good evening. Hopefully justice will be served very soon with this case. Thanks again for watching. See you guys in the next one. Oh my gosh, Molly, I can't go without. Okay, we're going to hit 7 minutes now. Molly just donated $20. Molly, you can't just throw that in there at the end and then expect me to leave without saying thank you for the $20. Molly, thank you so much. Okay, I guess now I'm going to go. Molly really put me in a predicament here. Molly, that did not go unnoticed. Thank you for the $20 super sticker. Okay.